Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Academy's undercover professor right here on GMT Recap. The story begins with the reflections of a child. I lost my father when I was very young. When my brave little sister and I were on the verge of adulthood, my mother said to me, "Son, you should become a shaman." A shaman is a priest, a medium, someone who can communicate with spirits. The image of a young boy, surrounded by darkness, came to mind. The woman's words continued. She often told me that if you do not walk that path, a terrible wrath will fall upon you one day. Thus, my mother continued to impose her beliefs on me. She gave me poems, drawings, and even strange rituals. However, I had made my own decision about my fate, and I never accepted that path. As a form of rebellion, I focused on studying, researching more than I ever had before. From that point on, 10 years passed, a period in which I became an independent man in society. I died in an accident, no more, no less. My fingers touched the asphalt, my body lying there, receiving the raindrops. It was unbelievable. Was this the wrath my mother spoke of? But what was even harder to believe was that I was reborn. I had never believed in the afterlife. Everything my mother had said gradually became true. People will never understand what they haven't experienced. Unfortunately, it was only when I died that I realized this. So, what should I do now? The scene gradually passed by for a long time. In a certain room, a man stood at the podium. He slammed his hand down hard on the book on the table and announced, "Class begins." Hello, everyone. I will continue the lecture on the method of activating the magic circle. I am hiding under the identity of a professor at a magical academy. How did everything end up like this? Heading towards Didu, the cityscape appeared with towering skyscrapers, and smoke continuously rose from the production zones into the sky. The warship anchored at the station, preparing for departure. The staff here wished their guest well. I wish you a wonderful journey. The elderly staff member smiled brightly at the next guest. He gently spoke. Hello. May I check your ticket? The person handed over the ticket. The staff member took it and said, "Thank you, and I wish you a smooth journey." The customer boarded the train, and the staff member continued to greet the next passengers. The passenger entered cabin number 403, which was the third room of the fourth carriage. Looking up, the sign reading 403 confirmed this was the right place. He entered the cabin written on his ticket, where a middle-aged man was reading a newspaper. Upon noticing the newcomer, the man looked up. Ah. Then he politely greeted, "Nice to meet you." The one who entered was a young man, tall with striking bright blue eyes. The train moved forward, continuously releasing black smoke into the sky. The wheels turned steadily, and the train passed by rows of lush trees. Additionally, a thin blanket of pure white snow covered the ground. The train moved through countless trees and traversed a multitude of snowflakes. Inside, the man and the young man sat facing each other. They calmly read their newspapers. The young man glanced up, his attention drawn to the newspaper the man opposite was reading. The civil war in the kingdom of Uter has ended. Victory belongs to the princess's faction. Finally, the civil war in Uter had come to a close. The middle-aged man listened to the sound of the young man reading the newspaper. He raised his head, looked up, and cheerfully said, "Indeed, I've always been curious about when it would come to an end." The young man smiled, feeling as if it were only yesterday that the prince's side was still trying their best to replenish their energy. "I'm glad everything has finally ended. My apologies for the rudeness, my name is Ludgercherish." The middle-aged man with silver hair and beard also introduced himself. "Gerard, I don't have a surname." "You must be of noble descent." Ludgercherish did not hide it and replied openly. "Yes, but from a family that is past its prime, so you needn't worry." Therefore, there's no need to feel awkward around me. Gerard understood the man sitting across from him a bit more. Ah, I see. Ludger Cherish then asked. Where are you headed, if I may ask? Lord Gerard? Gerard answered. I'm on my way to Lindebrunn, the capital of the empire. I've heard that the area is quite famous with tourists. Ludger Cherish shared more about what he knew. The Exilian Empire is known as an ideal destination for tourists due to the remarkable development of magical devices. My final destination is Riederbelk. I have just been accepted into the Seerin Academy of the Exilian Empire. Gerard marveled, oh, wow. Gerard was astonished when he heard Ludger Cherish say that he was about to enter the Seerin Academy. You're so young, you must be incredibly talented. At that moment, Cherish scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Ah, it's not that great. I only just met the minimum requirements. Even so, Gerard still expressed great respect for Ludger Cherish. He sighed and said, well, many people aren't even qualified, you should be proud of yourself. Ludger Cherish smiled brightly. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Speaking of the civil war in Utter, have you heard the rumor? The key factor in the princess's faction's victory wasn't an extraordinary sorcerer or high-ranking knights, but a wandering mercenary named Machiavelli. Gerard raised an eyebrow when he heard what Ludger Cherish had just said. Really? Ludger Cherish sighed. He put on a cute expression, hoping to lift Gerard's spirits. Come on, your reaction seems a bit indifferent. Gerard smiled and then explained, it's because I think it's just a fabricated rumor. No, not fabricated. Machiavelli is one of many names I use while wandering the world searching for something. Snapping out of his thoughts, Gerard called out, Cherish, are you really going to teach at the Seerin Academy? Ludger Cherish politely replied, yes, I've been assigned to the second year. Gerard was puzzled. You're starting with the second year? He was quite surprised. You must be more talented than what you've let on. Ludger Cherish pondered, Gerard, sensing the change in his demeanor, asked, what's wrong? Gerard seemed to realize something. No, there's something. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The entire train shook. Ludger Cherish and Gerard were both confused about what was happening. Ludger Cherish thought, could it be that the engine exploded? Gerard didn't think so. That's not possible. This magical engine train is heavily protected. Gerard glared, and another shockwave exploded. An ambush. Ludger Cherish asked, could it be that the train was ambushed? Gerard voiced his thoughts, it's likely the work of a group of bandits targeting merchants or nobles. If that's the case, there's a witch among them. He told Cherish, we should either hide or leave this place. Ludger Cherish replied, please wait a moment. To be cautious, I'll lead the way. Ludger Cherish put on his hat and carefully stepped outside, scanning the surroundings. Ludger Cherish told Gerard, I think we are the only ones in car number 4. Gerard stepped outside as well. Do you think the other passengers are also barricading themselves in their compartments? Ludger Cherish responded, each compartment has its own protective spell. But Gerard disagreed. That's not possible. The train itself is protected by similar magic, meaning the compartments are no longer safe. Ludger Cherish asked with doubt, the explosion seems to have come from the rear, right? It sounds like it happened in car number 3. Gerard turned and said, it's right next to us. Do you think that's why they haven't come here yet? Ludger Cherish hypothesized, if I were a thief, I would target the first carriage first, as the wealthy passengers would buy first-class tickets. Gerard replied, well, we're quite lucky then. We should take advantage of the time to escape to the next carriage, just resist until the guards up front arrive. However, neither of them noticed a masked thief sneaking into the carriage through the window. The moment he entered, the glass shattered, leaving the two of them utterly shocked. Ludger shouted to Gerard, get back! But it was clear that the masked thief's expression was far from good. His eyes held a cold, penetrating glare, and the scar over one of his eyes only made him more intimidating. Gerard noticed this and said, "Wait. He doesn't seem quite right." The intruder charged at the two with a knife, and Ludgercherish, using his strength, knocked the thief backward. The thief barely managed to scream before falling motionless. Gerard, astonished, asked Ludgercherish, "Did you kill him?" Ludgercherish replied, "No, I just temporarily incapacitated him." He walked over to the person lying there. Gerard hurriedly warned him, "That's dangerous, Ludger." Ludgercherish reassured Gerard, "It's fine, I just want to interrogate him a little." Ludgercherish gently kicked the person lying on the floor to make him more alert. Then, he ordered him, "Why did you attack this train?" The man moved his lips. Through the cloth he was wearing, the sound gradually emerged. But he said nothing, only let out a laugh. Ludgercherish repeated, "I didn't tell you to laugh, answer me." The man glared at Ludgercherish with a look of silent fury before gritting his teeth and saying, "Scum like you deserve to die." The bandit tore open his outer jacket, revealing a bomb that had already been set. He carried it with him because he intended to take the lives of everyone on the train, no matter the cost. The bomb had 2 seconds left, then began to count down 1 more second. Gerard screamed, "Mr. Ludger, get away from there!" A loud explosion followed, with a deafening kaboom as one of the train cars exploded. The other cars and the entire train were severely affected. The train sped along furiously before suddenly bursting into flames after an explosion. The traces of firebombs spread across a large area. From within the pile of ashes, Gerard clutched his head. He bent low and curled his body up. He let out a sharp cry. The terror passed. Gerard looked up, searching. "Ludger, are you all right?" Gerard widened his eyes in astonishment, looking ahead. In front of him was a scene of smoke and ruin, with groups of red flames still crackling in places. Gerard walked over and looked outside. He kept calling out, "Ludger!" Gerard raised his hand to his face, and he realized a layer of skin had peeled off. He was displeased, furrowing his brow, arching an eyebrow, and letting out a displeased grunt. "I've spent so much money on this." Gerard tore at the piece of skin, and with that motion, he ripped off the entire layer of his face. It turned out to be nothing more than a human skin mask. In fact, the person introducing himself as Gerard has no other surname. He is not a middle-aged man with gray hair, but a young guy with fairly long hair, a handsome, youthful appearance, no less than Ludgercherish. I don't have any lofty reason for using the alias Machiavelli. I just wanted to use the name of a famous person from the memories of my past life. I spent a lot of time traveling around and got involved in many things, which forced me to change my identity several times. Machiavelli was also one of the identities I once had. Back then, a lot of things happened. It attracted unwanted attention to someone who couldn't reveal their true identity. But fortunately, the royal princess army was sound asleep on their victory, so I was able to seize the opportunity. They didn't pay attention to me, and I changed my identity. At that moment, I was on a magical train heading to Lindebrunn, and yet. The man sighed earlier, really. He wandered through the ruined train car. Wherever I go, there's an accident. What's going on? Gerard threw his mask down, his gaze weighed down with sadness. May you rest in peace, Lord Ludger. I never imagined such an accident could happen, especially on a day like today. Who would have known that he would trigger a bomb after getting shocked like that? Ordinary thieves wouldn't do such a thing. What a brilliant mindset. And if they wanted to die, perhaps their real goal wasn't money, but the train itself. The train attendant rushed from behind. This passenger, are you all right? He was surprised to see him standing there, amidst the wreckage. What happened here? Gerard turned around and explained. A heavily armed thief attacked us. It seems they're targeting the first carriage. It's better for us to avoid going downstairs. The attendant, worried, said. He told me he was also planning to evacuate the passengers here. This passenger, you should hurry as well. Gerard didn't say anything more and immediately lunged forward, grabbing the train attendant by the throat. The man fell to the floor. The train attendant, confused, asked, "Passenger? What are you doing all of a sudden?" Gerard, his face darkening, looked at the man. "Do you think such clumsy acting will work on me? Those thieves seem like they've been waiting here for quite a while. Not only is this a high-speed train on these rugged mountains, but the magic barrier protecting this train has also been broken. Pulling something like this off would be difficult and time-consuming. Unless someone on this train did it." The man's face turned pale as he looked at Gerard, then slowly shifted to anger. He stopped pretending and slowly drew the knife that had been hidden in his sleeve, but Gerard had already seen through it. He restrained the man's hand. "You move fast. Who are you people? What do you want?" Gerard pushed the man to his feet, pressing the knife against his throat and continued to lead him forward. "Still silent, huh? Fine. Keep moving." After taking a few steps, Gerard noticed an odd sound. "Wait, this sound. Don't tell me." Gerard stepped back and pushed the man's body away. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets shot through him. If Gerard hadn't stepped aside earlier and ducked down, those bullets would have pierced through him as well. Gerard frowned. They didn't even give him time to send a signal. Could he have already warned them? A group of masked men crashed through the window. They were quite shocked by the scene before them. "What's this? Someone's still alive? We fired a lot of rounds, how is he still alive?" Gerard stood up, facing directly the group of people. He asked them, "Who are you to dare speak of life and death like that?" They did not respond but raised their guns, aiming at Gerard. He watched intently, his eyes seemingly radiating a certain kind of power. The fingers of the intruders, ready to pull the trigger, hesitated. They could not understand what was happening. Something was preventing them from acting. What's going on? Why can't the guns fire? One of them noticed Gerard. "Wait a minute, that guy." Gerard began to invoke some kind of spell. They looked at him and shouted, "He's a wizard." A burst of energy light radiated from him. They whispered among themselves, "He used magic to disable our guns." Suddenly, a violent windstorm erupted and attacked Gerard. It destroyed their magic, rendering them powerless. "Don't tell me that." Among the group of intruders boarding the train, one of them spoke up. "I didn't know there was a mage on board. Give up. If you surrender, I will grant you a painless death." Gerard looked at the mage in the group and assessed, "He looks pretty strong, but he's probably just a level 4 mage like me. It must be the case. Otherwise, I would have heard some rumors about him by now." Gerard narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "Has the explosion on this train been happening for 10 minutes already?" He glanced outside. There was still a long way to go before the train would pass through these mountains. The reinforcements would also take a while to arrive, so he couldn't rely on them. If that's the case, Gerard decided to jump off the train, to the astonishment of the intruders. The mage yelled, "He's jumped off. Hansen, go check quickly." A man named Hansen, standing nearby, nodded and walked over to inspect. I don't see him anywhere. It looks like he really jumped off. He must be scared." Before he could finish speaking, Hansen was astonished to realize something. The wizard shouted, "That guy, he's on that train." The group was thrown into confusion. But what should they do now? Did he use magic to fly up? Is it even possible to follow a moving train with flying magic? The old wizard, furious, barked, "Shut up and chase after him. Quickly, our opponent is a wizard. Having too many non-magical people would only slow them down, just leave a few people here, the rest will surround car number 1. The group quickly moved, following the old wizard's instructions. One group headed to car number 1 to attack, while another group relentlessly fired at Gerard, who was on the roof of the train. Gerard ran along the train's rooftop. The infiltrators quickly gave chase. He's heading to the last car. The wizard gave an order. Hurry, catch them. They rushed forward and touched the door. As soon as the door to the last car opened, flames erupted, spilling out from inside. A trap? It's a trap? They couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could it have been set up so quickly? The sorcerer narrowed his eyes, incredibly shocked. What the hell? Compared to the mages I've encountered in the past, he's completely different, terrifyingly different. His movements and actions are practical and extremely efficient. He's more like a hunter than a sorcerer, or even a mercenary, really. The group was quickly drawn in by another surprise. They had no idea what they had just seen, but suddenly they were glaring wide-eyed, frozen in place. A moment later, the sorcerer was the first to react. Damn it, he separated the carriages and ran off. He ran while thinking to himself. Damn it. I should have noticed sooner. He didn't even need to fight us. The path ahead was clear, the bridge between the two carriages was very close. The sound of the engine echoed, then gradually faded, amidst the snow-covered landscape. The train had split apart, now the train was in two parts. The group stood there, staring as the other carriages moved farther away. They were furious. Damn it, we've lost track of him. We can't just give up the whole train because of that guy. The mage spoke up, I have memorized his appearance well, we will find him and kill him. Before the mage could finish his words with full conviction, suddenly a surge of power approached, causing him to panic. What is this? What kind of powerful mana wave is this? Where is it coming from? Could it be? As soon as the mage saw the figure, Gerard had already cast his spell. Was he using magic to attack the mage of the infiltrating group? He couldn't believe it. How could he be here? Don't tell me this is another trap. Gerard attacked. The powerful surge of mana rushed towards the mage, who desperately tried to dodge and counterattack. The mage shouted to his group, "Run away now!" The surge of power from Gerard immediately engulfed everything. The mage was drowned in the light. Gerard waved his hand. He looked at the pile of ashes and wondered, is it over? But no, the mage was now a mess. One of his arms had been severed, blood still dripping profusely. The mask he used to conceal his face was charred and burnt. His face was now clearly visible to Gerard, and he thought to himself, so, you survived after all? The warlock, in a state of complete despair, tried to ask Gerard. Why? Why did you kill us? Don't you feel any guilt for what you've done to us? Gerard, his face still cold and expressionless, looked at the man before him. The warlock continued. My companions gave their strength for this cause of ours. The ones you killed. Gerard parted his lips and spoke. Beyond my imagination. Your madness is beyond anything I could ever imagine. The warlock gritted his teeth, his appearance now utterly grotesque. His bald head and one side of his face, burnt and disfigured, were horrifying. He couldn't accept what Gerard had just said. What? Gerard's face darkened as he spoke again. Weren't you the ones who wanted to kill me first? How can you say that? How dare you ask for sympathy after everything that's happened? Do you still intend to run your mouth in front of those you've killed? And the one you wanted to kill, me? You have the audacity to accuse me? Gerard stroked his chin. Of course, initially, I had intended to run. Gerard now looked more terrifying than ever, but you've already seen my true face. And I know very well that if I were to flee, you would certainly chase after me. If I kill you now, I'll be more at ease later. The shabby sorcerer growled in anger, You! Who the hell are you? Suddenly, with a single slash, the sorcerer was cut in half. Gerard, surprised, saw a stylish young woman walking towards him. She spoke, Are you all right? The sorcerer's corpse lay beside them. She approached and asked Gerard with concern, You must have been worried. But now, please rest assured, she proudly introduced herself, for I, the Knight of Cold Steel, have arrived. Meanwhile, aboard the train, the remaining intruders were struggling with the knights. Damn it, they're here already, I can't believe they're using flight magic in this kind of weather. The knights continuously attacked, controlling the group of intruders. The knights used magical power, creating a stream of pure, beautiful light, representing righteousness. The villains only had time to see the light before screaming. The knights charged forward, their magic piercing through the bodies of the intruders. The knights' eyes gleamed with determination, while fear gripped the intruders. The sound of screaming echoed continuously. One of the knights reported over the radio attached to his gear. Car number 2 has been cleared. On the other side, another person reported. Car number 1 is the same. We have ensured the safety of all passengers. The night teams reported back to the Knight of Cold Steel, Deputy, permission to report, we have handled all the cars. She replied over the radio after hearing this. Well done, everyone. Escort the passengers safely to the next stop. Today, at Riederbelk Station, the crowd was always busy and crowded. At this moment, Gerard, who had already removed his mask, sat inside the train, watching the crowd outside the window. There was a knock on the door from the outside. The Knight of Cold Steel entered and asked him, Are you all right? Did the terrorists hurt you? He gently replied, Remember, there was help from the knights. I'm fine, I'm just thinking. The Knight of Cold Steel, hearing this, felt relieved, glad to hear those words. Sorry for the delay, I'm Veronica Devil. Gerard let out a surprised sound, I. He was about to say something, perhaps to introduce himself. Before he could finish, a man walked over, apologizing for interrupting. Veronica Devil spoke up, asking, What's going on? The man walked up to her and asked, Are you the leader of the night squad? She nodded, Yes, I'm Deputy Commander Veronica Devil. The man held up his ID and introduced himself, I'm Inspector Lemlis from the Riederbelk City Police. I received information about a train attack in the Arat mountain range. Veronica Devil confirmed, Yes, we've eliminated all the terrorists. Lemlis expressed, We are very grateful for the knight's actions. However, there are some things not mentioned in the report. The man, who had been introduced as Gerard earlier, was also sitting nearby. He had heard everything that Veronica Devil had said. Upon hearing Lemlis, she asked, What is it? Lemlis was deep in thought. The train had been taken over incredibly quickly. Even though there were witches among them, they had infiltrated the magically powered train far too easily. Veronica Devil was also taken aback upon hearing this. Lemlis didn't give her a chance to think further and continued, We suspect that someone on this train may have assisted in the attack. At this point, the image of the train staff member being shot amidst the chaos appeared. Veronica Devil raised her hand to her chin in contemplation, What you just said makes sense, but of course, this is entirely just speculation. Lemlis added, We will immediately send someone after we identify the suspect. Veronica Devil nodded, understood. She turned to the man behind her and said, Do you understand? As long as you're honest, there won't be any problems. The man was Gerard. After removing his mask, he fell into deep thought. He smiled, but inside, he was uneasy. This is bad. Gerard's identity is flawless. The ticket was bought through a normal transaction, and I boarded the train legally. The problem lies in my face, no matter how you look at it, this is not the face of a person over 40 years old. He thought about the consequences he might face, I'm sure I'll be hanged, or if I'm lucky, I'll endure some kind of torture. There are plenty of knights and inspectors outside, so escaping is obviously impossible. Above all, The character of this deputy captain is the epitome of someone who treats criminals mercilessly. She might smile and treat me kindly now, but the moment I'm identified as a suspect, I imagine Veronica Devil will swing an icy blade down, splitting my body in half just like she did with that criminal sorcerer before. Lemlis entered and asked, "Are you all right, sir?" "I apologize, it took me quite a while to get the passenger list from the ship. I was just verifying your identity." "There's no need to worry. If you still have your train ticket, may I see it?" Gerard handed the ticket to Inspector Lemlis. "Here." An inspector standing next to Lemlis spoke up, "There doesn't seem to be any problem with compartment 403. Inspector Lemlis took the list and examined it. "Compartment 403, you say?" "Let me see." A young man around 20 years old named Luer Kaisi, and a man around 40 named Gerard. Lemlis raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where is the other person?" Gerard spoke up, narrating the situation to ensure Lemlis was fully informed. He was unfortunately caught in an explosion when the train was attacked. It happened just as the train was crossing the Arat mountain range, so he tragically fell into the abyss. Lemlis fell silent, seemingly pondering whether this information was reliable. Gerard quietly swallowed, knowing that if anything went wrong, he would be in trouble. At this moment, Veronica Devil approached and said, "Please wait a moment, this man cannot be the suspect." Lemlis turned to ask her, "What do you mean?" Veronica Devil further explained to Lemlis. "He fought against the terrorists before the knights arrived." "Why would he do that if he were an accomplice?" Lemlis questioned. "Fought with them? Oh, I see now. So that's what happened?" Lemlis glanced at Gerard, expressing an apology. But then he addressed him as Lord Ludger. He was no longer living under the name Gerard. That man would now be Ludger Cherish. Lemlis and Veronica Deville were startled. Lemlis read the list, then realized that the man called Sir Ludger was very special. "What's this? Did you just get accepted into the Siren Academy?" Veronica Deville couldn't hide her surprise either. "What? Siren?" Both of them looked at Ludger Cherish with admiration. Wow! At that moment, he was living under a new identity. Ludger Cherish stood up, holding his bag, and placed a hat on his head. He answered the question from Lemlis and Veronica. "That's right. As you both just said, I am the professor who has just been accepted, Ludger Cherish." At this point, the group had disembarked from the train and were chatting before parting ways. Lemlis spoke up. "Sorry once again for the inconvenience, Sir Ludger Cherish." Ludger Cherish reassured him. "It's fine, I wouldn't have gotten here so smoothly without the help of both of you." Lemlis asked, "Why not let me escort you to Siren Academy?" Ludger Cherish waved his hand. "No, that's not necessary." Lemlis added, "You are the one who will be teaching the next generation of the Empire. How could I just let you go alone?" Inside, Ludger Cherish felt uncomfortable. "No, being escorted by you two would make me feel even more uncomfortable." He politely said, "I need to go to a place to deal with some personal matters. There's no need to make it difficult for yourself just because of me." Lemlis understood and didn't try to hold him back any longer. "If Lord Ludger has said so, then I wish you a smooth and pleasant journey." Ludger Cherish turned around to bid farewell to Lemlis and Veronica Devil. "I must take my leave now. And Miss Veronica, though brief, it was a pleasure meeting you." Veronica Devil responded cheerfully, "Yes, Lord Ludger, I hope we can meet again." Lemlis and Veronica Devil watched Ludger Cherish walk a distance before they left. Gerard, in the guise of Ludger Cherish, walked a bit further before he let out a sigh of relief. I did it. I'm sorry, Ludger. But you saved me." He thought to himself, "I'm lucky that the photography skills in this world aren't that advanced. The real Ludger and I would be hard to tell apart from just a single photo. I should be fine as long as I can get out of this mess." I need to escape quickly while finding a new identity. After walking a few steps, a voice called out to him, Lord Ludgercherish. Gerard, in the guise of Ludgercherish, froze in surprise. The man continued. So it's really you. I saw you talking with the group of knights. The man bowed to Ludgercherish and introduced himself. I am an employee of Seerin Academy, my name is Wolford. I came to pick you up after hearing the news about the train bombing. It's fortunate that you're all right. Please, come with me. I'll take you to Seerin Academy. Ludgercherish pursed his lips. So, it seems you can't immediately go find a new identity. Ludger climbed into the carriage with Wolford and they headed towards Seerin Academy. He sat inside, deep in thought. Wolford rode outside, while Ludger contemplated, this is bad. I didn't think they would send someone specifically to pick me up and that person. The man sent to get me isn't just any ordinary employee. I noticed him setting aside his muscular build, but I couldn't sense his presence when he approached me. He must have been a knight at least. If I try to get away using some foolish excuse, he'll definitely suspect and follow me. For now, he had to choose the safer option. It would definitely be better than fleeing. Gerard had been confirmed dead. Right now, he was just a ghost, so no matter how far he was dragged, no one would pay attention. Honestly, it would be better if he had a solid identity. It seemed like he should continue pretending to be Ludgercherish while waiting for the right opportunity. The carriage stopped. Mr. Wolford informed him. We've arrived. On the day Ludger, he introduced. This is the Seerin Academy. He looked around in astonishment, unable to believe it. What? This whole place is the Seerin campus. It's even bigger than I thought. Wolford said. I'll take you to the office. You can leave your luggage with me. The Seerin Academy campus was indeed vast. Ludgercherish followed Wolford to a magnificent castle. Mr. Wolford stood outside, leaving him to enter alone. Inside the room, he introduced himself. I am Ludgercherish, here at your summons. The distance between him and the person sitting opposite was quite far. She rested her hand on her face, which bore a faint smile. Then, the person spoke. I've been waiting for you. Mr. Ludger, I am the headmistress of Seerin Academy, Elisa Willow. In a room at Seerin Academy, the headmistress inquired about the new professor. Are you all right? I heard you were involved in an assassination attempt. Ludgercherish politely replied, It's not that serious, I was saved by a knight at the critical moment. The principal, in a cheerful mood, clapped her hands, That's indeed good news. Our academy would earn a bad reputation if we let the newest professor get injured. Ludgercherish thought to himself, to put it plainly, it's probably because of the school's reputation. She must not be thinking clearly. More importantly, I've had a strange feeling about this for a while. Did I imagine it? Have I met this professor before? Does she recognize that I'm not him? The principal then showed a very affectionate expression as she looked at Ludgercherish. This is the first time I've met you in person, but you really are quite handsome. He reassured himself, probably not. Ludgercherish spoke up, Thank you for the compliment, you don't have to be so polite. The principal sighed in admiration, Oh my, no. When the new semester starts, the students will surely be talking about it. Alright, first, take this. I had informed you earlier, but it doesn't hurt to be a little more thorough. Principal Willow handed Ludgercherish a contract. The contract would last for 2 years. His salary was written in it, and we would provide him with a room and board. Ludgercherish picked up the contract and examined it. This must be the contract. I plan to leave as soon as possible, so it doesn't really matter. But then, he suddenly noticed a detail. A monthly salary of 20 imperial gold coins, which is equivalent to 30 million dinars in the continent's common currency, so that's about 300,000 US dollars. Principal Willow rested his chin on his hand. Well, the terms are okay, aren't they? Ludger Cherish replied. Not bad. But inside, a storm was brewing. Not bad? No, I've hit the jackpot. Calm down. But that also means the expectations for a professor at Seerin Academy are very high. Can I even stay here? Ludger Cherish felt a chill run down his spine. This place is full of geniuses in the Grand Hall, but I've already committed to the job, and it would be more suspicious if I came all the way here only to refuse. I have no choice but to agree. Deception, manipulation, and playing with emotions are my strengths. Ludger Cherish replied, I've double-checked, let's just sign the contract. Ludger thought to himself, I really do have experience, and my theoretical knowledge isn't weak either. I think I'd do just fine as a professor. Principal Willow extended her hand toward Ludger Cherish. All right then, I look forward to working with you, Professor Ludger. He reached out and shook her hand. Likewise, Principal Willow. Ludger Cherish silently thought, just 2 years, I can endure it for 2 years, then I'll be free. His first task, that evening, as the moon rose high. Ludger Cherish sat in the room that had been arranged for him at the academy. He stretched out his hand and sat comfortably in the chair. In 3 weeks, the school year will begin. There's so much I need to prepare. What's even harder to believe is that they've even rented a whole house for me. So now, I'm a professor at Seerin Academy. He looked up at the ceiling, gazing while thinking, I've been in this world for 27 years now. Reincarnated without any abilities, just the memories of my previous life. I had to survive on my own because of those awful parents. I've made it through so many ridiculous situations, and it's hard to believe that now I'm a professor at Seerin Academy. This feels almost like being a spy. If I had to be forced into being a spy, this might be better. Yeah, I guess I do need a new identity. He sat down and thought further, and this swindler, Ludger Cherish, is perfect for me to impersonate. He looks like a fallen noble from a small kingdom called Quoden. He's an only child, and both of his parents have passed away. All the letters he exchanged with his acquaintances are formal. It seems he wasn't particularly close to anyone. That means no one will recognize me. This identity is perfect. The rest are teaching materials and information about the Seerin Academy. Alright, I need to scout the area. Ludger Cherish sat down again, his stomach growling. I just remembered I haven't eaten anything since the train accident. I guess I'll start tomorrow morning. Ludger Cherish thought again, where did they say the restaurant was? Evening gradually gave way to the morning light. Ludger Cherish sat at the restaurant, reviewing documents while sipping his coffee. It had been over 2 weeks already, time really does fly. I've managed to get most of the necessary tasks done, and the preparations for the classes are going smoothly. Another week until the new school year begins, I just need to practice some more. Another customer entered the restaurant. Ludger Cherish thought, looks like it's getting crowded. I should go back and prepare for the orientation session. A person with a covered face and an air of mystery walked in. This person sat near Ludger Cherish's table and spoke up. I'm glad to see you're safe. I thought something might have happened to you. Gerard, living under the identity of Ludger Cherish, was startled upon hearing this. Could this be someone who actually knows the real Ludger Cherish? In the bustling empire, at a luxurious restaurant, the two sat with their backs to each other. Gerard was at a loss, unable to understand what was happening. The stranger continued. Why haven't you contacted us in these past 2 weeks? The other members are quite curious about the status of a level 1 individual like yourself. Gerard took a sip of his coffee, his face darkening. Eventually, he set his coffee cup down. I need to check on a few things. In his heart, he silently confirmed, it wasn't a coincidence, they were searching for him. Yes, they were definitely looking for someone named Ludger Cherish. The person was dressed in a coat and hooded cloak, with dark sunglasses covering their face. The assassination was just an accident. We didn't think the rebels would attack at that time. Gerard, in the persona of Ludger Cherish, continued, I also need information about the Seerin Academy. The other person was startled, what? Didn't we already send that to you? Now, as Ludger Cherish, Gerard spoke to explain, I need to verify if the information is accurate. The other person did not ask any more questions. Ah, I understand now. Gerard silently cursed in his mind, damn it, doesn't he understand what's going on? I should play along to avoid suspicion. He continued, has everything been handled on your end? The girl, Sedina Rogan, a member of the Black Dawn organization, replied, of course. Before I came here, we assassinated all the key figures of Seerin Academy and identified the traitor within the organization. From what I've heard, their limbs were torn off, shoved into their own mouths, and then thrown to the stray dogs. Do you think that suits those traitors? He listened in silence, then muttered, that's awful. At this moment, Ludger Cherish gently lifted his coffee cup and said, calm down. Suddenly, Sedina Ron flinched and quickly apologized. I should have checked before reporting. Ludger Cherish maintained his calm demeanor, but inside he was wondering what was going on. He cautiously spoke. It's fine, but why did you come to see me all of a sudden? Sedina Rogan explained. Because it's been almost half a month, and the first-tier people have come here, but there has been no news. He responded accordingly. So you took matters into your own hands during such a crucial time? Sedina Rogan became flustered. Ah, I'm sorry. He was angry and said sharply. Your suspicious outfit has already been bothering me. He slammed the coffee cup down and continued. Do you want to look even more suspicious? Ludger Cherish thought that they were agitated by their own actions, which was probably the case. He observed her and thought, this girl is afraid of someone named Ludger. He ran his hand through his hair and said, all right, it's time for the inspection. So, how many people have gathered so far? Sedina Rogan reported. 31 second tier and 7 third tier have successfully infiltrated. The other first tier people arrived earlier and are stable as per the plan. Gerard, in the identity of Ludger Cherish, said, fully understood, I got it. I've checked everything. Stand up, Sedina Rogan, right? Yes, I understand. For the next meeting, just show up at the predetermined location. He asked again with a sharp tone, you want me to come? Sedina Rogan tensed, sweating. He turned around, his expression full of anger, someone as lowly as you is giving me orders? Sedina Rogan trembled as she explained, that's not what I meant, I don't want to hear your excuses. He stood up and ordered. I will decide the meeting location. I will only meet when called by someone of the same rank or a superior. Sedina Rogan clutched the fabric on her knee, shaking with fear. Someone higher. Are you talking about Zero Order? Gerard, using Ludger Cherish's identity, replied. Yes, unless it's from Zero Order, don't bother me with trivial matters. His back gradually faded away, growing more distant. Sedina Rogan remained seated there. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, damn it. Those guys are more dangerous than I thought. Gerard wondered. Assassinating key figures from the Seerin Academy. And what will they do with the traitors? They've truly lost their minds. I need to get out of here first. Suddenly, Sedina Rogan called out to him. Wait, please hold on for a moment. The man's expression darkened. He stopped and asked. What is it? Sedina Rogan wanted to know when he would contact them and how he planned to do so. Gerard remained silent for a while. In fact, he hadn't thought that far ahead. After a moment, instead of answering, he countered with a question. Do I need to tell you everything myself? Sedina Rogan stammered. No, sir, please make sure to return safely. After Gerard returned, he went through all the information on Ludger Cherish, a fallen noble. He had no family.
He had reached the 4th level faster than anyone and was a professor at Siren Academy?
Gerard sat on the bed, grinding his teeth, cursing himself silently.
Damn it, I should have suspected it earlier.
The initial reason, the ideal circumstances of Ludger, was because this identity had been created for this very purpose.
He couldn't use his real identity to infiltrate Siren Academy.
All the letters he sent and received under the name Ludger were just signals. Gerard held his head in frustration.
Damn it.
He lay on his back on the bed, the expensive chandeliers above still shining brilliantly.
But Gerard didn't care. He tugged at his ear with his hand, thinking to himself, I'm done for.
I can't believe the rushed decision I made has led me to something like this, to a nuclear bomb situation. Gerard walked over and sat at the desk.
He flipped through the pages to review. He's sending and receiving signals in Quoden, huh? I suspected it because the sentences here are so disjointed. But the real issue is.
Gerard looked at an important page, Level 1, infiltrate the Siren Academy under the identity of a professor and a trusted agent.
Further instructions will be sent depending on the situation. He thought, the Siren Academy isn't the only thing I should be worried about.
At this moment, Gerard was using the identity of Ludger Cherish. He squeezed his eyes shut and rubbed his temples, trying to think. But the more he thought, the harder it became to believe. What kind of high-level secret society would get caught up in a ridiculous assassination on a ship, and even end up dead? At that moment, Gerard remembered Ludger. He was a high-ranking member of an organization that had embedded many spies in the Siren Academy.
A person like that should have survived this, right?
Gerard thought about Ludger Cherish and sneered so hard that his shoulders trembled.
What's the point of criticizing the dead?
Anyway, there's one more thing I'll never be allowed to know about myself.
No one else but the people here, and those I haven't met. Siren Academy and the secret society. Maybe it'd be better to get in touch with them today.
According to the girl I met today, the secret society has 4 levels, Level 0, Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3. I don't know what Level 0 is, but I know that its existence right now is a good thing.
The most important thing right now is who the remaining Level 1 is.
If he's a friend of Ludger Cherish, he'll soon figure out that I'm an imposter. For now, priority number 1 is not getting caught. The ideal scenario in my mind right now is for Siren Academy to take care of them for me. Siren is very powerful. Once those guys make a move, no matter how strong the secret society is, they won't be able to wipe them out. He placed his hand lightly on his forehead. Of course, I should provide matching information to avoid getting stuck between the two sides. Just thinking about the tightrope I have to walk to keep both sides calm gives me a headache. Gerard was living as Ludger Cherish now, and he had once again put himself in a difficult position.
He exhaled and continued thinking, 2 years, no time to relax anymore.
In the morning at the academy, the lobby was filled with many professors and students of Siren chatting about the new school year. In the lecture hall, students were gossiping among themselves.
Have you heard? The new professor for the theory of charms and elemental decoding class has just arrived. Another student, surprised, replied, the second-year class has a new professor? They must be really good, huh?
I don't think it was planned, one student continued. The previous professor suddenly resigned. I mean, the professor was opposed by the students.
Right in front of the other students, too.
A girl approached and quietly spoke to her friend beside her. Flora, they're talking about you.
Flora Lumos was a second-year student at Siren Academy. She spoke up, oh my, what did I do for them to talk about me like that?
As a student, I just wanted to point out to the professor that their magic techniques were wrong.
Her friend awkwardly laughed, yeah, that's right.
The murmurs of other students continued. They were discussing the new professor, and his background was quite impressive. I heard he wrote a lot when he was an army officer.
Doesn't that mean he's a good person? Definitely not ordinary. But did you know, he's a fallen noble?
The other students were surprised.
Really? Well, that should make it easier to get good grades. Flora Lumos tilted her head. Is that so? How disappointing. Outside the door, the tip of the man's shoe just touched the floor of the room. He stepped inside the classroom. The new professor slammed his hand on the table, creating a loud sound to remind the students to be quiet. He introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. I'm the new professor, Ludger Cherish. Ludger Cherish squinted his eyes as he looked at the students below. He spoke again. Since this is a trial lesson, I won't dive straight into the material. Instead, I'll start by sharing a few points. I will teach you all spells, but the way I teach will be different. I'll focus on practical application. I won't just teach theory, and this class won't be exclusively for second-year students. First years can join as well. The students began whispering. Ludger Cherish raised his hand, signaling for silence. I understand your complaints, but I will not reduce the difficulty of this class, so please don't try to bargain. A student raised her hand to ask a question. May we know why you allow first-year students to attend the class, Professor? The one who raised her hand was the third princess of the Exilian Empire. She was Elendin von Exilian. Gerard, in the guise of Ludger Cherish, looked at the student and fell into thought. It seemed like he had seen that face somewhere before. He regained his composure and answered the student's question. As an educator, I believe it is my responsibility to teach equally. Even though they are from different years, I still understand that my class differs from the current standards. Elendin von Exilian wanted him to elaborate further. Please, Professor, could you explain in more detail? I still find it very hard to understand. Ludger Cherish responded, if I explain everything now, where would the fun be? If you're curious, you can attend my next class. However, I must warn you, if you think taking my class and getting a grade will be easy just because I am a new professor, then you will regret it. While saying this, he silently added to himself. Please don't come to my class. Of course, Gerard had already prepared thoroughly for his lessons. But he thought that the fewer students, the better. If second-year students have to study alongside first-year students, they will feel insulted, won't they? He continued with a light smile. Also, who would want to attend their own class if they already know it's difficult? He announced, I've said everything. Does anyone have any questions? The students below exchanged glances, then whispered, is it because he's from the military? His aura is truly impressive. They say he's the youngest person to achieve level 4, is that true? Ludger Cherish understood, they were curious about many things, but no one asked any questions. Flora Lumos nodded, then glanced at the new professor. Ludger Cherish said, if there are no questions, then the trial lesson ends here. Ludger Cherish wandered down the hallway of the Seerin Academy. Who would have thought no one would ask anything? I thought there'd be a few questions about myself. Well, I guess that's a good thing for me. But all the answers I spent time preparing are now useless. Suddenly, Ludger Cherish frowned slightly. Wait a minute, don't tell me they're deliberately ignoring me. It wouldn't be that strange. I should be more approachable. Maybe I've offended them. Am I putting too much pressure on myself? Ludger Cherish opened his eyes after a moment of silent contemplation. He saw groups of students approaching and looking at him. More students arrived, and gradually it became crowded, yet they simply stood on either side without moving. The students parted to keep their distance from where Ludger Cherish stood. He was astonished. It was just a guess, but is it actually true? A beautiful girl walked up to him from behind. Hello. You're the new professor, Ludger, right? She introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Selena. I'm also a new professor, just like you. He realized she was also a new professor. Ludger Cherish politely responded. Ah, nice to meet you. Is something the matter? Selena hesitated. Ah well. She stepped forward to face Ludger Cherish. She asked him timidly. Have you eaten yet? Ludger Cherish joined the gathering of professors at Seerin Academy and greeted warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you all." The other professors were also very friendly. One of them introduced himself. "I'm Brino, in charge of the Golem summoning class." Another professor also greeted him warmly. She introduced herself. "I'm Merida. I teach the subject of seduction and illusion, part of the Curse and Shadow Dispelling course." He walked over and greeted, "It's a pleasure to meet everyone. I'm in charge of the spellcasting class. My name is Ludger Cherish." He silently assessed the situation. Is this a party for the new professors to get acquainted with each other? The female professors gasped in awe. "Oh my, you're even more handsome up close." Ludger Cherish, polite as ever, said, "Thank you." Nearby, a male professor looked at him, but when Ludger Cherish looked back, the man turned away. Professor Merida approached and whispered to him. "That's Professor Chris Benamor. As you can see, he's a nobleman, not like the commoners like us." A large question mark appeared in Ludger Cherish's mind. He replied, "I see." Gerard, in the form of Ludger Cherish, mentally reviewed the list of new professors, 1 noble, 1 fallen noble, and 3 commoners. Ludger Cherish glanced at the 3 professors who were of common birth. They may all have different sets of rules, but each of them possesses extraordinary skill in their field. In other words, it's highly likely that one of them is a high-level member of an organization. Ludger Cherish was confused. It wasn't easy to arrive early, and it was even harder to trust his colleagues. Professor Chris Benamor voiced his annoyance. "I can't stand being here any longer. I was so curious to see what the newcomers would be like. Who would have thought it would just be a fallen noble and a few commoners? Don't dirty me with your presence, just keep having fun with each other." Chris Benamor pointed at Gerard, who was in Ludger Cherish's form, and bluntly stated, "Especially you, don't get cocky just because you're a fallen noble like that." Professor Merida visibly frowned. "She told me. I know he's a noble, but how can he look down on us like that?" "Don't pay attention to that guy," Professor Ludger Cherish said. "I'm fine. If he's not joining us, why don't we go eat without him?" Professor Selena didn't object. "Ah, okay," Professor Brino happily agreed. "All right, sounds good." So, the 4 of them went to the restaurant. He looked at the scenery and thought, right now, he should feel satisfied that he wouldn't have to eat alone. The night had fallen, enveloping the academy. In a corner of the Seerin Academy, a message appeared on the system from a female student, discussing something with a stranger. The people there were talking to each other. One person asked, "Have you heard about the new professor, Ludger Cherish? He's rumored to be the youngest to reach level 4 and even has military experience. I've also heard he was involved in a hunt for mysterious creatures. People even say he wrote his name on the magic tower as a free sorcerer. Is that true?" Sedina Rogan continued typing. She was spreading information about the new Professor Ludger Cherish. Sedina thought to herself, "I can't let the class of a first-grade professor be ruined." She picked up her black glasses and said to herself, "I have to rally as many students as possible to attend his class." Other students sat in front of their screens, reading the information, intrigued. "Even first-year students can join?" A student nodded, then pondered further. Other students seemed to find it interesting. "Sounds fun. I think I'll give it a try." The next morning, Ludger Cherish walked leisurely down the hallway. Today was the very first real class. He wondered, "I wonder how many students will still be here. I clearly gave a warning that my class would be like hell. So, no student would want to attend, right? If there are any, it must be because they have no other choice, since all the other classes are already full. The most there could be is maybe 30 students at most." The students were chatting among themselves. "Right, you saw that post too?" The male student responded with an O sound. "Yeah, he did. He saw the post last night." Ludger Cherish entered the lecture hall. The moment he stood at the door, he was startled. The reality was completely different from what he had anticipated, and he was taken aback by the sight. Ludger Cherish wondered how this could be possible. Were all 80 seats really filled? And there were even many first-year students too? How could that happen? The students gazed up at the professor with admiration. Wow, the moment he stepped into the classroom, the professor created this atmosphere. He must have worked in the military before. In reality, Ludger Cherish's heart was in turmoil. Wasn't it more comfortable to attend a class with upperclassmen? It felt like someone had pulled the strings behind the scenes to deceive him. Ludger Chaley didn't really know if anyone had been pulling the strings behind this, but the person responsible was none other than Sadina Rogan, the female student who was always cheering from behind. Go ahead, level 1, you can do it. Ludger Cherish raised his hand to his face, calming himself down. No, it must be because I underestimated the academy. The Seiran Academy is home to the top students on this continent. I should have triggered their competitive instincts. Standing above, Ludger Cherish looked down from his vantage point, nearly 100 pairs of eyes fixed on him. He exhaled deeply and thought to himself, there's no turning back now. He spoke. Since some of the students are attending this class for the first time, I'll introduce myself once more. I am Ludger Cherish, and I will be teaching the overview of the process of spellcasting. I will do my best to teach with all the ability I have. A male student raised his hand below and asked. I have a question. When you say overview, does that include all 4 specialties? Ludger Cherish glanced at the male student. Questions may only be asked with my permission. I will overlook this for now since it's your first time. The male student, hearing this, looked quite flustered and didn't say anything more. Ludger Cherish announced the rule, from now on, anyone who interrupts the lesson or challenges me as a teacher will have points deducted. Of course, there will also be opportunities to earn extra points. So, make sure to work hard. The students, hearing this, unconsciously reminded themselves to take the subject seriously. Ludger Cherish looked at the male student who had asked the question. He continued, but since you asked, my answer is yes, I will teach all 4 core disciplines. The 4 core disciplines are release, elemental possession, superpowers, telepathy, and reinforcement. These are the corresponding names. Flora Loomis lightly tapped her fingers on the desk, thinking, normally, just teaching 2 disciplines would be difficult, but he's planning to teach all 4, and he's just a new professor? It feels like he's exaggerating. Ludger Cherish tapped on the board and continued, since today is the first lesson, I will show you this to spark some interest. A small red vortex appeared. Ludger Cherish explained, this is a level 3 fire elemental spell, the Flame Oscillation. It uses release as a foundation to ignite, oxidize, condense, expand, diffuse, and accelerate. These 7 components will combine to form a unified rule. Next to Ludger Cherish was a flickering ring of flame, appearing like a complex yet captivating spell. He added, what I am showing you is how to cast spells 3 times faster. The other students, except for Flora Lumos, showed no change in expression but seemed to be intrigued. Is he really shortening the casting time? Is that even possible? He must be lying. One student turned to ask the person next to them, Flora, do you think he's telling the truth? Flora Lumos rested her chin on her hand. I can't say for sure. I don't think it's possible unless the fundamental structure of the spell has been altered. There are methods, like using leather sheets to store spells as written text or reflecting memories, but each has its own limitations. Flora Lumos thought for a moment. If he's intending to go for one of those 2 methods, I'd be very disappointed, Professor. Ludger Cherish said, I'm sure you have many questions. I'll answer only a few. Many students raised their hands to ask questions. I'm Alex Saline, a second-year student. What do you mean by shortening the casting time, Professor? Ludger Cherish replied, what I mean is that it will be cast faster. The next moment, a female student asked.
I'm Dahlia, a first-year student.
Does that mean you will adjust the technique, sir? Ludger responded.
No, if the technique has been perfected, messing with it would be like using a different spell. What you see as speeding up the casting is still maintaining the spell as it originally is. This time, Flora Lumos raised a question. She raised her hand.
Professor, that can't be right. Ludger Cherish momentarily didn't offer any explanation but instead looked at the student who had just spoken, scrutinizing her a bit more carefully than the others. The female student introduced herself. I'm a second-year student, Flora Lumos, professor.
The other students turned to look at her in shock. No way, they whispered among themselves.
Flora. Flora is finally speaking up. That professor is done for now.
Ludger Cherish observed this female student quietly, noting that she was different from most of the others.
He then spoke.
I've never agreed to allow unsolicited comments, but this time, I will listen.
Why are you so certain it's impossible? Flora Lumos expressed her opinion.
According to the existing methods, the only way to shorten the casting time is through the ability of regeneration. The professor is talking about an achievement that no genius has ever reached before, so I can't trust it. At that moment, he raised his hand, resting his chin, and responded.
Instead of saying it cannot progress, what if it doesn't progress at all?
Others were astonished.
What?
Professor Ludger Cherish continued.
Magic is stagnating because it is overly focused on historical customs.
Meanwhile, science is steadily developing to the point that it could threaten the position magic has held for so long. I'm not saying that science is superior to magic, but that magic still has a chance to evolve. So, your judgment is mistaken.
No one has ever attempted to improve it. I will be the first.
Flora Lumos was astonished, mixed with some discomfort. She wondered if the professor really meant that.
In her heart, Flora Lumos silently cursed, "What the hell is this? He is so arrogant he doesn't even know shame." Ludger Cherish continued his explanation. It will be difficult to understand just by explaining, so I will show you. You said your name is Flora. Do you know the average casting time of a lightning fire spell? Flora Lumos replied, "It depends on the caster.
If it's a third level witch, it takes 10 seconds.
Higher levels will shorten it to 5 seconds.
Ludger responded, "True, but I'm not relying on leveling methods. I'm talking about techniques that match each student's abilities in the class." Flora Lumos brushed her hair aside and continued, "The fastest case would be 5 seconds, although you might be able to cast a bit faster."
Ludger exclaimed, "Oh, you really are confident. So, could you come up to the podium and demonstrate live?" Flora Lumos stood up and said, "Sure." She walked up and cast the spell. A quick circle of magic was slowly formed by Flora. Other students gasped, "Wow, that was incredibly fast. No wonder she's the daughter of the Lumos family." Ludger Cherish checked the stopwatch, 4.78 seconds.
The total spell casting time, an almost impossible feat for second-year students.
The process was also flawless. Flora Lumos turned and said, "This is nothing."
Ludger replied, "But it's still too slow."
Flora Lumos was taken aback. "What?"
Professor Ludger explained, "The fastest record for a third level which is 4.41 seconds, so it's still too slow.
If you can get used to it, you can be faster. That 4.44 second record is still too slow." The other students whispered, "Is he serious? How fast could he possibly perform?"
Ludger Cherish extended his hand and instructed the students to observe closely. "This is how you use the firebolt."
Ludger Cherish began his demonstration, and Flora Lumos was confused. What is he doing? That's not firebolt technique. But Ludger's next actions left the entire classroom stunned. Flora Lumos and the other students gaped, unable to believe their eyes. What just happened? The spell was completed in the blink of an eye.
No, wait, it took at least a second to finish.
Flora Lumos thought to herself, that definitely wasn't the firebolt technique.
There was no spell completion process at all. Ludger Cherish asked the students, "Did you see that?" "I'll do it again for those who missed it." Ludger Cherish extended his hand and repeated the motion. This time, Flora and the other students looked at him with entirely different expressions than before. Ludger said, "After all, your expressions have all changed." He picked up the stopwatch and looked at it. The flash of fire I just cast only took 0.24 seconds, a huge difference compared to the current record. However, it seems a bit unusual because it was the first time I recited the incantation. The technique I used wasn't flash of fire, but the result in the end was exactly the flash of fire spell. More precisely, I used one spell to cast another. The students were given an additional topic to discuss: what on earth is the technique of using one spell to cast another? Ludger continued to explain, so, as soon as I paid for the item, a unique design immediately appeared. You can think of it like this. Through the biological hardware of a wizard, consuming data called mana and following a program called technique, it activates the software named magic. I call it the source code. Flora Lumos stood there, looking at the professor. She silently thought about what he had just said. Source code? I've never heard of this kind of magic before. What is he? Ludger asked. Has your question been answered, Flora? She bowed her head and said softly, then remained silent for a moment before adding. You interfere with the lecture without my permission because you can't overcome your own prejudices. Do you admit your mistake? Flora Lumos lowered her eyelids and replied. I admit it. Ludger Cherish solemnly announced. Your actions are an undeniable challenge to authority. Therefore, Flora Lumos, I will deduct 10 points from you. Her blonde classmate, who was quite close to Flora Lumos, was surprised. What? Flora is getting a penalty point, Flora? Flora Lumos was furious, but could only grit her teeth and storm back to her seat. After walking just a few steps, she was taken aback by Ludger Cherish's words. However, the fire flash technique you performed was flawless. I will award you 10 bonus points. I don't dislike capable students, it's commendable, Flora. Flora Lumos clenched her fists. She spoke up to thank the professor. The other students breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the 10-point penalty was as good as forgotten. Thank goodness. Flora Lumos walked back to her desk. Her friend sitting next to her asked, Are you okay, Flora? She sat down and replied, Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for caring, Cheryl. Her friend smiled. Now I feel relieved. Cheryl thought to herself, she can let it go so quickly, that's Flora for you. But when Cheryl turned to look the other way, she didn't know that Flora Lumos had silently pressed her lips together. In truth, the earlier incident wasn't something easy to just forget. On the podium, Ludger Cherish took off his jacket. He announced to the students. Now, let's begin the lesson. I will select a few students who can keep up with the class and teach them the source code if they want to learn it. Stay focused. The students below listened and immediately adjusted their postures seriously. One student looked up at the podium, feeling quite intrigued. Wow, because everyone kept saying strange things about the professor, I was worried I might have chosen a terrible class, but this is amazing. I'm in Seerin Academy, and that's A. Aiden. The clock struck the end of the class hour. The professor announced. The lesson will stop here. Ludger Cherish put his jacket back on and walked out. He instructed everyone. Go back and review on your own. A. Aiden was still sitting in the lecture hall. He was still in awe. That's incredible, source code. I never imagined I'd get to see something like that. A student spoke up. Hey, you guys are impressed just by seeing that little thing. He's the eldest son of Baron Pelliot, his name is Javon Pelliot. That guy says you're all secretly admitting you're idiots. That's why ordinary people can't do anything. Javon Pelliot stepped forward and stood next to Aiden. Aiden, confused, looked around, scratched his head, and said to Javon Pelliot, Sorry, are you talking to me?
Javon Pelliot, angry, replied. Are you mocking me? Aiden waved his hand. No, how could I do that? Javon Pelliot gritted his teeth and growled. Do you dare ignore Javon, the eldest son of Baron Pelliot? Aiden repeated. I already said I didn't. But Javon Pelliot wouldn't let it go. At that moment, Leo walked by, saw the situation, and witnessed everything. Leo asked Javon Pelliot. If you're referring to Baron Pelliot, isn't he located at the farthest edge of the empire? Javon Pelliot turned and looked at him, then replied with disdain. Does the Seerin Academy now accept even infants? Leo sighed and replied. Better to accept someone than that stupid kid from a childish Baron family. Hearing his family and himself insulted, Javon Pelliot became furious, grinding his teeth. He pulled out his wand and shouted, This name, this name. How dare you look down on a noble? I'll make you pay. Leo remained calm and said nothing. After a moment, Leo spoke up. Try it. Javon Pelliot was surprised, mixed with anger. What did you say? Leo walked down. He spoke to Javon Pelliot as he walked. I told you to try it, and you'll see what happens if you attack us. Leo stood facing him, challenging Javon Pelliot. Even if you're a noble, getting away with it at the Seerin Academy is not as easy as you think. Haven't you been under scrutiny since before you even came here? And also, when you yell like that, you should check your surroundings. Don't you see there are still plenty of people here? Javon Pelliot looked at the other students laughing, talking, and pointing at him, making him even angrier. What frustrated him more was that he couldn't do anything to Leo. Javon Pelliot angrily turned and walked away. You'll regret this. Aiden exhaled, then turned to the person beside him. Thanks for the help, I'm Aiden. The young man introduced himself. I'm Leo, no need to thank me, I just find it annoying when he causes trouble under the name of nobility. Aiden's face brightened, he complimented Leo, You're really kind. Leo felt uncomfortable. He asked Aiden. Did you even hear what I just said? Never mind, I'm leaving. Aiden was surprised. I'll go with you. Leo asked, Do you know where I'm going? Aiden said to Leo, The book you're holding is an alchemy textbook, right? My next class is also alchemy. Leo glanced at Aiden and replied, Up to you. Leo added, And it would be a lot better if you stopped giving off those signals. Aiden curiously asked, What signals? Leo responded, It's so amateurish, a signal that you're not learning magic properly. Leo's words hit Aiden like arrows. He stammered, Oh, really? I don't know much about that. Leo told Aiden, You should know what's happening around Seerin Academy, especially from the second year onward. There are a lot of students with outstanding achievements. First is Flora Lumos, a second-year student, who went up to the podium during class. Her personality is awful, you should stay away from her. There's even a rumor that the professor who performed the magic spell before quit because of her. Next is the royal lineage of the Exilian Empire, Princess Eileen von Exilian, third princess. It wouldn't end well for commoners like us if we interacted with a high-ranking noble. Aiden suddenly remembered. She's in this class too. I think I saw her in the middle of it. Leo said, Exactly, and finally, the leader of the largest noble faction in the second year, Frudenwalberg. Aiden asked, You mean one of the 3 ducal houses? Leo replied, Yes, they look down on commoners like us as if we were insects, so it's best not to get involved with them. Luckily, it seems he isn't in this class. Leo continued, That idiot from earlier is also part of the noble faction. He's always going on about how nobles are. And commoners are. Aiden mused, So that means I've already been marked by that side. Leo sighed, There's nothing I can do about it either. Anyone else? Leo said to Aiden, I can't tell if you're brave or just stupid. There are still a few more people, I'll tell you on the way. Aiden said excitedly, Great, Do you want to grab a meal together? Leo asked back, why would I do that? Neither of them knew that, from a corner, a female student was observing them. She smiled to herself mysteriously. Ludger Cherish walked down the hallway, thinking to himself, that reacted better than I expected. I wasn't really expecting much. The basic time frame of this world is around the 19th century on Earth. Even considering the strength of magic, it still lacks a lot compared to the advanced development of 21st century science. That's why I integrated science into magic this morning with the source code. Honestly, I never thought the reaction would be so intense. The first time I saw what I created, it wasn't bad at all. Just that much is all I expected. The magic can be used quickly and precisely. But the ultimate limit is the third level, and the creation process is incredibly complex. I can't continue relying on the source code. If I don't want to be discovered, I have to prepare much more. Ludger Cherish looked up at the sign above. He wondered, is this my office? Ludger Cherish opened the door and stepped in. Inside, Principal Willow was standing by the desk. When the principal saw him, she was surprised. Oh my, hello, Professor Ludger. How's it going? The decor is pretty nice, isn't it? It was Ludger Cherish who was surprised. Then, both of them went to the table and sat down to chat. Principal Willow introduced to him, Siren Academy provides each professor with their own private space. You can do whatever you want here. Ludger Cherish understood. Ah, I see. But what brings you here? Principal Willow asked back. Have I come to a place I shouldn't be? Ludger Cherish explained. I was just a little curious, and to be honest, feeling a bit of pressure. Principal Willow smiled slightly. Because Professor Ludger is now the invaluable speaker of Siren Academy. My, you are so straightforward. As the principal, of course, I must pay special attention to you. Principal Willow of Siren Academy looked directly at him. Ludger Cherish lowered his head slightly, thinking to himself. What's going on? Every time our eyes meet, I feel so uncomfortable. Principal Willow scolded him. But your expression is a bit cold. I was expecting your surprised expression, yet. Ludger Cherish apologized and said. I have to say, but I am already quite surprised. Ludger Cherish gritted his teeth, silently cursing inwardly. It's not half as surprising as encountering a ghost at midnight. I just opened the door, and how did you end up here? Principal Willow continued, the other newly hired professors were also surprised. Professor Ludger was the last one. Ludger thought to himself, you two started from other professor offices. Why am I the last one? Ludger looked at Willow, unless she's starting to notice something, even if it's a secret society. Someone can become the principal, and she can certainly pick up on the smallest changes within the Siren Academy. Could she be suspicious of me? No, but this really is too unfair. I don't belong to the secret society, yet I hold responsibilities of one. Willow asked Ludger, I heard that you accept new students and allow them to join your classes. He answered, yes, I don't intend to strictly separate the years. Principal Willow waved her hand, I'm not trying to criticize you, in fact, I agree with your method. There are some very talented first-year students. You said there's a student who uses unconventional magic? Willow appeared surprised, is that so? I only observed the attendance sheets of the students. Anyway, since the princess is also attending, please be careful and avoid any potential problems. You don't need to pay special attention to the girl, but it will be very difficult if any complicated issues arise. Ludger was surprised when he heard Willow mention the princess. Willow smiled at him and said, I have high expectations of you, Professor Ludger. At that moment, she stood up and said, anyway, I'm glad that your first class went smoothly. The students' evaluations weren't bad, so my worries have been eased. He said to Willow, you should have a cup of tea before leaving. Principal Willow happily replied, oh, thank you.
She walked toward the door and then turned around to smile at Ludger. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I still have a mountain of work to get through. Ludger said to Willow, please take good care of me. Principal Willow closed the door. Wolford was waiting outside. As soon as Willow came out, he asked, so, how is he? Is Professor Ludger trustworthy? Willow didn't answer immediately, but her expression was no longer as cheerful as it had been while talking with Ludger in the room. Principal Elisa Willow and Mr. Wolford walked down the hallway, continuing their conversation. He said, honestly, I'm not sure. Elisa replied, I am keeping an eye on the most suspicious person, but I cannot draw a conclusion yet. He laughed and said, is that so? If the principal herself is investigating, I believe we will make progress quickly. She smiled slightly and said, that's right, isn't it? Even after facing my enchanting magic twice, I am still surprised that he wasn't affected by it at all. She thought to herself, if he were at level 4, he surely wouldn't have been able to avoid it. There was no reaction after seeing my eyes twice. He resisted it purely through willpower. The image of Ludger flashed through her mind, accompanied by a sigh, an interesting man. Elisa quietly reflected on the recent train bombing carried out by a group of fugitives hiding within Siren. I can't afford to overlook even the smallest details. What if that attack was just a diversion, and Ludger changed in the chaos? Thinking this, she turned to ask Mr. Wolford, what do you think about this? He simply smiled and replied, I can't say for certain, but I do believe he's certainly not an ordinary person, though that's just my old man's instinct. His modest words made her laugh. He knew well that his ability to assess others was reliable. However, if she were to trust Professor Ludger, she would need to observe him for a little longer. While the two were chatting happily, inside the room, Ludger let out a deep, frustrated sigh. He gritted his teeth in frustration and muttered inwardly, meeting privately was just an excuse, no matter how I look at it, she came here to interrogate me. But then again, I haven't done anything to be caught yet. I should just keep doing what I've been doing. Looking at the list of students, he noticed the girl Flora Lumos. He thought to himself, now that I think about it, the Lumos family is an incredibly influential ducal family. He sat there dumbfounded, thinking, there's no way her family won't put pressure on me because of the previous incident, right? After thinking it over, he managed a wry smile while sweating with worry. Hey, there's no way she's still hung up on that, right? I even gave her extra points as a way to smooth things over. And just as the headmaster said, there are so many talented kids here. From those backed by magic to the Empire's princess. Then Ludger's attention was drawn to the photo of a boy wearing glasses, so this is the kid with the unusual magic, huh? But why does this child seem so familiar? I'll remember eventually. Anyway, I can't let my guard down yet. From the way she looked at me, it's clear she still doesn't fully trust me. He placed the list on the table and thought, maybe it would be better to join the secret society. The girl from before called me First Order, and I was relieved to hear that you're still safe. First Order? How could she not know Ludger's face when he boarded the ship? This means she was completely indifferent to the fact that Ludger's appearance had changed. If Ludger was indeed skilled at disguise and infiltration, then I. Thinking that, he immediately shook his head to dismiss the thought. No, of course not. I know all too well what will happen to me. If I get caught, there's no guarantee they'll rescue me, even after I've contributed to the organization. Right now, the only option is to do my job as a professor well. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. He responded, then opened the door. The person knocking was a young delivery man. He said awkwardly, "Hello, Professor Ludger. I'm here to deliver this item." He looked at the item and questioned, "A patrol certificate?" The delivery man quickly replied, "Yes, because today is Professor Ludger's shift." He glanced at the certificate, then thought to himself. Upon reflection, it seemed like it was also mentioned in the contract. While he stood there thinking, the delivery person hurried off.
Anyway, I've already delivered it to the person. I'll take my leave now. He sighed in worry. The patrol certification? I'm sure nothing will happen, right?
Moving to the classroom area, a blonde girl called Lady Dwynma was raising her voice, scolding another female student.
What did you say? Repeat that for me. The female student responded seriously. I said there is no reason for me to leave. This place is free to use for everyone. If you feel uncomfortable, why don't you leave on your own? The female student's name was Lin, a girl from a commoner background. Upon hearing that response, Dwynma sneered and said, Are you arguing with me? A lowly commoner like you? Lin retorted, Siren doesn't categorize students based on status or bloodlines, don't you know that?
This time, not just one, but several other students mocked Lin.
Do you actually believe in that nonsense that makes you happy in your ignorance? Such a foolish commoner, right? Lady Dwynma, those lowlifes are just trying to climb up, like I said.
Amid their mocking laughter, Lin fumed and thought, no matter what I say, these people have no intention of listening.
Another student shouted at her, You heard that, didn't you? Commoners should just kneel and beg for forgiveness. Lin didn't respond and turned to walk away.
Behind her, she could hear the flattery, Miss Dwynma.
That commoner has left, Miss Dwynma. Ha, she finally had to do that. So stubborn for no reason. However, Dwynma wasn't amused.
Grinding her teeth in anger, she snarled, How dare that commoner ignore me? She gripped her wand tightly and, unable to suppress her rage, shouted, How dare you?
Before casting a spell at Lin. Unexpectedly, someone created a shield to block the attack. Dwynma, furious, scanned the surroundings and demanded, Who did that? Who dares to interfere? From above, Ludger, standing on the upper floor, spoke out, What are you all doing?
I can't believe you would fight in a training area dedicated to the development of a witch's skills.
No, this isn't even a fight.
I never expected something like this to happen right at the start of the semester.
Clearly, Siren means nothing to you all. Lin looked up at him and asked, Professor Ludger, is that you?
He descended and continued, I was going to let it slide if it was just a typical argument, but no matter how I look at it, there's violence coming from one side.
Dwynma asked him, Why did you do that, sir?
This was clearly a matter of defending the authority of the noble class.
Ludger seemed confused. Authority? Then he asserted, All students at Siren are equal.
He looked at Dwynma, who was furious, and continued, Your bloodline, no matter how noble, doesn't matter.
That's why I can't let this go. Come with me immediately. Dwynma was truly enraged, unwilling to accept it.
She shouted, calling Ludger a fallen, despicable noble. After shouting, she was startled, realizing she'd gone too far. The students around them also appeared worried. Ludger angrily turned to look at her and asked, What did you just say? Gria's back was cold and distant, as if something very serious was happening. One face staring at his back was Dwynma, and the scene reached an extreme level of tension. This time, Ludger spoke in a harsh, menacing tone, Try saying that again. His words drove the atmosphere to a heightened point, making the tension of the conversation unbearable. At this moment, the anxiety and fear gradually became evident on Lin's face, with beads of sweat dripping down. Her expression was tense and worried. It wasn't just Lin, even the blonde girl appeared to be frightened. The sense of anxiety was clear on her face. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, more so than ever before. Each step, each footfall of a man could be heard, none other than Ludger. He approached Irender von Exilian, his face full of rage. He snarled, You just called me a fallen noble. His gaze was fixed on her, while she could only face that look, the look of fear. Fear was apparent in her eyes as she confronted his threatening question and his menacing expression. Meanwhile, in another scene, a tense event was unfolding as well. A student, with a worried expression, rushed over hastily. The student had something very important to report, so there was no time to waste. With all urgency, the student ran quickly toward Selena. Upon reaching her, the student urgently shouted, "Professor Selena, over here."
Selena looked in the direction the student pointed to, and hurriedly followed that way.
She dashed forward, pointing and shouting, "Professor Ludger."
The situation was becoming more and more tense.
A large hand was placed on the blonde girl, and once again, fear was evident on her face. "No one else, that hand belonged to Ludger,"
he said to her. "Yes, exactly as you said."
At that moment, Selena rushed over, thinking he was going to do something to the blonde girl. However, in the end, he only said that, leaving Selena surprised and confused about what was happening. Not only was Selena surprised, but the blonde girl was also shocked. She thought this time it was over for her. The surprise and confusion were evident on her face, with numerous question marks appearing, and a trembling, fearful question escaping her lips.
"What?" Ludger answered her question, still with a cold and intimidating expression. "Exactly as you said."
"I am indeed a fallen noble, but this is Siren, and I am a professor of Siren."
"What you just said was an act of outright provocation against the authority of a professor."
The blonde girl remained anxious and fearful after what Ludger had said. Not stopping there, he further asked her,
"Am I wrong?"
The blonde girl, confused, lowered her head and did not dare to speak a word. He, Ludger, continued, "But you are still a student. Adapting to such a completely different environment is very difficult for you, so I will overlook this, treating it as a warning for your careless words. Of course, you will have to face an appropriate punishment for what you've done to your classmate." The blonde girl seemed to realize her mistake and felt ashamed for being forgiven. After this, she would surely not repeat her actions. After speaking and assigning the punishment to the blonde girl, Ludger turned to check on Lin.
"Lin, are you injured?"
Lin was quite surprised by his concern, but she answered, "No, sir, I'm fine."
Ludger replied, "Then I can rest easy. The rest of this matter is up to you, Professor Selena." Selena, looking flustered, replied, "Ah, yes." Ludger's attention and inquiry surprised Selena, as the professor remembered her name. "Does he remember that I was in his class?"
"I was just one of the 80 people back then, someone not worthy of the professor's attention."
In Siren, everyone was equal.
Selena's first impression of him was that he was a scary professor. But now, she felt that she could trust and follow Professor Ludger, and she would do her best. As night fell, the professor sat on a public bench, his eyes and actions clearly showing signs of a headache. And in fact, he was really suffering from one. "If I had lived through this, I surely would have encountered a huge problem if I hadn't brought any medicine.
Why the hell is this happening right now?
I almost exposed my ugly side. I could already feel the early symptoms when I started my first year at the training center. Still, I endured until I encountered the argument. But halfway through, the symptoms worsened, and I planned to leave quickly. But for some damn reason, that girl raised her voice at that exact moment.
I couldn't just ignore it and pretend I hadn't heard anything.
I thought I had said a few lines that deserved applause, but my face was clearly uncomfortable.
Doesn't it look strange?" Ludger was holding a bottle of medicine. "The bottle I just took is the last one. I'll be fine within 5 days. Situations requiring mana could arise within those 5 days. If I borrowed the infirmary room, I would have to leave a note. Too dangerous.
I need to contact him quickly."
The next morning, Professor Ludger sat down to talk with Selena and Merida. "Werewolf, what did you just say?" Selena replied, "That's right.
Werewolf, the students who visited Rederblik yesterday saw a shadow wandering on the rooftops of the buildings in the middle of the night."
Ludger responded, "I see, it's an urban ghost story, isn't it?" Selena answered, "But there are witnesses inside Siren as well." Ludger asked again, "Inside Siren?"
Selena replied, "Yes, of course, they might have seen something else, but we cannot dismiss the possibility that it might be true. There have been strange occurrences inside the Siren Academy as well, and there are even 7 ghost stories related to Siren."
"Did you know that?"
Ludger said, "Such stories exist?"
Selena responded, yes, haven't you ever heard of them? He asked. Professor Selena seems to know a lot about these ghost stories. Selena awkwardly laughed and then said somewhat fiercely, it's not like I always go in depth when I hear ghost stories from inside Siren. It's just that when I want to have a light chat with the students, I tend to think of topics that are easy to discuss. That's why I learned a bit about those ghost stories. It's not because I have a deep interest in them, and certainly not because I like them or am fascinated by them. Ludger was surprised by her sharp response. You said it was a compliment, right? I understand now. Please calm down. Selena, it's not really. No, that's not it. Merida spoke up. By the way, Professor Ludger, I heard that you demonstrated an incredibly fascinating topic in your very first class? A world-shaking spell that can shorten the time of a spell's effect. What was it called again? Selena suddenly seemed to remember something. Source code. Merida said, yes, that's the one, right? Is it real? Professor Ludger, with a serious face, replied, yes. Merida said, so it really exists. Selena, shocked, said, I can't believe such a spell exists. At that moment, the conversation caught the attention of others, and everyone was looking on in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Professor Ludger also began to feel surprised by this turn of events. Merida said, that's because everyone is curious about Professor Ludger's magic, the rumors have already spread. Professor Ludger said, my magic. Merida then said, but is it all right to just demonstrate that shock magic here? Selena excitedly added, Merida's right. If it's that amazing, you might even get a patent from the magic tower. Professor Ludger replied, I don't really care about that stuff. He thought to himself, no, it's probably better to ignore the patents. Without backing, I'd just be lying there waiting to be robbed or beaten. And of course, I'm not sure what would happen if the magic tower reaches me first. But the problem was that the other professors were staring at him with fiery eyes. He was Chris Benamor, and those eyes could kill. Night fell, with only the faint glow of moonlight illuminating a city devoid of people. At this moment, Professor Ludger was standing rigidly in a corner of the city wall. It was unclear why he was there at this hour. Perhaps he was waiting for the wolf spirit to appear? Just then, he suddenly spoke, it's too late, am I just wandering around? Indeed, that was exactly it. The wolf spirit appeared and attacked Professor Ludger. The wolf spirit swung its claws at him, but it was unable to defeat the strength of Ludger. Lord Ludger spoke to it with disdain, I was still wondering why you were so late, turns out you were waiting to pull this little scare act. The werewolf was slapped across the face and cursed Ludger, damn it, do you expect me to just stand still and look surprised? Anyway, it's been a long time, brother. Ludger's commanding stance remained serious, yes, it's been a long time. In the quiet, moonlit night, the sound of their conversation echoed. He was still as troublesome as ever, just like in the past. What was it this time? A voice spoke, hands grabbing his face in a gesture of frustration, damn it, do you think I like this? I never expected that the dog, hugged by some strange woman, would end up pursuing me. The other person's face wore the expression of a friendly family dog, while his body resembled that of a battle-hardened werewolf. Hans was currently having a headache over this situation. Ludger, instead of comforting him, held back a laugh and pretended to be serious, saying, Han was just born with a sense of humor. Hans, furious, glared at the corner of his mouth that had lifted slightly, clearly mocking him. Hans angrily shouted, don't laugh just because you're not the one going through this. At this point, I feel like I'm cursed. Han is a person with a very unique trait. Every time he gets bitten by an animal, he absorbs its genes. After that, whether he wants to or not, he will transform into the form of that animal. A perfect example is now, where he is in the shape of a Pomeranian dog. Setting aside the fact that he's laughing at me, he carefully asked, did you bring the medicine? He handed over a syringe with a blue liquid and said, yes, it's here. Hans took it and injected it into his arm, phew. Thanks, I can't move around like this. As the liquid flowed into his bloodstream,
the fur on Han's body instantly disappeared.
Without you, I'd be suffering for days again. Hans's arms and legs gradually shrank, returning to their human form.
Watching Han's transformation, he was reminded of the moment they first met. Just like when we first met, I had a mission to eliminate a cryptid, but then a giant Chihuahua commander appeared, which took me by surprise.
Remembering that, Han also felt lucky.
If I hadn't met you, I might have ended up who knows where.
Thank God everything worked out, or I'd be dead by now.
But suddenly he remembered something and called out to him, "Hey, it's Ludger Cherish." Now that he thought about it, it seemed like that was the name written on the letter, a professor from Seerin Academy.
After Han injected the solution, the effects of being half human, half beast were completely nullified. He was now a strong man, his bare chest exuding a very masculine aura as he curiously asked him, "When did you create that identity? Also, why did we meet in Rederblik when the plan was to go to the capital? What happened?"
In the quiet of the night, his laughter echoed without restraint.
After hearing his story, Han couldn't stop laughing. "You're unbelievable. If it were me, I'd have been caught immediately. How the hell did you manage to save yourself in that situation?"
Looking at Han with a look of disdain, he could only let out a frustrated sigh. "If I wanted to live, I had no other choice." Han continued to laugh, then answered seriously, "Besides, that Ludger guy is part of a mysterious secret society."
He reluctantly allowed the laughter to be directed at him.
"Yeah, it's called the First Delegation." The First Order, the First Order. Han fiddled with the spinning knob attached to his backpack strap.
He then asked Han, "Do you know anything about it?" Han honestly replied, rubbing his chin, trying to think hard. "It must be in my memory."
His face was serious, yet there was a hint of doubt. Not long ago, a few people appeared in the underground world, claiming to be from some order. Upon hearing this, a sudden spark of realization flashed in his mind.
He definitely knew who they were. "So what's the name of that group?" Han answered, "It's called Black Dawn."
The group's emblem features a drop of water with rays of sunlight above it, and beneath it, there's a highly ornate eye. You might survive by luck, but remember, a single mistake could be enough to get you caught. Ludger closed his eyes, leaned against the wall, and calmly replied, "Right, so I need to prepare."
"By the way, did you bring the suitcase I asked for?"
Han suddenly remembered this and handed the suitcase to him.
But Ludger, with suspicion, asked, "You haven't opened it, right?" Han angrily retorted, "Am I crazy to open your suitcase? Even if I wanted to, I couldn't open it."
He nodded in agreement. "Now that I think about it, Sheridan has also been waiting for me. I'm really sorry." Han, with his kind heart, decided to overlook this. Well, no one expected something like this to happen, there's no need to apologize. Anyway, we both rely on the medicine. Opening his suitcase, he took out a bottle of pills and poured 2 tablets into his hand. Still sitting there, he rested his hand on the table and replied, "More importantly, the reason we could meet immediately is because you arrived 2 days ago."
"Why did you write in the letter that we had to wait?" Han was surprised, not understanding what he meant. Both of them were engulfed in confusion. He explained again, "What do you mean?"
"The rumors about the werewolf started spreading the day before yesterday."
Han couldn't believe his ears and explained, "I only arrived in Rederblik today. How could I have been wandering around for 2 days?"
A pause, then 2 more pauses, and then 4 more pauses hung in the air between them, both sensing that something was wrong. The atmosphere between them became heavy, as both felt that something unclean was present. He was so terrified that sweat streamed down his face, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Brother, that thing." He nodded and turned his gaze toward it. "It's real, a werewolf, the moon at its peak, countless galaxies above it. The beautiful scenery only adds to the unclean thing. It was sitting at the top of the building, its long arms dangling down. Its sharp fangs were bared, dripping with hunger.
Its bright eyes were searching for prey."
Hans was so shocked that he swore.
"Damn it, it's really there? I don't think it noticed us. We need to leave quickly."
The two of them carefully pressed themselves against the wall, watching it. You refused the suggestion. No, if we move, it will notice us.
Yeah, I have a hunch. It's hunting for prey.
From below, he could spot a silver tag gleaming under its fur at its neck.
Hans, I need to check it out.
Hans heard and looked at him as if he were crazy.
You want to give your life to that werewolf? How can you be so confident? Hans hurriedly tried to stop him, not wanting him to go. Do you want to catch the werewolf?
He explained, there's something shining on its neck, someone must have left it there. He just told him to give the suitcase to Han while he took out a gun.
Han was surprised by this information. Who would do something like that? That's why we have to check.
He loaded the gun, chambered around, and then tucked it into his waist. Watching him use the weapon, Han felt a sense of nostalgia. It's been a while since I've seen you use this.
The last time was when you were still an active cryptid hunter. Holding his suitcase close to his chest, Han asked, didn't you have a nickname back then? What was it? Van.
Before he could finish, he replied, Van Helsing. Then he strode confidently toward the werewolf. His figure, with broad shoulders as if embracing the galaxy, was protective, captivating others with its allure. His voice was commanding as he introduced himself, Abraham Van Helsing. The werewolf, with its keen senses, turned at the sound of his footsteps. It saw a man neither too fat nor too thin, perfectly fitting its taste.
Its mouth dripped with saliva.
Without fear of death, it leaped from the top of the building with a loud thud, landing right in front of him. The werewolf's breath was heavy and brutal. Its eyes gleamed, looking down, analyzing, just as I thought, there's a collar around his neck. There are many things I'm curious about, but I'll answer them one by one after I have the monster under control. Suddenly, the werewolf howled and advanced, using its sharp claws to swipe at him. He quickly dodged. With each step back, he created a trap beneath his feet. It clawed at him again and again, but he avoided each strike, all the while conveniently setting traps below. When there was nowhere left to retreat, his back hit the wall, yet he showed no fear. Seeing the monster baring its fangs and slashing its claws in front of him, he smiled lightly. In the next moment, his traps lit up and began to vibrate, causing the werewolf to roar in pain before collapsing to the ground.
What else was on the ground that made it scream in agony? Hans, hiding nearby, noticed the werewolf's strange behavior and couldn't help but wonder, did it accidentally eat something? That's why it's howling like a mad animal.
He explained to Hans, I set up a type of super resonance sound around here that normal people can't hear.
It must be causing excruciating pain in its head.
As he spoke, he took out a syringe from his pocket and continued. There's no need to use an expensive silver bullet.
Now, let's see where this came from.
He raised the needle high in the dim moonlight, the metallic sheen of the needle reflecting faintly. Before he could inject the werewolf, a shout from the other side reached him. The battle earlier must have stirred the nearby residents. The sound coming from that direction was, everyone, move quickly. His face contorted in displeasure as he muttered, why now, of all times?
While he was still pondering, he let his guard down.
The werewolf seemed to be recovering, leaping to the top of the building in one swift motion.
He yelled, no.
From his wrist, he launched a grappling hook, securing it onto the building's ledge. Sensing the rope was secure, he jumped up. His agile form, illuminated by the moonlight, exuded the powerful aura of a strong fighter. His eyes were sharp, gleaming as he silently vowed, I won't let it live. The guards, witnessing the scene, immediately spoke up, there's someone on the roof over there. Capture any suspicious individuals nearby.
On the roof, Ludger was tirelessly chasing after the werewolf.
After running for a while, he stopped and said, I only intend to defeat you. Upon hearing the voice, the werewolf turned around. And so, the two pairs of murderous eyes locked in a tense stare. Ludger held a dart in his hand and continued, but you didn't leave me any other choice. With those words, the werewolf charged toward him, and at the same time, the dart was hurled in its direction. However, the werewolf showed no fear.
It continued its relentless advance toward Ludger. Just as the dart was about to strike its face, the werewolf swiftly dodged, and the dart immediately returned to Ludger's hand. He exclaimed, "Sharp senses. I was planning to finish you off with that attack." After speaking, Ludger drew his staff and launched a burst of brilliant energy toward the werewolf. Before the werewolf could react to the pain, another force struck it. Taking advantage of the werewolf's momentary distraction, Ludger rushed toward it. He landed a punch right in its stomach, then followed up with a powerful strike to the werewolf's head. Moments later, he quickly drew his sword and decisively severed the werewolf's head. Meanwhile, Hans, clutching his suitcase, was filled with anxiety. He said, "I almost got caught." He had been told to go after the werewolf, but how long was that supposed to take? Just then, something black fell in front of Hans. He looked on in confusion and said, "Huh? That's the head of the werewolf that Ludger just decapitated." Hans then let out a loud scream. Ludger jumped down from the rooftop and asked, "Did I startle you?" Hans, startled, replied, "Damn, you should have given me a heads up before showing up. I almost dropped my suitcase." Then, he looked at the head lying on the ground and asked, "So, was that the werewolf from earlier? Don't tell me you're planning to leave it like this." Ludger answered, "I've gathered information about it, so I don't need it anymore." Hans asked again, "Then why did you bring it along?" Ludger teased, "I just wanted to surprise you." Hans, feeling helpless, said, "Are you still holding a grudge for me tricking you? If I fooled you, it's only fair." Ludger continued, "After all, it turns out it's a mystical creature, an artificially created mystical being, the product of some experiment. I think we should just proceed with the plan as originally intended." Upon hearing this, Hans frowned and said, "Don't tell me the plan." Before he could finish, Ludger interrupted, "We should settle here. This place is much better than the capital in many ways, and we have no other option but to stay here for a while." Hans then said, "In Siren, with an unidentified secret organization? And don't forget, those maniacs who released these creatures. This is a big city, so there are definitely going to be more gangsters around." Ludger replied, "That's why it's perfect. Those incidents will draw everyone's attention, making it safer for us. Let's gather important information first." Hans, bewildered, said, "Me? By myself?" Ludger said seriously, "I'm under suspicion right now, so I can't do anything suspicious. Just gather the information and inform me, because I'll step back after this." Hans smiled and nodded, saying, "Got it. It's my expertise, but I don't expect everything to go smoothly. Even though I can't transmit immediately, I need to gather allies soon to be prepared." "Well, it's over now. But it's hard to believe you could create a werewolf in this day and age. It has lab markings on it. I don't think a small force is behind this experiment. But that's not important right now. I've taken care of the werewolves. And now, I don't want to get involved in any more trouble. The unidentified killer in Rederblik is still alive and well. Last Sunday, 5 more murders occurred in Rederblik, and as a result, the death toll has now exceeded 10. The identity of the perpetrator remains a mystery, but witnesses claim it was a terrifying monster with black fur. The police have stated that the culprit is merely a deranged murderer. They announced that they would find and capture the criminal soon. Ludger read the newspaper, worried, and said, "The public is still very anxious." Suddenly, he realized something and thought to himself, "Sunday? How could this happen? I dealt with the werewolves on Saturday. There can't possibly be more than one werewolf, can there?" The crystal ball on the table also suddenly began to glow. At a formal meeting venue, Selina waved her hand and called out, "Teacher Ludger, over here." When everyone saw him enter, they began to whisper among themselves, "Is that Ludger Cherish? I heard he invented some amazing spells, right? Isn't he from a fallen noble family? Acting as if he's the master here." Ludger didn't bother sitting down. Selina asked him, "Have you heard the news? They say 2 first-year students were attacked last night."
Luckily, their lives aren't in danger, but both of them were seriously injured, with wounds as deep as animal scratches. The student who woke up said the thing that attacked them was some kind of horrible monster. I think the rumors spreading around the city are true. They also said there was a victim in Rederblike. Ludger muttered a sound of acknowledgement. Suddenly, a voice came from above. The principal has arrived, please remain silent. Selena turned and introduced. This is Professor Marie Ross. She teaches pharmacology. She's been with Siren for over 20 years. Hearing this, Ludger nodded. Immediately, the figure of Elisa Willow appeared. She walked to the center and said, I've gathered everyone for this emergency meeting because there is something important to announce. A mysterious attacker has appeared at Siren. 2 of our students were severely injured last night. The identity of the perpetrator is still unclear, but according to witnesses, it was a werewolf, a mythical creature. A professor raised his voice and said, That's impossible. Did I hear that correctly? Did you just say mythical creature? Willow looked at him and asked, Do you have something to say, Professor Hugo Bertigo? He smiled and said, This is Siren, the land protected by the Exilian Empire. Werewolves cannot appear in Siren. How can I believe in a ghost story being discussed among the students? Elisa Willow, with a headache, replied, Professor Hugo, didn't I already mention that there have been 2 victims? Hugo Bertigo firmly answered, I heard you clearly, and that's why I believe this isn't the work of a werewolf. Aren't the 2 victims both from noble families? I think the culprit is a Siren student, and I believe that student is a commoner. Elisa Willow furrowed her brows and asked, What do you mean? Hugo Bertigo stood up and said, What I'm asking is whether it's possible that this was caused by a commoner student. Why are only noble students being attacked? Are werewolves attacking Siren? The professors outside, hearing him speak, covered their mouths and laughed, saying, It's more believable to say someone easily believes in werewolves. Ludger, sitting with his arms crossed, thought to himself, I used to think the Black Dawn faction would be at a disadvantage, but I must have calculated wrong. He couldn't believe it. They were still dividing into factions when they didn't even have enough unity to begin with. This was the reality of Siren, the most prestigious academy on the continent? Suddenly, something fell onto his shoulder. He wondered, what is this bug? Immediately, the bug turned into a small crumpled piece of paper. Ludger picked it up and read the 3 lines written on it, The experiment has escaped. Destroy them immediately if you cannot capture them alive. If the experiments are caught, your identity may be exposed. After reading it, Ludger thought deeply, Oh my God, why are humans torturing creatures like this? Noticing that Ludger seemed off, Selena turned to him and asked, Professor Ludger, are you hurt somewhere? Ludger brushed his hand off and replied, No, it's nothing. After that, he sank into his thoughts. He wasn't sure if this situation was related to the Black Dawn faction. Judging by their actions, they probably hadn't foreseen this accident. He would be pleased if they suffered losses, but his identity might be exposed. If that happens, he couldn't just sit still. He had to destroy them before Siren. He would be doomed if captured. Elisa Willow raised her voice authoritatively, You can think whatever you want, Professor Hugo. But please, just finish what you're supposed to do. Hugo slammed the table and asked, So, you're going to organize the patrol, then? Elisa Willow replied, That's right. Please remind the students not to go for walks late at night. You can even deduct points from them if necessary. This is my order, Principal. Hugo Bertigo sighed and said, Yes, I understand. Elisa Willow continued, Very well. Then, today's meeting ends here. Well done, everyone. After that, Ludger left. While walking, he stopped and said, Stop hiding. Come out. It turned out that someone had been following him the whole time. It was Sedina Rothian. She hesitated, stepping out from behind a tree. Seeing her, Ludger realized that this was the same girl who had approached him earlier. Who would have thought she would show up here as a student? He asked, "What's the matter?" Sedina Rothian awkwardly replied, Ludger turned back and said, "Move first, follow me." Sedina Rothian answered, yes. He then asked, "Do you like coffee?" She was surprised and said, "Huh?" Then, the two sat down at a corner of a CAF and talked. Ludger immediately asked, "What's your name?" Sedina Rothian introduced herself, "My name is Sedina Rothian." Ludger crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "You have a surname. You must not have entered as a commoner." "Alright, what's your real name?" Sedina Rothian's legs trembled. She replied, "That is my real name." Ludger was surprised and asked, "Isn't that a false identity?" He continued, "Alright, I assume you came here because there's something you want to talk about. Go ahead." Sedina Rothian looked around, hesitated, and said, "Well, it's about the surroundings." Seeing this, Ludger said, "I've already cast a soundproof spell. We'll be fine unless someone walks into this area." Sedina Rothian gasped and said, "Oh, first order." "Of course." Ludger lifted his coffee cup and said, "First of all, change how you address me. From now on, don't call me first order anymore." Sedina Rothian panicked, "Huh? How could I be so disrespectful?" Ludger then said, "Are you planning to call me that in front of others? This is an order." Sedina Rothian complied, "Understood." Ludger asked with a serious tone, "Now, back to the main topic. What's the current situation?" Sedina Rothian got straight to the point, saying, Yes, the recent werewolf incident at our affiliated organization involves a top-secret experiment conducted by the dark sorcerers at Shamsa's school. Shamsa's school is a group of scientists expelled from society for their unethical experiments. I don't know exactly what kind of experiments they were conducting, but a few test subjects managed to escape, and one of them accidentally arrived in Siren through the sewage system. And that's how the victim ended up there. Sedina Rothian looked into Ludger's panicked eyes and said, "Sorry, I've said too much." Ludger responded, "No, it's fine. Go on." Sedina Rothian continued, Yes, it's their responsibility, so we can lay the blame for this accident on them. But first, no, I came here because I heard it's connected to Professor Liu. He borrowed this name on the orders of a higher-order entity, Victor Dreadful." Ludger hesitated, then said, "I only borrowed the name. I had no idea it would turn out like this." In his mind, he thought, "Victor Dreadful, I should remember this name." He slipped his hand into his coat pocket and said, "Since things have already gone this far, it's best to eliminate them as soon as possible. Since there are 3 of them, we won't have just 2. Sedina Rothian, upon hearing that, said in surprise, "Huh, don't tell me. When did Ludger say that?" "2 days ago, I caught someone at Rederblik." Sedina Rothian, admiring, said, "Indeed, Professor Ludger." Ludger thought to himself, "She managed to contact me without anyone noticing and even infiltrated as a student. How could someone this talented still be ranked 3rd? Don't tell me she's being ignored maybe because she's noble. An anti-social organization like that wouldn't welcome a noble. She would be discarded, her value lost. I just saw a crack in Siren, but there's no longer a crack in the Black Dawn Society. This accident might be an opportunity for me to exploit more from Sedina." Ludger continued, "You said they are hiding in the water pipes. Then, I'll expand the search there first. Siren doesn't know about this, does he?" Sedina Rothian replied, "Yes, that's right. But I don't know for how many days." Ludger responded, "I see. I understand your situation now, Sedina Rothian. If there's a chance, let's meet again." Sedina Rothian stammered, "Yes, at Professor Lur's." And Ludger added, "This time you explained it better than when you first met me. It's very clear. Next time, I'll ask you to do it again." With that, he stood up and left, leaving behind a sense of awkwardness. She muttered to herself, "Thank you,
thank you. Someone outside placed their hand on a utility pole and said, "Was that magic just now?" That person was Flora Lumos. She wondered, what kind of conversation would make him use magic? What on earth were those two talking about? Flora Lumos was sitting in the lecture hall, but she kept resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought about the magic she had seen through the window. Just by its color, she could tell it was a soundproofing spell. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to recognize the color or taste of magical power, so why were they speaking like that? The professor at the front of the classroom closed his book and reminded the class, "Today's lesson is over. Be wary of strange rumors and don't wander around too late. If you're caught, you'll receive penalty points." The students were continuously talking at this moment. "Hey, have you guys heard about the werewolf?" "Of course, right? Curious, huh? So, what if we try to catch it? Didn't you hear the announcement at the beginning of the class? If we get caught wandering around, we'll be punished." "Well, as long as we don't get caught, it's fine. The city is even offering a reward for catching that thing." Leo, listening from below, folded his arms and asked Aiden, "What do you think?" Aiden, who was focused on taking notes, replied, "What? The rumor about the werewolf? Well, getting caught means punishment, so we should stay away from it." Leo sighed and said, "Yeah, I knew you'd say that." Aiden asked Leo, "What about you?" Leo replied, "I don't like taking matters into my own hands. There have already been victims, we should leave it to the professors." Suddenly, a red-haired girl walked up and slammed her hand on their table. Aiden, in a friendly tone, said, "Hey Tessie, good morning." The girl snapped, "What do you mean by good morning?" Leo said, "Hey, you lost last time. Shouldn't you just give it a rest?" Tessie replied, "It's a tie, okay? Also, can you stop sticking your nose into my business with Aiden?" And so, the two of them had a silent standoff. Then Tessie pointed at Aiden and said, "Anyway, let's fight again, no holding back." Aiden, surprised, said, "Huh? I don't think I can." Before he could finish, Tessie snapped, "Why not?" Aiden shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "Because I still have the morning shift. At night, we're not allowed to move because of the werewolf." Tessie sneered, "What? Are you going to run away with that excuse? Are you scared?" Both Leo and Tessie turned to look at him, waiting for his response. Without hesitation, Aiden answered, "Yeah, let's just say that." Tessie, furious, said, "If we can't fight, we can settle it another way." Aiden asked, "Huh? What way?" Tessie's face darkened as she said, "The werewolf. Whoever catches the werewolf first wins. What do you think?" Leo, who had been silent, spoke up, I don't think, okay, you're on." Hearing this, Aiden, surprised, said, "Leo, why would you?" Finally, Tessie pointed directly at the two of them and said, "Good, don't be afraid and run away. You too, don't cry if you lose." Aiden wiped the sweat from his forehead in worry and said, "She's gone." Leo casually replied, "Why are you saying such nonsense?" Leo continued, "I'm just going along with what she said. Anyway, the professors will take care of that werewolf." Aiden responded, "I think Tessie is really serious about this." Hearing that, Leo crossed his arms, turned towards him, and said, "Unless she's an idiot, why would she do such a stupid thing on her own?" Leo anxiously added, "To be honest, if it were Tessie, I could totally see her doing it." Leo replied, "No way." After that, the two of them paused for a few seconds in their minds. Then, they stood up, looked towards the window, and followed Tessie's every step. So when did she go all the way there? That's the way to the dorm, right? Suddenly, Tessie walked in a different direction. Thank God, I knew Tessie had some sense after all. Seeing how determined Tessie was, both of them were completely startled and exclaimed in unison, "Oh no!" The night sky, the roads became desolate. On one of the roads, there was a familiar figure. It was Ludger. He thought to himself, "Today, many people came to find me, so I recalled my conversation with Hugo Bertigo.
At that time, he had been somewhat uncertain about the condition that he would help restore his family's honor.
Do you want me to take care of the esteemed students?
Hugo replied.
I only said we should be a little flexible. That condition isn't bad. Ludger fell into deep thought. Who would have guessed that he would become a fallen noble? He must be very worried.
In fact, he wanted to show me that clinging to the Ministry of Justice was a great advantage.
Returning to the conversation, Ludger spoke at Siren. Hugo immediately asked, "Excuse me?" Ludger continued, "The Siren Academy has no royalty or nobility. I have no intention of going against that statement. If you don't mind, I need to go on patrol."
Hugo jumped in surprise and said, "Wait, hold on, Professor Ludger."
Back to reality, Ludger walked while thinking.
If he sided with them, his identity would be exposed.
Why should he do that?
He didn't want to mindlessly be added to the blacklist of the Ministry of Justice.
Suddenly, Ludger came to a halt by the corner of a tree. He saw 3 students hiding behind a bush. He said, "Weren't you all told to return to the dormitory immediately after class ended?"
One of them, sweating in fear, replied, "Professor, it's not what you think."
Ludger said firmly, "All of you. 5 demerit points."
Looking toward the group of students entering the space leading back to the academy, he thought to himself, "This is the 20th group already.
Too many.
I heard there was a reward, but I didn't expect this many students to come searching."
Using demerit points as a threat is completely ineffective.
Things could get even worse if this continues. I have to deal with this before something happens.
With that, Ludger headed toward the wastewater treatment plant. Ludger continued thinking. Sedina said the werewolf moves through the sewer system.
This is the only place large enough to hold a werewolf. It seems no one has come here yet. Then, he shone his flashlight down at the ground and discovered numerous werewolf tracks. There were 2 of them, one large and one small, heading in the same direction.
He hoped the tracks wouldn't disappear midway. Without hesitation, Ludger continued to follow the trail of footprints. Suddenly, he stopped at one point and thought, "They've started to diverge."
He immediately made a decision and turned his large foot toward the academy. Surely, it had gone there to hunt. The most dangerous thing right now was on this side. It wouldn't be surprising if I were attacked at this very moment. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, a loud, blood-curdling scream rang out. Ludger immediately ran toward the sound.
He thought, "I won't make it if I follow the footprints.
I should head straight to where the scream came from."
Just as he expected, ahead of him was a giant werewolf attacking 2 female students from the academy.
The 2 were Eileen von Exilian and Lynn.
Exilian bravely stood in front to protect her friend. She cursed under her breath, "Damn it, I'm going to be too late." Seeing this, Ludger immediately thrust his staff directly into the werewolf's body.
The 2 girls, narrowly escaping death, called out, "Professor Ludger."
He coldly replied, "Lynn, Irender von Exilian." The 2 girls, recognizing his voice, answered in unison, "Yes, yes, Professor." Ludger coldly said, "Both of you, 5 penalty points." It was like a lightning strike. Both of them were startled, simultaneously exclaiming, "Huh?"
Irender von Exilian immediately said, "Wait, you should have asked if we agreed first."
Ludger asked, "What have you done that makes you yell like this?"
Eileen von Exilian replied, "I tried to bring the students back."
Ludger said, "I think you're lucky to still be alive.
Instead of talking so much, take care of yourself." Hearing these words, Eileen von Exilian frowned and said, "At least save this child from losing points."
Ludger glanced at her and asked, "What did you say?"
Lynn, sitting on the ground with a book in her hands, explained, "Oh, I accidentally fell asleep while studying."
Ludger then said,
"Lynn, I admire your spirit, but you should have understood the situation better."
Lynn hurriedly said, "Yes, I'm sorry." Irender von Exilian thought to himself, "What's going on here? What's with this contrasting attitude?"
Ludger said, "Irender, take Lynn back to the dorm. I'll overlook both of your mistakes."
Irender von Exilian asked in surprise, huh? Really? Hearing that, Ludger immediately said, are you refusing? In that case, I'll just keep deducting points.
Irender von Exilian walked over to Lin, pulled her along, and said, hey, Lin, let's go.
Lin responded, yes, yes. Just as they were about to leave, another werewolf appeared.
Seeing this, Irender von Exilian said, Professor, over there.
Ludger quickly replied, I know.
The werewolf's body was covered in numerous wounds. Suddenly, it dashed off at high speed.
Irender von Exilian said, it's running away.
Ludger immediately told the others to evacuate to a safe location. After saying that, he sprinted towards the direction where the werewolf was running. The werewolf started climbing the tall rooftops, but Ludger wasn't giving up. He followed it closely.
Lin, watching from below, wondered, that's floating magic, right? Irender von Exilian answered, yeah, I guess so. After running for a while, both Ludger and the werewolf stopped. In an instant, Ludger used his weapon and sprinted towards the werewolf.
But the werewolf was quick to defend itself. It swung a punch at Ludger, yet he showed no fear. He used a glowing force to lure it in, then flew upwards and struck it with a powerful blow.
Lin, watching from below, exclaimed in astonishment, wow. Irender von Exilian, however, helplessly asked, is this the battle of a mage? The werewolf was still able to keep fighting. It didn't give up, punching Ludger, but unfortunately, it was defeated. Moreover, it was hit by a counterattack from him.
Immediately, a stream of light was shot at the werewolf by Ludger. After that, the werewolf fell to the ground.
Without hesitation, Ludger took out a hammer.
Moments later, the werewolf lay motionless on the ground, showing no signs of life.
With the task completed, Ludger thought to himself, this is exhausting.
Clearly, overusing my magical power isn't good. Well, I can't avoid using magic to fight in front of the students.
I need to finish off this guy quickly and deal with the others too. Suddenly, the werewolf let out a fierce howl. Seeing this, Ludger thought, does it still have the strength to move?
Without warning, the werewolf grabbed a stone and threw it directly at Ludger.
He quickly raised his shield, astonished, thinking, no way, a werewolf knows how to use tools?
Right after that, the werewolf leaped up and attacked Ludger again. He swiftly dodged and sank into thought, a werewolf using tools. Since it was created based on a wolf, it shouldn't possess any intelligence, except the ability to gauge the strength of its opponent.
Are these really werewolves?
In the forest, a voice echoed repeatedly, Tessie, Tessie.
It was Aiden. He was panicking, where are you? Leo, standing beside him, said, Aiden, shouldn't we give up?
We've searched everywhere for her, Tessie must have gone back on her own.
Aiden responded, yeah, she's gone, we can't find her. If anything happens, it's our fault. Leo asked, do you really believe Tai is still out there searching for the werewolf? Aiden replied, I'm not sure about anyone else, but Tessie would do that.
Leo placed his hand on his forehead, sighed, and said, all right, let's give it 30 more minutes. If we still can't find him by then, we... Suddenly, a sound rang out.
Aiden immediately asked, did you hear that? It was Tessie's voice. Leo quickly ran, not forgetting to say, yeah, this way. Suddenly, something hit Aiden's head, causing him to stop in his tracks. At that moment, two screams echoed through the forest, ah! Ah! Aiden rubbed his head and yelped, ouch! Leo, who was behind him, said in surprise, hey, you! Tessie, we finally found Tessie.
She had just bumped heads with Aiden and had fallen to the ground.
Rubbing her head, she said, Aiden? Why are you here? Aiden answered, I heard the scream. Upon hearing that, Tessie blushed and snapped, scream? That never happened.
Another sound rang out.
Leo wondered, wait, what was that sound? Tessie motioned for them to be quiet and said, shoo. Follow me.
Saying that, all three of them crouched behind a bush. Seeing the creature lying asleep in front of them, Aiden and Leo exchanged glances and then asked,
Is that a werewolf? A baby werewolf? How should I say this? I won the bet, right?
Leo remained silent, saying nothing.
He had just found it. The bet was about catching it. Tessie didn't hesitate and said, Yeah, so I'll catch it right now.
Aiden immediately stopped her, saying,
Tessie, wait. Tessie frowned. What's wrong? I thought you didn't want to lose either. Aiden replied, It's not that. I think it's injured and can't move.
That's why it's hiding under the leaves in such a hard-to-find spot.
Do you think it could have hidden there by itself? Tessie jumped in surprise. Are you saying there's another werewolf here? Aiden pondered. I don't know. But if someone is helping it. Suddenly, Aiden noticed something glowing. You think. What is that? Something's on its neck.
While all three were focused on the werewolf in front of them, unexpectedly, another wolf appeared behind them, silently, without them noticing. Suddenly, from behind, it bared its teeth and growled loudly.
Leo spotted it and quickly called out to Aiden.
Aiden, hearing Leo's call from behind, also felt a sense of fear. Then, it began to slowly attack, but Leo intercepted and took a fatal blow for Aiden.
Leo was hit and thrown far away. Tessie, witnessing this scene, couldn't believe her eyes.
A real, genuine werewolf, right in front of her, made her start to tremble and feel afraid. Tessie reassured herself, reminding herself to stay calm. She slowly drew her wand, determined to deal with it. I must deal with it to protect the honor of the family. At that moment, the werewolf continued to attack, when Aiden suddenly appeared, leaping in and embracing Tessie. Tessie asked, Aiden, are you okay? Why are you helping me?
Aiden replied, Isn't it strange?
Suddenly, the werewolf slowly stood up.
Tessie felt frightened and hid behind Aiden.
He reassured her, saying, Don't worry, it's just furious because it thinks its child is in danger.
Aiden gazed deep into the werewolf's eyes and asked, Am I wrong? It's okay, don't worry. We won't harm your child, I promise. The werewolf seemed to understand something in Aiden's words. It turned around and approached its child.
Aiden spoke to his two friends, saying, Don't worry, it's definitely just angry because of its child. Leo and Tessie stood by, still puzzled.
Can it really understand what Aiden is saying? How can we know if it won't go berserk again?
Aiden turned back and said, I know what I'm saying may sound a bit hard to believe, but please trust me. After saying that, Aiden slowly walked over to the werewolf and reassured, It's okay, your child won't be harmed.
Aiden carefully took out a vial of medicine from his pocket and continued, Your child is injured, right?
Use this, although it might not be very effective, but it might help your child feel better.
The werewolf turned back, slowly accepting the vial from Aiden.
Suddenly, an attack from somewhere struck the werewolf, leaving it unable to react in time.
A burst of magic enveloped it, glowing brightly. A voice called out, Aiden. Leo. Tessie. What are you doing here?
Tessie, holding her head, spoke up, It's over, but I don't want to hear any explanations now. Ludger, who was about to kill the werewolf, was stopped by Aiden, who intervened to block his path.
He said, Do you think this werewolf understands human language?
Please reconsider the situation. Ludger was puzzled, I don't understand why you're saying such nonsense. He thought it was all just rubbish.
Aiden tried to persuade the professor, It's not nonsense.
Maybe this werewolf really does understand our language.
Hearing this, Ludger noticed that the werewolf was slowly attacking.
His eyes now sharpened, and Aiden was pushed aside. Loser's fire magic began to emerge, flames surging forward to strike the two werewolves, setting them ablaze. At that moment, a voice rang out, You will be held accountable for this misconduct tomorrow.
Go back to the academy.
The next morning, the three of them were summoned for tea. Leo yelled loudly, feeling frustrated with life. "Oh my god, why did Professor Ludger have to catch us like this?" Tessie, on the other hand, felt regretful for her thoughtless actions. She looked over at Aiden with a face full of emotion. The principal entered and said, "You've been waiting for a while, haven't you?" The three of them sat frozen, startled, and jumped to their feet when they saw the principal had arrived. She told them, "Please, sit comfortably. It's over." The fact that the principal came herself probably meant a serious punishment. Ludger spoke up and asked, "Do you three know why you've been called here?" Leo replied, "Probably because it's the punishment for the three of us." The principal responded, "That's right. You need to understand the seriousness of what happened yesterday. A small mistake could have cost you your lives." She reassured them, "You don't need to feel so down. And Ludger, stop scaring them like that." Ludger sternly replied, "This matter cannot be dealt with lightly." The principal smiled. "It's over now, the kids have explained everything in detail." She turned to Aiden and said, "I heard you risked your life to save Tessie. You must have realized that what you did wasn't right. So, I'll deduct 10 points from each of you, but I can't criticize you too harshly. Instead, I've decided to reward you with 20 points each." The three of them couldn't believe their eyes. She asked, "Ludger surely doesn't have any objections, right?" Ludger, standing beside her, didn't complain further because it was her decision. He wouldn't intervene anymore. She reminded them, "So, keep working hard in the future." The three of them simultaneously expressed their thanks to her. Then they left. As Aiden walked past Professor Ludger, it seemed like he wanted to say something. The principal asked Professor Ludger, "Do you feel satisfied now?" Ludger replied, "I didn't expect that you could play the role of the good person in front of the kids like that." Ludger thanked her because if the kids knew his intentions, it wouldn't quite match with his usual cold demeanor. "It's better for you to stay as the principal." The principal understood what Ludger meant. She was still curious whether there was anything unusual about the two werewolves. Ludger answered that, no matter how he recalled, he didn't find anything strange. The principal was satisfied, smiled, and thanked Ludger. "Thanks to you, there were no casualties or losses. I'm looking forward to the future achievements of the professor." With that, she went off to attend to her work. Now, only Ludger remained alone in the empty room, devoid of any presence. He sat there, reflecting on what had happened the night before. Recalling the moments, the werewolf had charged toward its mother. Its body was covered in leaves, clearly indicating that behind that form was a human who had yet to fully transform into a werewolf. Those crazy people, they don't create werewolves from wolf bodies. Did they actually capture humans to turn them into werewolves? He didn't regret his decision at the time, because if he had let them go, he would have been the one in danger. Besides, they were also hurting others. They had to face such a fate, even though he didn't want that to happen at all. Ludger sat in silence for a long time before he took out his communication device and called Han. He said he had a proposition. Leo, Aiden, and Tessie sat idly. Tessie asked Leo how his limbs were doing, and Leo replied, "I'm fine, no problem." He added, "All good, just need some rest to recover." Looking over at Aiden, Ludger noticed the same troubled expression on his face. Tessie asked, "Is Aiden troubled?" Aiden replied, "It's not exactly something troubling, but do you remember those two werewolves? There was something very strange around their necks. The reason I stopped Ludger was because what if they were artificially made?" Leo, upon hearing artificial, immediately thought of the group of people hiding in Siren who might be involved in this. Tessie asked, "Is Aiden suspecting Professor Ludger?" Aiden replied, "I don't want to suspect him, but Ludger's expression was a little strange. Thinking back to that day, Ludger must have seen something." Tessie asked, "So is Professor Ludger hiding something?"
Aiden thought to himself, he's doing it just because he's a professor at Siren. What if the suspicion turns out to be true? After all, a Siren professor has no reason to act like that. What if the professor is connected to those rumors? Tessie stood up and said, Leo and Aiden, stop talking. Don't you remember what the headmaster said? She said that he explained everything already. If he were that kind of person, he wouldn't be able to act like that with Siren. He may appear indifferent, but he actually cares a lot about us. And you two are still doubting the professor? After a long speech from Tessie, the two of them finally understood. Aiden said, I'm hungry. Let's go have lunch. Tessie, surprised, asked repeatedly, What? Are you serious? Aiden replied, Only your friend would ask you to go eat together. Aiden concluded, Aren't we already friends? Tessie felt both shy and extremely happy. Then the three of them went to eat together. Although Tessie seemed quite pleased, she only said that she went out of respect. It was truly a bit awkward for her. Back with Ludger, Han asked, Have you looked at the documents he sent? Ludger had already reviewed the list of missing people. Han mentioned that many people had been busy going back and forth to an abandoned factory nearby. I guess that's where their experiments are taking place. I'll also verify the information you asked me to look into. Information about the workers who have recently left the city. Ludger asked. Is there a family of 3? Han confirmed. There's a case of a family of 3 disappearing together. Ludger then said that he understood and would head there soon. The scene shifted to an abandoned factory. In front of it, 2 guards stood on watch. The two were talking to each other. Our legs are getting stiff from standing here. How much longer do we have to stay? The other one replied. 2 more days. We should be relieved soon. But how could the werewolves escape? The child didn't have enough sedative, so they forced it to take another dose, and the child kept screaming. The problem arose when the parents of the child, seeing this, caused a commotion. The person next to him was indifferent, saying that his parents had turned into werewolves, yet still showed concern for his own child? They had caused chaos and then escaped. Meanwhile, everything had ended up like this because of that child. While they were chatting, the two of them heard a noise near the gate. They looked at each other warily and took out their pre-equipped guns. But before they could do anything, 2 bullets pierced the heads of the 2 of them without them noticing, causing them to collapse immediately. A mysterious figure in a cloak stepped in. Those eyes, it could only be Professor Ludger. 1 hour ago, Han had asked Ludger, Are you planning to go alone? Ludger replied, Do you want to come along? Han said, I can take down a few enemies too, Ludger. You must be bored. Let me go alone and check out their numbers. Where are they? Ludger answered, About 40 people. They're preparing to leave, so if you're late by even 3 days, everything will be for nothing. You'd better prepare yourself mentally, because they're all carrying guns. 2 of them have anti-senses, and there are 2 witches as well. You can enter through the ventilation shaft. Be careful, bro. Before leaving, Ludger now asked Han about the situation of the 3 people's family. How old is the child? Han pondered for a moment and then replied, The child is only 7 years old. He is still very young. Ludger now recalled that memory and had to exclaim, The bastards! As they continued deeper inside, gunshots and desperate screams echoed. The people present lay dead all over the floor, blood spilling everywhere. Behind Ludger, a strange bee had been flying around his back since earlier. Inside, the others were hurriedly packing up their belongings. There was one man with blonde hair and another with a shaved head who were observing. When they noticed a rat entering, the bald man assumed it was a member of the security team and ordered everyone to stop. The blonde man quickly said, No, it's not, he's not from the security team. Meanwhile, the group of gunmen on this side kept firing, but no bullets were coming out. They began to feel uneasy. All the gunfire had been blocked by Ludger. One of them shouted, "You're a fool. You'll die under our blades." Just after boasting, before he could even act tough, he received a bullet to the head. Ludger now said, "Stop being so full of yourself, got it?" The men standing next to him, seeing their comrades fall like that, thought that Ludger's bullets must be some kind of magical ammunition. A towering, ironclad foot stepped forward, and the man shouted for the others to clear the way. "No matter how strong you are, a single bullet from me will send you straight to the afterlife." After saying this, he activated his cannon and aimed it at Ludger, asking, "How do you feel now?" "Wait, those eyes, they're affected by a reverse skill." Ludger casually blocked the bullet with his bare hands. The man realized then that he had mastered metal attributes along with alchemy. He cursed, "His electrical energy is insanely strong, and I can't even retaliate." Suddenly, a flash of light hit the jar behind the armored man. The man looked back, startled, not realizing when it had happened. A loud explosion followed by a blood-curdling scream rang out. Smoke and dust filled the air. Counting quickly, Ludger saw that 20 men were down, with 20 more left. While counting, Ludger turned around and shot down the insect that had been watching him. Ludger thought to himself, "Surveillance through insects? Could they be kin with them? They're also quite notorious in the underground world. I guess they'll be preparing a welcome gift for me." Ludger stepped on a wave, and the spell appeared. The bees that had been following immediately fell away, scattering to the ground. The blonde-haired man had noticed that the tracking signal had been cut off. He sensed a fluctuation in the magic here. Wind magic. He himself was proficient in both wind and metal magic. This situation could get complicated. "I'll need to bring out the big ones," he thought. "Varen, prepare to go." The bald man got ready for battle. The people in the hall focused on the map. They were sure he would come here. "Let's welcome him when he arrives," they said. The lights went out, everything plunged into darkness. "Maybe he's just messing with us," someone muttered. After waiting in silence, they quickly realized that the blonde-haired man could no longer speak. He stared in shock and shouted, "Damn it! That guy snuck in here and cut off the lights." A centipede crawled out of his sleeve. The blonde man noticed a figure charging toward him. Ludger swung his staff in an attack. Fortunately, he was quick enough to dodge the strike. "We need to keep our distance, no matter what," he yelled. He had calculated everything well, but suddenly he was taken aback when Ludger used fire magic. The man froze in panic, his face drained of color as he asked, "How can the casting speed be this fast? How is that even possible?" The man was consumed by Ludger's flames. The blonde man, staring from within the flames, glared at Ludger and said, "Damn it, where the hell did you come from, you monster?" Ludger remained silent, maintaining his calm. The gun in his hand was pointed directly at the man's head. "I'll send you all to meet the god of death quickly." Ludger glanced at their subordinates. Each of them now had faces that looked completely drained of blood. Suddenly, Ludger was attacked unexpectedly by a huge leg. It was the transformed body of the bald man, but now there was no longer a head. The bald man's body began to morph. His arm opened up into a mouth, which laughed and asked Ludger, surprised, "I didn't think it would go this far. You've already killed too many of my brothers." Ludger mocked, "You really look hideous, and I didn't expect you to be so tough." Tough as hell. The bald man's body continued to transform. The mouth kept explaining, "My body has evolved beyond that of a human." A massive shadow blocked Ludger's path. It spoke, "I am not sad about my little brother's death. I'll tear you apart into 100 pieces to pay for it." Everyone tensed, shouting as they looked towards the violent assault. The monster hurled its weapon, sending everyone flying far away. Ludger asked the monster's name, "Aren't you paying any attention to your subordinates? If you care about them so much, then stand still." Along with that, he launched an attack on him.
He stepped back, his finger pulling the trigger to fire 2 more shots directly into the monster's head. The creature went berserk, using its massive scorpion pincers to strike him, sending him flying. He retreated, casting magic. A powerful surge of magic erupted, and a massive red light shot straight at the monster, forcing it to slither and dodge. This surprised him, and he exclaimed, "He can dodge that with such a huge body?" He staggered back. Even so, his hand kept channeling magic without losing any strength. The enormous creature, its body covered in metal armor, with eyes that sparkled with fury, huffed in anger. He thought, "I can't believe he's still fine after taking the full brunt of that magic." The creature began to retaliate, taunting him, "If you want to roast me, at least use 4th-tier magic." It swung its claws, about to strike him, when a thunderous explosion rang out, and thick white smoke billowed into the air. The monster was startled and looked back in confusion. He had disappeared without a trace, leaving only destruction behind. The creature suddenly gasped, exclaiming, "He's gone. What just happened?" Suddenly, he appeared out of nowhere behind the monster. He sighed, "You're pretty fast, aren't you? Like a winged insect." He thought he didn't stand a chance to use any kind of magic on him, but there's no other choice now. It ends here. Outside, Han was waiting for him. After a moment of wandering thoughts, he noticed a streak of light, crackling with sparks near him. "What kind of magic is this?" "It's just magic, after all." He scratched his head, he knew that person all too well. A little while later, he returned and told Han that everything had been settled and he had figured out who funded the drug that turned people into wolves. Han was quite surprised but said nothing more and left directly. At Belobot's house, the old man was shouting at the servants, though it seemed his anger was actually directed at his inhumane experiment. The crazy idea that the experiment could make him younger and stronger had never ceased to haunt him. Suddenly, he appeared and knocked the old man down. Panicked, the old man called for the guards in vain, as the room had been soundproofed by him. He asked the old man a question. "There's a 7-year-old boy who should have survived, but in the harsh reality, his parents turned into monsters. The child smiles at the person who was about to kill him. The child smiles as if he is grateful for it. How do you think that person feels?" The old man just laughed and said, "So you're the one who dealt with those test subjects. Let go of me and let's talk." But he insisted that the old man answer. The old man kept laughing, as if to affirm his answer, and smugly said, "You're worried because you killed those subjects? Don't worry about it. Killing a few of those brats doesn't matter. We're giving them a chance to add value to their useless lives. This opportunity has contributed to the development of humanity. Isn't that a noble sacrifice?" Upon hearing this, his face darkened. He sighed lightly and said, "Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. That answer is enough." He injected a syringe filled with bright red serum directly into the old man's neck. The old man's eyes widened in fear. He looked at him as he coldly said, "That answer is enough that I'm not even angry anymore." After being injected with the drug, the old man collapsed onto the ground, looking up at Ludger and cursing, "You bastard! What have you done to me?" He replied calmly, "I read the report in the lab. It seems quite fascinating. A drug that can turn a person into a werewolf with just a small amount. And suddenly, I began to wonder what would happen if I used an entire vial." The old man began to writhe in agony, his eyes rolled back, and he screamed, transforming into a terrifying monster. Ludger stood by, silently thinking, I can understand his feelings. A deep fear radiates from within his soul. Therefore, one should understand the fears of others whom you have harmed. Then, he cast a spell and disappeared. Immediately after, the hurried footsteps of the guards could be heard. "What's that noise?" "It's coming from Mr. Belobot's room." As they opened the door, they screamed, "Mr. Belbot!" But in front of them stood a monster. They screamed in terror, "A monster! Where did this monster come from? Take it down first, and if you can't use magic, then go find Mr. Belfer. Then, they split into two groups. One group fought the monster, while the other went to find the old man. They couldn't defeat the monster immediately. While battling, they shouted, "This is terrible. Damn it, is it still alive? Don't stop, we should use up all our mana. Increase the firepower." Cut to the hideout, where Han was surprised at what Ludger had brought back. "Wow, what's this?" Ludger responded, "Take as much as you need and use it for whatever you need to do." He then hid it carefully. Han asked him, "It must have taken a lot of effort to find this hideout. Why don't you look around a bit?" Ludger turned away and replied, "Next time. I'll come back anyway. By then, I'll use a different identity to better fit this underground world." Han didn't understand and simply replied, "Alright then, take a rest." With that, Ludger walked outside. He went to the riverbank, clenched his fist, and stared into the distance. The next morning, a large crowd of reporters gathered right in front of the mansion's gates. They were in disbelief, shouting, "Is it true? The great billionaire Rickson, he was eaten by a monster?" By the time security arrived, there was no trace of Rickson left, only the monster. It seemed the rumors that Rickson had used forbidden magic were indeed true. Another journalist asked, "What about the monster?" The other person replied, "I heard that the mage security team has already handled it. They said it took them more than an hour to eliminate that creature." Suddenly, a newcomer caught the attention of the reporters. It was a person with long white hair walking by. They quickly realized it was the security team, along with the Shadow Knights. The leader of the group was Sir Tarina Lionhowl, captain of the Knights. The reporters quickly took photos and, astonished, said, "I didn't think the National Security Bureau would get involved in this. Could it be that it's that serious? This news is pretty important. We should report that the Knights are cooperating with the National Security Bureau to investigate the matter." Tarina approached the gatekeeper and ordered, "Open the gate." The gatekeeper hesitated, I was ordered not to let anyone in." She gave another command with a fearsome gaze, "Open the gate." At this point, the gatekeeper, terrified, opened the gate. She and her knights entered and met Inspector Teberin. He saluted, "Captain Tarina, it's an honor to meet you." "I am Inspector Teberin." She replied, "All right, you've done well. From now on, the National Security Bureau will take over the investigation of this case. You should hand over all the documents and evidence you've gathered and leave immediately." The inspector hesitated, "You mean the security team? I understand now." Then he ordered his subordinates. "Fall back, everyone, fall back." Enya, a member of the night squad, sighed in relief, "The tension here is really thick." Lloyd, standing beside her, teased, "Hey, Enya, you're losing your dignity." She responded quickly, "Come on, Lloyd, we don't need to save face in a place where no one can see." He retorted, "Even if no one's around, things still need to be done properly. You should behave like a member of the Dark Knight Squad." Captain Tarina intervened. "Enough, Lloyd, as long as we don't let the media see any improper actions, we're fine. Don't forget the purpose of why we're here." Both replied in unison, "Yes." They turned their attention to the monster. Captain Tarina assessed, "So this is the monster? Disgusting." Belbot was rumored to be involved not just in forbidden magic but also in aberrant magic. So when we heard he was killed by a monster, this isn't just a simple case. Lloyd continued, "The monster appeared, Rickson was killed. That's the testimony of the witnesses." Then, Enya analyzed, "The monster's body makes sense now. Just by looking at it, you can tell it was burned to the bone. There's no way we can identify the body. Try looking around the room." The three of them split up to examine the room. Tarina looked at the painting on the wall and noticed a small mark on it. "It wasn't burned?" she said, then touched the painting, and suddenly a secret room opened. Lloyd was surprised and said, "Oh, a hidden room?" She added, but there's nothing here. Looking at the size and placement, this definitely seems like a good spot to hide a safe.
Enya asked, a safe?
Lloyd turned to her and explained, Bellbot Rickson was known to be a tycoon involved in many shady dealings, so it wouldn't be surprising if he had a lot of secrets.
Tarina continued, exactly.
He often hid documents in places only he knew about. There has to be a safe here, probably up until last night. She quietly thought to herself, it's clear that there are still traces of the safe here, it's only just been moved.
The mysterious death of the billionaire, the appearance of the monster, and the missing safe? This can't just be a coincidence. We can only conclude that someone intervened in Bellabot's death. However, what could his purpose be, hiding everything so carefully? The only person I know who has these kinds of skills is. And then an image of a mysterious figure appeared in her mind. She uttered the name, Arsène Lupin. Lloyd immediately spoke up, what did you say?
She replied, nothing.
Has there been any strange cases in Rederblik recently?
He answered, there's one case, a recently abandoned factory has been burning down. In fact, it happened not long before Bellabot's death last night.
She responded confidently, then there may be something there. Let's go.
Ludger sat in the room, holding his head and thinking, TSK.
The aftermath of it really can't be underestimated.
That magic consumes so much mana, just breathing could disperse mana. Luckily, I had prepared the medicine in advance, or else it would have been a huge problem. After taking the medicine, he felt his head lighten and said, it's better now.
Ludger's face was deep in thought, I burned the werewolves to ashes and destroyed all the evidence. At least for now, I don't have to worry about the werewolves anymore. No, wait, there's still one left.
Aiden, he was the one who kept stopping me. When I was dealing with the werewolves, he was the one closest to me at that time. Even though I destroyed the evidence right away, just for a moment, he must have seen something.
Damn it, I didn't expect things to get this bad. Who can guarantee that he won't go tell Lina the truth? If that happens, the best option might be to just kill him.
Thinking this, he recalled the moment Aiden had said, don't worry, I won't kill you, teacher. Remembering that, he clenched his fist, thinking, no, making a move on a student is too risky. Besides, Aiden is someone special, being closely watched by the principal.
If something happens to him, I'll be in the principal's sights. For now, I should just rest.
With that, he lay down, but his mind was still racing. Now that he thought about it, Aiden had known since he was young that he had learned a special type of magic from a wandering sorcerer.
Could this be a coincidence?
At that moment, the Dark Knight squad was standing in front of the factory that had just been burned down. Tarina, hands on her hips, said, I knew things would turn out like this. Enya stood behind, looking, then said, everything has been destroyed. Lloyd also spoke up, this situation will be hard to investigate.
Tarina, worried, walked while saying, why would an abandoned factory suddenly catch fire? Moreover, it happened at the same time as Bellbot's death. Lloyd expressed his thoughts, maybe this factory was still in operation, just disguised as abandoned. Tarina replied anxiously, I think so too.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have caught fire so suddenly.
Enya also offered her opinion, could it have been the dark sorcerers and witches who were discovered while coming here to investigate, and they set the place on fire to destroy it? Tarina pondered, then responded, that makes sense, but we still don't know who discovered them.
After saying that, she sank deep into her thoughts. She hadn't made any plans to investigate this place. Could it be that they had to go to such extremes to hide evidence from someone? Or was it just a coincidence? Or perhaps there were other reasons behind it. Tarina turned to ask Lloyd, aside from this case, is there anything else noteworthy recently? Lloyd replied, no, but the werewolf ghost caused a disturbance a few days ago. It has now appeared at Seerin Academy.
Upon hearing this, she asked again, Seerin Academy?
Lloyd replied, yes, according to the report, it entered through the sewer.
Tarina, worried, touched her chin and said, the security there has always been loose, so this isn't surprising. But are the students safe? What happened to that werewolf now? Lloyd answered, 3 students were injured, but the werewolf was dealt with. A professor there took care of it.
Tarina, still concerned, asked, as expected from a Siren professor.
Have they disposed of the werewolf's body yet? Lloyd replied, there's no body left, it was incinerated.
Upon hearing this, Tarina emphasized the words incinerated and then glanced around.
Noticing this, Lloyd asked, are you trying to confirm something? Do we need to contact Siren?
Tarina responded anxiously, no, we need to focus on gathering evidence first.
Lloyd nodded, understood. Afterward, the group split up. Tarina, still uneasy, stood deep in thought, a factory and a werewolf both incinerated.
While it may be a bit of a stretch to link these 2 incidents just because of that, I won't rule out the possibility.
Any threat to the kingdom must be eradicated at its root. That's our duty as Nightcrawler Knights. In the lecture hall at this moment, the students were constantly discussing, Professor Ludger has already defeated the werewolf?
He came from the military, and moreover, he participated in the campaign to eliminate sorcerers.
From the very beginning, I knew he was not someone to be underestimated. Lynn carried her books, searching for a seat.
She silently wondered where she should sit. There was a space in the middle, but it seemed they wouldn't move aside.
After that incident, everyone was avoiding her. There's a spot outside. Irender von Exilian waved his hand friendly and said, hello, how are you?
Lynn walked over to the chair and replied with a simple hello, but inside, she was silently crying, is it next to the princess?
The students continued their gossip, oh my, she's daring to sit next to the princess? And acting so friendly too. When did they get so close?
Lynn recalled that night, when Ludger was fighting the werewolf, and the 2 of them had a conversation.
At that time, Lynn, worried, asked, is Professor Ludger all right? Elendin von Exilin replied, don't worry, he's the head professor of Siren. By the way, why are you still outside at this late hour?
Lynn told her story to the princess. Well, here's what happened.
Irender von Exilian, angry, said, what? No one woke you up? That's outrageous. I'll teach that librarian a lesson.
Lynn tried to stop her, it's okay, I just accidentally fell asleep.
By the way, princess, what are you doing here?
Irender von Exilian asked, oh, I was outside leading the students back into the dorm.
Lynn asked in surprise, the princess herself did it?
Irender von Exilian replied kindly, just call me senior.
Here, we're all equal, aren't we?
At this thought, Lynn fell into deep reflection. I never imagined that even the princess has to patrol and can casually talk with an ordinary person like me. But sitting next to the princess makes me uneasy, one wrong move and I could be in trouble. The door to the lecture hall opened. Ludger, today with his hair tied up, walked to the podium and said, class is starting.
Ludger used magic to distribute papers to the students.
He continued, today, I will be teaching about the manifestation characteristics, the basic principles, and the laws of attribute elements. The attribute element is one of the 4 manifestation characteristics, the most common and important one, the very foundation that most of you have already learned. So today, I'll be teaching you a new magical technique.
Flora Lumos picked up the paper and thought, a new method? What is he planning to do this time?
Ludger continued, this method will increase your elemental strength from 20% to 80%.
Upon hearing this, the students became intrigued and said, is there really such a method?
Surely, you're not lying to us, teacher.
Ludger suddenly asked, Anthony, which element can you use? Anthony was startled and replied, water, ice, and wood.
Ludger responded, then summon the element you're most confident in.
Anthony, feeling tense, replied, yes, sir.
As soon as he finished speaking, power emanated from his hand.
Ludger looked at it and said, it's acceptable. Anthony responded, yes. Thank you, sir.
Before his joy could fully bloom, Ludger said, what I mean is, it's nothing special, making Anthony feel disheartened and inwardly sad.
Ludger raised his hand and said, "Look closely."
As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of power radiated from his hand, not a small orb like Antony's, but actual freezing snow.
Tessie, from below, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Is it really the same type of magic?" Leo, equally amazed, remarked, "The level is completely different."
Ludger spoke, and it seemed that everyone was intrigued. "Now, I'll explain the theory first." Flora immediately focused her gaze on Ludger.
In the lecture hall, Ludger continued his teaching.
Since elemental attributes have a long history in the field of manifestation, they were once called the foundation of all forms of pure magic, and they are also a part of manifestation. At this point, 4 powers appeared in Ludger's hands.
He continued. These are the first 4 elemental forces.
Compared to the more than 10 elements we have now, 4 is too few and also very simple.
Now, does anyone know why elemental magic attributes have developed so much?
I'll give 5 points to whoever gets it right.
Let's take the fire element as an example.
The students simultaneously raised their hands and said, "Because fire is used to drive away darkness."
Wrong. Next.
It's used to burn and clear forests.
Too grandiose. Next.
One student emitted an aura of killing intent. With a dark tone, he said.
It's used to eliminate mankind's primal fear. Darkness. Ludger replied. I think you'd be good at writing poetry. Another hand went up. Yes?
Flora Lumos, she answered the question, to burn and kill people.
Ludger said. Exactly.
At that moment, all the students erupted in a flurry of astonishment. Ludger continued with his lecture, burning with fire, drowning in water, cutting with wind, and striking dead with electricity. War and slaughter are the reasons that lead to the development of magic. However, amidst the biting cold that could cut through flesh, fire became a symbol of life rather than destruction. Water powers the water wheel, wind turns the windmill, and electricity is used to illuminate the darkness. The purpose of the elements can always change, depending on human action.
Fight for a better world, that is the mindset you must have before learning about the elemental attributes. Now, let's begin the lesson. Everyone, create an elemental orb. The practical session began immediately. Joseph focused on the flow of magic.
Despite being a second-year student, the magical power he generated lacked experience in a surprisingly noticeable way.
Joseph replied, tense, "Yes, sir." Ludger looked toward another student and said, Irina Karaman. You call that an attribute? It feels like a decayed leaf falling to the ground in late autumn.
Think of it like a young sapling just emerging from the soil. Hearing this, the student regained her composure and replied, "Yes, sir."
Tessie was incredibly focused from above.
Seeing Ludger like this, she thought to herself, he's really strict. At that moment, everyone was very focused, but only he remained sitting still, not practicing anything.
Seeing this, Ludger looked at him and thought, Aiden, huh? Leo beside him turned to Aiden and asked, "What are you doing?" Not receiving an answer, Ludger got lost in his thoughts. This kid, why is he like this? Is he trying to defy me because of the incident with the werewolves? Aiden was also deeply troubled, thinking, I don't think that's the case. Ludger then spoke up, "You have no experience with elemental manipulation, do you?" Aiden awkwardly replied, "Yes, I'm very bad at it."
Ludger scratched his head, grimaced, and thought, I see, a poor student, a special case who doesn't even have the basic knowledge.
Even though he's been recognized as special, it's not my responsibility to take care of someone who can't even follow the basics.
Letting him fall behind the rest of the class wouldn't be an issue, but...
Ludger spoke again, "Tell me, what elemental attributes can you use? You do know that, right?" Aiden answered, yes. Fire, water, and wind? Ludger immediately said, "Then let's try the fire element." Aiden, confused, asked, "Excuse me?" Ludger explained, I will teach you.
I can't just leave a student on their own from the start.
Focus your magical energy. You should be able to perform the basics, right? Aiden nodded repeatedly, yes. Ludger moved closer and pointed at him. Now, think about turning that magic into an element. As I said, fire. Aiden, feeling tense, said, I'll try. Noticing that Aiden was still struggling, Ludger said, don't overthink it. Try to feel the essence of the flame with your senses. Aiden shut his eyes tightly, following his teacher's advice, thinking about the brightest flame in his memory. The shape, the sound, the smell, the sensation, everything. With that, Aiden fell into a dreamy reverie. 8 years ago, during a snowstorm, the bitter smell of wood burning halfway through and the scent of charcoal, the fragrance of stew simmering on the stove. The sound of my 2 sisters arguing and my mother's angry voice, my father's smile as he had just returned home. There was too little food, and the biting cold wind pierced through my old clothes. It was a harsh winter, but the warmth from the kitchen fire soothed everything. That warmth felt as real as if it had been just yesterday. A voice spoke, exactly. That voice brought Aiden back to reality. Finally, the flame Aiden had been trying to create flared up. Seeing this, Aiden joyfully thought that he had done it. This feeling made his memories resurface. Ludger offered him a compliment, not bad. This flame is not hot but warm. It does not bring destruction, instead, it brings a soft sensation. I can predict what you were thinking. The other students couldn't help but exclaim, Professor Ludger actually praised someone else. Ludger turned to look at Aiden, then continued, the flame in your hand is the fire element you envisioned. Instead of a regular element, it's your own fire, your own magic. Aiden, astonished, asked, is this really my own magic? Ludger walked back to the podium, speaking as he went, don't forget that feeling. I'm sure you all know this by now, but the method I'm teaching is just that. Use your own senses, rely on your own experiences. Basic knowledge is essential when it comes to using elemental attributes. But thinking that fire is hot, ice is cold, even a 3-year-old knows that. A true mage must put something special into it. Perform your element by thinking of a special moment in your life and feeling the element with all 5 of your senses. When listening to the teacher's words, one student successfully created their own magic. Everyone was amazed and said, wow, it really works, yes, it's so different from before. Flora Lumos sat below, resting her chin on her hand, thinking, I already know all of that. I thought the teacher would show me something I didn't know. But I guess there's nothing new. But why is he going into such detail for the newbies, and even praising him just for demonstrating one element? She clenched her palm and thought, where is the person who made me lose face in front of everyone on the first day of class? I only planned to do things that wouldn't draw attention, but let's see if the teacher won't praise my element. Ending her thoughts, Flora Lumos immediately conjured a spell combining multiple elements, which was incredibly dazzling. The student next to her was stunned and said, layered magic? You can use that already? Flora Lumos didn't respond. She focused on maintaining the spell, thinking to herself, if I use wind magic here and create a vortex. Suddenly, the vortex slipped beyond Flora's control. Everyone was worried, their eyes turning toward her. Flora, isn't this too dangerous? Flora! Stop it! Flora was equally concerned for herself. If it continued like this, it would explode. She had to stop it. She needed at least a barrier to keep everyone around her from getting hurt. Seeing this, those around her immediately ran off. Quick, run! Hide! Flora struggled against the force of the power she had unleashed. Suddenly, a gentle voice soothed her, focus, Flora Lumos. Don't give up, control your magical power. I will help you. The one who spoke these words was Ludger. When he touched the magic, feeling that it had stabilized, Ludger said, stay focused, it's not over yet. If you stop now, your magic will dissipate and you'll achieve nothing. You agree with that, don't you? Flora became more serious. That's right, I've come this far, I will finish it. there were always two kinds of gazes directed at Flora Lumos: admiration and envy. She had never paid attention to those looks, let alone let them affect her. In fact, the most frustrating thing she had to endure was the cold, disdainful gaze of her father, who always looked down on her and treated her like a child. Along with the feeling of failure she experienced for the first time that day, when she was punished with a 10-point penalty due to the humiliation she had to endure, she was also reminded of the childhood memories she wanted to forget. That day, she turned her face away, unable to see Ludger's face, but she was certain he had looked at her with the same contemptuous gaze her father often used. Moreover, the Lumos family never forgets a grudge, and considering Flora's immense sense of pride, she felt that one day, she would defeat this teacher. After Flora concentrated, the blue light finally appeared. Everything abnormal gradually returned to normal, and she was even more motivated to try harder. A sharp shard of ice had formed. Flora had succeeded. She was beyond thrilled, but before she could take any pride in her accomplishment, Ludger reprimanded her with an unhappy look. "So, you've done something very naive, Flora Lumos. I don't care if you try a new magic and fail, because everyone fails. But if you put the other students in danger, that's another matter." Flora felt a bit guilty. Just now, she almost lost control if it hadn't been for Ludger's timely help. Ludger continued to criticize her. "In addition to your lack of experience when mixing the two elements, you also mixed fire and ice. It's very difficult to make two opposing elements harmonize with each other." Flora could accept what Ludger had said earlier because she knew she was in the wrong. But she disagreed with his most recent remark. Feeling indignant, she stood up to rebut. "Yes, but I succeeded. I admit that I intentionally wanted to mix in a third element. But when I mixed fire and ice, the result was perfect." Ludger knew that no matter what he explained, this stubborn girl wouldn't listen. He quietly extended his hand and demonstrated the blending of fire and ice. He used reality to show her the difference between them. Flora's mixture of elements was only beautiful on the surface, as the fire had been frozen. Her magic, in the end, was only decorative and achieved nothing. Witnessing this, Flora realized that she had been truly wrong. She lowered her head, preparing to accept the next round of scolding. Right at this moment, Ludger transformed the elemental block in his hand into countless white snowflakes. They fell across the room, creating an incredibly picturesque scene, accompanied by the astonished gasps of the students. In her heart, Flora had to admit that the magic optimized to control fire allowed him to combine the spreading ability of fire with the cold of ice into a single spell. He had turned the elements he used into something far more useful. Clearly, she had been defeated. Her eyes were filled with disappointment in herself. However, with all the gentleness of a teacher, Ludger told her that he was not reproaching her for the flaws in her skills. Flora couldn't believe it and had to ask her teacher once again. Ludger placed his hand on Flora's shoulder and seriously advised her, "You have a very special skill. I've never met a mage with such technique at your age. What I'm questioning is much more fundamental. In my eyes, your magic is only being used to show off. I don't have the right to interfere with your purpose for using magic, but at least find a path other than flaunting it, for your own sake." After speaking, Ludger instructed all the students to return to their seats in order to stabilize the class. Flora finally understood that the teacher was not scolding or looking down on her, but truly worried about her. Not even her father had ever looked at her with that kind of expression. The teacher is just reminding you to prioritize your own well-being. Suddenly, a sharp headache hit Flora, making her wince in pain. The student next to her, seeing her discomfort, asked if she was all right. Using too much mana had caused Flora to feel dizzy. She felt like she might faint any moment. This made her worry about Ludger. She wondered if he was okay, since it seemed like he had expended more mana than she had. At that moment, Ludger was facing away from the class, so no one could see the discomfort on his face. As expected, he was also feeling dizzy. Fortunately, he had taken medicine earlier. Ludger thought to himself. She's not only able to combine elements at such a young age, but she can also combine 3 extremely difficult elements. I was reprimanded by the teacher for showing off like that.
He pressed his hand on her a little harder, recalling that moment. Did that hurt? He wondered to himself. Still, he hoped she would get through it with ease. His advice had never been empty words. It was true, Siren had always excelled. She said this year's new students had many talented individuals. Could this be the golden generation? While Ludger was lost in his thoughts, the image of another student pulled him back to reality. Lin was struggling to summon the element, but it kept turning into a thin sphere before shattering, never managing to take form. Ludger rested his chin on his hand and said to Lin, "So, you can't summon the element properly. In general, that element doesn't exist. Today's lesson ends here. I'll replace your homework with a review of what you've learned today, including you, Lin. Come with me to the professor's office." Both Lin and Irender, who was sitting beside her, were bewildered by Ludger's suggestion. In the professor's office, Ludger instructed Lin to wait for a moment, then went over to his desk, searching for something. Lin sat nervously in the corner, filled with dread. Her mind was a whirlwind of questions. Why did he call me here? Could this be a personal interview? Does he want to expel me from the class? Of course, that's it. How can a student fail to summon an element properly and keep up with his lessons? But I don't want to miss the professor's lecture right now. After a while, Ludger returned holding a book and a piece of paper. But because she was too anxious, Lin only saw the outermost piece of paper. She quickly stood up in a panic. Lin thought it was a transfer request form. She was even more convinced that Ludger wanted to move her to another professor's class. The moment Ludger called her name, she hastily interrupted him. She bent over and blurted out, "Professor Ludger, I will do my best. I will do everything you ask. Please don't tell me to drop your class." Ludger seemed confused by Lin's reaction. He spoke with a tone of surprise. "You've been saying such strange things. Take it quickly. My arm is getting tired. From now on, read and study from this book. A path you've never known will be written in it." Holding the book in her hands, Lin calmed down and looked at it more closely. It wasn't a transfer request form, but a research book on non-characteristic magic. Curious, she asked Ludger where he had gotten the book from. Ludger gave a vague answer, by chance, along with a confusing explanation that the book was the lifelong research of a woman. Lin was engrossed in flipping through the book. She couldn't believe it. "Besides me, there is someone else with non-characteristic magic." She asked Ludger about the current situation of that woman. "She's no longer in this world." This answer successfully diverted Lin's attention from the book. At that moment, she noticed that the professor, usually so familiar, suddenly seemed very different. Ludger's face appeared to be somewhat sad. Knowing she couldn't learn magic of other attributes, Lin felt quite down. She clung to a small hope that Ludger might have a way to help her, but he, too, was at a loss. At the very least, Lin wanted to control just one element. Suddenly, Ludger asked, "What do you think of people who can only control one element?" Lin cautiously gave her answer. "They must be incompetent." Ludger handed Lin the steaming cup of tea in his hand, shaking his head. "Not at all. Someone who can control only one element possesses infinite talent with that specific element alone. Their magic can only interact with nature, that's how they display superior skills with their unique element." "You've just heard my explanation." Lin listened attentively to the professor's words, still wondering about attribute-less magic. Literally speaking, it had no attribute at all. Calmly, Ludger continued. "It's still unclear whether attribute-less magic truly lives up to its name, but there was a time when the element of M, the attribute-less one, was grouped with an earth element." He also emphasized that this was only the case before, but now, with the development of science, there have been various studies. He advised Lin not to worry. Both the world and magic are constantly changing. Anything can happen, that's why I asked you to read that book. It will be of great help to you.
After Lin left, Ludger leaned back in his chair to rest.
Indeed, Ludger was quite surprised that Lin possessed attribute-less magic, but he never expected to encounter someone with the ability to distinguish between good and evil at the academy. Those eyes had not yet awakened, so Lin herself was unaware of it. Ludger also did not anticipate that the book she had written would return to her in this manner.
Could this be fate?
The scene shifted back to the academy.
The class had all left, and only Aiden remained behind to practice. The method Professor Ludger taught him was truly effective. He had successfully demonstrated the elemental magic. Aiden silently thought, when I used magic back then, Professor Ludger's gaze was so gentle and serious. Did I really misunderstand him? After all, someone who loves magic this much can't possibly be a bad person. In the grand hall at this moment, everyone was chattering enthusiastically. A group of noble students gathered around a tall young man, who seemed to be someone of great importance. "Oh, who's this?" A mocking voice was directed at Aiden. It turned out to be the eldest son of Baron Pelliot, named Javan. He wasted no time in provoking Aiden. "Isn't this the kid who couldn't even manifest a single elemental attribute? So you're still acting all arrogant, huh, little boy?"
Leo, standing beside Aiden, felt his blood boil at Javan's arrogance.
Furious, he warned him. "You bastard, if you say one more word."
Aiden, worried that his friend might act rashly in his anger, quickly tried to calm him down.
Aiden wasn't angry at Javan.
He remained composed, and with a tone of humility, said,
"I'm not sure what I did to offend you, but I'll apologize now. Could you please just leave us alone next time?" Of course, Javan was not satisfied with Aiden's humility. "Leave you alone, huh?"
"Sure, but on one condition, kneel down."
The red-haired girl, Tessie, angrily shouted. "Hey, don't be unreasonable. Aren't you ashamed, being a noble like this?"
Javan, on the contrary, provoked her even more. "How dare a fallen noble like you stick your nose into this?"
Truly, someone who has never been properly taught. Javan continuously insulted Aiden's friends, pushing him to the point where he could no longer hold back.
He stepped forward, facing Javan, and glared at him aggressively. "Javan Pelliot, you can mock me all you want, but if you touch my friends, I won't let you get away with it."
Aiden's intense presence made Javan wary. However, in an effort to save face, he still taunted, "And what are you going to do about it?" Aiden threw his gloves at Javan's chest. "You want to play, huh? Fine, I challenge you to a duel."
"A magic duel, but if I win, you'll have to apologize to Leo and Tessie."
Leo and Tessie panicked and tried to stop Aiden. Javan thought Aiden was being too arrogant. He responded, "That's if you even manage to win. You should prepare yourself to kneel before me." At that moment, Ludger suddenly appeared and asked, "What are you two doing?" Ludger appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was silently cursing. "Not you again? You're not the main character."
He demanded an explanation for what had happened.
The person named Javan angrily shouted, "This is a legitimate duel. I made an official challenge, and the opponent has agreed." Ludger countered Javan's words, asking, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for a first-year student to be fighting a magical duel?" This guy wasn't going to back down.
He argued, "There's no rule that forbids first-year students from doing that."
Ludger started to get a bit annoyed. He didn't understand what was going on with this kid.
Looking at the crowd behind him, who had been murmuring the whole time, he began to suspect the problem was Fruden.
He wondered if Fruden was going to step in to support the kid.
Javan ignored Ludger's words, and Ludger said, "I won't hold anyone responsible for something that didn't happen.
Go back to your dorms."
It seemed like the matter would end there, but Chris Benamor appeared and intervened. He accused Ludger of blatantly abusing his power. "A professor doesn't have the right to stop students from voluntarily dueling each other." The students around, who had been silent up until now, started to chime in, agreeing with Chris.
Things were taking a turn that wasn't favorable for Ludger.
Chris then proposed a solution that Ludger couldn't refuse. "Even so, we can't just let those inexperienced students get hurt.
If you're worried about that, why don't we join in too? Ludger did not immediately agree, instead asking for the opinions of Aiden and Javan. Naturally, both of them agreed right away. At this point, he had no further reason to refuse and consented to Chris's proposal. However, Chris's intentions were not limited to just that. He invited Ludger to place a bet with him, but also added that it was not obligatory, as it was indeed somewhat absurd to bet on a match whose outcome was already known. Ludger accepted this proposal. Chris did not expect him to agree so easily. The gleam in Chris's glasses made him appear even more cunning. He pretended to ask Ludger, "So, Professor Ludger, who do you think will win?" "I, Professor Chris, will of course bet on Javan Pelliot. I believe he is an extremely talented wizard." Javan, whose name was praised by the professor, puffed out his chest in pride. He happily thanked Chris. Chris then teased, "I'm sure you want to bet on Javan as well, Professor, right? Should we change the bet to how Javan will win?" Ludger, maintaining his composure, responded calmly, "No need for that. I had already planned to bet on Aiden from the beginning." Aiden was completely surprised when Ludger placed a bet on him. It must be understood that the difference in skill levels between the two was considerable. Chris laughed loudly in agreement. He had no idea where Ludger found his confidence. He suggested using the magic that both of them were currently studying as the basis for the bet. After all, they had both been assigned to teach the spell-casting subject. However, Ludger then said that he didn't know Chris also taught spell-casting. This response struck Chris like a thunderbolt, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. He gritted his teeth in anger, vowing that he wouldn't let someone like Ludger, an outdated nobleman, live in peace after insulting him like that. Ludger ended the conversation by agreeing that the match would start in 3 days. Chris responded with a few perfunctory words and then left. After all, their relationship wasn't close enough for them to stand around chatting any longer. At that moment, Aiden approached to apologize to Ludger. He blamed himself for forcing Ludger into making such a bet. Ludger wasn't particularly concerned, though. He reminded Aiden that he should start thinking about how to win. The reason he chose Aiden was because, although Javan and Aiden had completely different starting points, it was still too early to conclude that Aiden would definitely lose. After all, in a competition, variables always exist. Aiden, upon hearing that, earnestly asked Ludger about the incident that would help him win the match. Ludger calmly pointed out that he already possessed it and only needed to use it at the crucial moment. Of course, Aiden knew what it was. If he used it, he could win, but he didn't want that. He bowed his head and pleaded with Ludger, "Professor, I want to win with my own strength. So please, guide me, Professor Ludger." Ludger's eyes lit up. This kid had surprised him. Aiden recalled the past, remembering a woman who had once warned him to always keep her words in mind. "Aiden, when I teach you this, it's best not to show it off recklessly. Otherwise, you'll get caught up in a lot of trouble and dangerous situations." At that moment, the woman suddenly pointed straight at Aiden, startling him. "Above all, this is my source of income. You wouldn't want me dying of hunger on the street, would you?" Little Aiden hugged the sword to his chest, nodding furiously. Even though his eyes showed he didn't fully understand. The gentlewoman patted Aiden's head. "When you truly feel it's necessary, just go ahead and use it without hesitation. Life is long, and there will definitely be a Ludger you'll need to make a decision about. When that moment comes, Aiden, just follow what your heart tells you." Back in the present, the teacher and student, Ludger and Aiden, continued to silently observe each other. Ludger didn't understand what Aiden had just said. He thought to himself, "I accepted your request because I trust in your magic. But now? You said you want to win with only your own strength, so isn't magic part of your strength?" Ludger touched his forehead, deep in thought. Anyway, this is a good opportunity to test Aiden's abilities. He spoke, "All right then, I'll teach you how to gain an advantage in a battle between sorcerers. It might be harsh for you, like torture, and there's no guarantee that you'll win." Ludger needed to make sure Aiden understood the grueling journey ahead.
With Ludger agreeing to teach him, Aiden didn't hesitate or worry about the difficulties. He resolutely promised his teacher, "I will do it, sir." Ludger stopped being verbose and instructed him to move straight to the training session. Although Aiden was somewhat surprised that the training would begin so quickly, he immediately complied. Despite his cold exterior, Ludger had long anticipated that Aiden and the others should be preparing for a victory celebration. He was looking forward to seeing how they would perform over the next 3 days. A final day of training came to an end. Exhausted, Aiden collapsed onto his bed. He groaned, "I'm going to die. This training is so much harder than I imagined. I can't believe I'm going to keep doing this for another 2 days." As he lay there, he pondered, "I wonder why the professor is so sure that I'll win? My special magic isn't well known. Maybe he knows something I don't?" In a small corner of the library at that moment, Chris Benamor was speaking with Javon Felio. In his hand was a piece of paper singed by candlelight. He said, "Ludger Cherish himself has offered to guide that ordinary one." Of course, this is how things were bound to turn out. Even though he's been trying to act calm, he must be desperate for a victory. "I'm sure you know why I've called you here, Javon Pelliot." Javon, upon hearing this, clenched his fists tightly. "Yes, sir. You told me I must definitely defeat that arrogant brat." Javon was determined to bring down the one he considered beneath him, especially to show his abilities to Chris. He couldn't let down the expectations of the esteemed professor. Chris immediately added to Javon, "That's not enough. You must show them just how vast the gap is between our nobility and those commoners." "I don't think you'll lose, but it's still best to take this extra precaution." He took out a vial of jade-colored liquid from his desk. It was a mana-enhancing potion. Chris instructed Javon to drink it before the match. Javon trembled as he held the vial, his face showing a hint of fear. "But if I get caught, won't I lose my status as a student?" Chris quickly reassured him, "This is a special item from the Benamor family. You won't get caught. Those miserable commoners will surely use every trick to win, so we can't let them have the upper hand." Javon thought to himself, "Yes, the professor is right. It may be a blow to my pride, but it's better than losing to that common scum." Chris seemed to have achieved his goal, as he smiled wickedly, complimenting Javon for making the right decision. From that moment on, Javon officially became the puppet that Chris would use to bring down Ludger. 3 days later, the match took place. On the stands, many students gathered, eager to gossip about the competition. The students kept discussing, "I wonder who will win." Compared to Aiden, this noble has an advantage, because the aristocratic education program is completely different. A female student recounted, "I heard that the freshman is quite formidable. He was involved in the werewolf accident years ago." Her friend sitting next to her looked just as surprised. "Did he really catch them? I thought Professor Ludger was the one catching them now." The first female student replied, "Professor Ludger mentored him." The topic of conversation then shifted to Ludger and Chris, who were sitting in the front. The other girls seemed unfamiliar with Chris, not even knowing who he was, only hearing vaguely that he was the freshman instructor. The first female student continued, "It seems like those two are often compared, because they both teach the spellcasting subject." Chris gritted his teeth in anger. He had heard everything that was said. He made a vow to himself, "Ludger Cherish, from this day on, I will put an end to your arrogance. I will make you suffer a humiliating defeat in front of everyone." Suddenly, 3 people approached Ludger. It turned out to be Principal Elisa, who had heard that something interesting was happening, so she brought Professor Hugo and another professor along to join in. Elisa greeted Chris and then asked about Ludger's recent situation. Ludger politely bowed in response. "Everything is going smoothly, thanks to you." Curious, she asked Ludger, "I heard you've made a bet. So, who is the professor who bet on the winner? Was it Professor Chris who bet on Javon?" Ludger calmly reaffirmed that he had bet on Aiden. Upon hearing this, Elisa covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "I'm really looking forward to it, but after all, the safety of the students comes first. The kind-looking professor standing behind Elisa answered gently. You don't need to worry about that. The protective magic surrounds their bodies like a shield and will block any attacks. As soon as she finished speaking, the stands erupted with a loud cheer. It was time for the match to begin, and the two competitors in armor stepped onto the field. Aiden's supporters couldn't stop cheering, "Go for it! Crush that arrogant brat Javan!" On the other hand, Javan's supporters were equally enthusiastic. Shouts like, "We believe in you! Show them the pride of a noble!" echoed through the air. The referee stepped forward, announcing that they would check the condition of both competitors before starting. While the referee was inspecting, Aiden reminded Duvin not to forget their promise. Duvin disdainfully replied, "Aiden, win first, then we'll talk." After a quick inspection, everything seemed fine. When the referee looked over at Aiden, the sword hanging from his waist caught his attention. He asked, "What's that thing hanging by your side?" It was an object shaped like a sword, with a round silver pommel, the blade rounded and completely dull. Aiden drew it out, excitedly explaining, "This is a personal item I'll be using in this match." The referee took it, examined it, and asked again, "It looks like a sword, doesn't it?" Aiden felt a bit uneasy and nervously said, "It's modeled after a sword, but I'm not allowed to use it." The referee still allowed the use of this sword, though he was a bit curious because it was very dull and lacked any sharp edges. After the inspection was completed, the referee announced the rules: whichever side runs out of defensive magic first will lose, and the match will begin. The speed of the two competitors' spell casting was the same, both struck at the same time. Aiden used the water element, while Javan used the fire element. Aiden had predicted correctly, before Javan could use his strongest fire-based spell. Aiden's skills had improved since the last time. Moreover, considering the elemental aspect, Javan was at a disadvantage. Javan sneered. The advantage Aiden had with his element would only matter if the magical strength of their spells was equal. But in this case, it wasn't. Javan had taken a mana-enhancing potion, and his magic erupted with great force, overpowering Aiden's. Aiden quickly dodged to the side. Javan became even more aggressive, launching more powerful attacks. His face was grim as he sneered, "This is the gap between you and me, you pathetic commoner." The intensity of the battle reached its peak. Neither of them dared to let their guard down, even for a second. The troubling part was that Aiden was slowly being overwhelmed. Even Aiden realized that the situation was not good. If things continued as they were, he would lose. In this case, he decided to use what he had learned from Professor Ludger. Javan, seeing that Aiden had stopped using magic, laughed triumphantly. He thought Aiden had given up. Chris, who was observing, also thought it was over. But suddenly, Aiden used his sword to unleash a new technique and charged forward. Chris was taken aback. "No way, that's..." He couldn't believe that Aiden was using a teleportation spell. How can you use the technique of wartime mages? He speculated that Ludger had taught Aiden this spell in just 3 days. What frustrated him the most was how a commoner, who couldn't be more ordinary, could master teleportation in only 3 days. Aiden continued to charge forward, nimbly dodging each of Javan's attacks. Javan had started to fumble with his movements. He couldn't understand what had just happened. The foundation of magic was focus, but Aiden kept moving, making it difficult for him to concentrate on chanting his spells. He tried to reassure himself, "No, don't let yourself get flustered. I've already cast the spell. With this, I can shatter his focus." As soon as Van thought that Aiden's technique was starting to weaken, Aiden reached his sword. He struck a direct blow to the face, causing him to fall to the ground. Aiden pointed his sword at Javan's face and boldly declared, "Now it's my turn." Javan was in a state of sheer panic. He begged, "Wait." But it was too late for that. The match was over. The referee raised his hand high and announced the winner was Van. Sweat poured down his face. He panted heavily with each breath. In the stands, the crowd excitedly congratulated him. They praised Javan for the progress he had made through his hard training. On the noble side, however, things weren't as celebratory. One person, visibly irritated, felt that Javan was tarnishing the honor of the noble class. Another, calmer, replied, "I never expected anything from him. That guy is just some lowly baron following us around everywhere, and now he's lost to a commoner. Ridiculous. He's a disgrace to the noble class." Javan was still sitting on the ground. He couldn't accept the fact that he had lost. He kept trying to find a reason to blame. There must be something wrong here. That commoner definitely cheated. Otherwise, how could he use magic while moving? With all the anger in his heart, he stood up, his eyes dark and filled with rage. "I will kill you." Javan cast a fire-based spell towards Aiden. Everyone watching couldn't help but panic. Javan seemed to have completely lost his mind. The referee, who had just helped Aiden remove his armor, hurriedly ran forward to shield him. He told Aiden to quickly move out of the way. The flames were now dangerously close. The blinding light from the fire reflected off Aiden's glasses, making them glow brightly. Aiden recalled the words of the woman, "Because life is long, there will definitely be a Ludger you must decide on. When that moment comes, just follow what your heart tells you." To the referee's surprise, Aiden charged forward, using his sword to block the attack. He gathered all his strength, slashing at the flames, causing them to split into two directions before disappearing. The audience in the stands gasped in awe as they witnessed this miraculous feat. Alisa had been watching closely the entire time. She rested her hand on her chin, deep in thought. Did that kid just split a spell in half? Ludger sighed with relief upon seeing that Aiden was safe. "You're still too stubborn about that, but I no longer have any doubts." Aiden used it at the most critical moment. As for Chris, sitting next to Ludger, he couldn't hide his surprise. He couldn't for the life of him understand how that wimp was able to use anti-magic, a rare spell capable of nullifying magic right after a teleportation spell. Javan hadn't expected Aiden to escape the previous attack so easily. He retreated a few steps. In an instant, Aiden charged forward and landed a powerful punch to Javan's face, knocking him to the ground. Furious, Aiden yelled, "Javan, I thought that at least you'd admit your defeat. I had no idea you'd be worse than trash like this." Fruden Wahlberg, sitting in the stands with his arms crossed in front of his chest, watched them fight. His friend sitting next to him grinned, the loser's pitiful look on his face almost too much to bear. "Do you think so, Fruden?" Fruden seemed indifferent. He replied, "I'm not sure. Honestly, I never cared much for barons in the first place. But I do need to keep an eye on that commoner Aiden. He might actually be more talented than some of the nobles." The sentence that follows, Fruden of course only thought silently, not saying it out loud. The match was over, so there was no point in staying any longer. He stood up, called his friend to leave, and even glanced at Ludger as he walked away. Chris was currently very angry. He pretended to ask Javan, "Do you know that students can use anti-magic?" Ludger glanced at Chris out of the corner of his eye. "I don't know why you're so angry. You're responsible for teaching the first-year students. Have you checked all of their personal information?" Anyway, anti-magic played no small part in his victory. Ludger's words made Chris click his tongue, unable to say anything. Ludger continued, "By the way, our specialty project is a research paper, right?" Chris restrained his anger to ask Ludger what he wanted. But Ludger answered that he wanted nothing at all. He didn't want Chris's research paper. Chris looked at Ludger, not understanding his intention. Ludger stood up and said something deeply profound. "In the end, stealing someone else's achievements to use as a bet is not my style." Everyone had left, leaving only Chris sitting there, confused, trying to understand the meaning behind Ludger's words. After reflecting on it, Ludger had said, "That's not my style with him. A noble of great standing." Chris felt as if he were about to go mad.
Ludger, was he implying that Chris was a lowly person, a thief who stole the efforts of others? In the hallway on the way out, Ludger ran into Sedina.
She congratulated him on winning the bet, but she was also worried about the outcome. She wondered whether Siren would take notice of him in the future, and if that would be a good or bad thing.
Ludger, however, thought differently. He wasn't worried at all, on the contrary, he saw it as a positive thing. Sedina couldn't understand Ludger's point. He explained, "Right now, the headmistress is suspicious of me.
She's known of our existence for a long time.
Even though I'm a professor, I can't easily escape from her list of suspects." Sedina couldn't believe it.
Ludger had chosen to take on the role of a professor at the academy, and his purpose was to avoid suspicion.
Ludger continued, "But through this incident, I've built a good reputation with the principal.
The situation has changed, she can't immediately change her opinion of me.
However, Sedina, you should cooperate with me as well. It would draw unnecessary attention if I kept meeting with a student who has nothing to do with me like this.
But it's natural for a professor to meet with an outstanding student.
You need to try your best and present the image of a model student." Sedina lowered her head. This was the first task Ludger had directly assigned to her.
She responded seriously, "Understood, I will do my best, even if it costs me my life."
Hearing that, Ludger indifferently replied, "Whatever."
In his heart, Ludger thought, "This girl is somehow becoming a problem. The recent event helped me establish with them that I'm on the principal's side, and also sent a message to the Black Dawn faction that I can't act impulsively, but I can't keep doing this forever.
I should start forming my own organization. If that's the case, first I need." Ludger was deep in thought when the orb on the table began to glow. He immediately picked it up and said, "What's going on, Han?"
The voice on the other end replied, "Sir, as per your request, I have checked the areas nearby.
What should we do to maintain our position?
I'm not sure about the situation in the dark alley either, but..."
Ludger interrupted, "It seems it's time for us to use our power."
The voice on the other end responded, "You grasped the situation quickly.
You're right, we must use our power now." Ludger pondered for a moment. It was indeed the right time, then said to Han, "All right, we'll head there immediately." Han said, "Aren't you very busy?" "I don't think this will be resolved that quickly." Ludger replied, "Don't worry, if that's the case, we'll just have to finish it quickly." The sky was now completely dark.
In a small shop, the lights illuminated the surroundings, and the voices of people echoed everywhere.
The hand of someone slammed hard on the table. "Damn it."
A subordinate nearby, sweating, asked,
"Boss, are you okay?" The red-haired man replied angrily, "Do I look okay to you? That damn bellbot, does he have to make our investment profitable before he dies? Now everything we've put into him is wasted." The subordinate stammered, "We still have some money left, right? We can still find another solution, can't we?" The boss nodded.
"True. That's why I called you all here. In the near future, we'll have to expand our business on a large scale, starting with those bastards."
Suddenly, someone opened the shop door and walked up to the boss. The people around them started murmuring, "What's wrong with that guy? Hey, we're closed, get out." The boss also spoke up. "Hey, do you not hear? We're closed." The newcomer said, "You're Daughtry, the leader of the Crimson Society, right?" Daughtry replied, surprised, "I don't know you, have we met before?" The newcomer spoke, Of course not. I only know because you're quite famous." "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is James Moriarty." Upon hearing the name, Daughtry sprang to his feet and said, "James Moriarty? The criminal advisor, the one who controls the dark alleys of the Delica Kingdom? He's been in hiding for years. Why is he here now? Let me check." After thinking for a moment, Daughtry smiled happily and said, "Professor Moriarty, I've heard a lot about you."
"I'm pleased to hear those words, but Professor Moriarty, I can't be sure if what you're saying is true."
James Moriarty spoke up, "You suspect I'm an imposter?" Daughtry chuckled and said, "TSK. Who told you to suddenly appear in a place like this?" James Moriarty replied, "The reason you gave is valid, but I don't think you should be pointing your gun at me." It turned out that one of Daughtry's subordinates was aiming a gun at James Moriarty, not just one, but several. James Moriarty laughed, turned his head to the side, and said, "Oh dear, did I get that right? Unfortunately, it won't do you any good." Daughtry signaled to his subordinates, "Shoot him in the shoulder." The others tried to fire their guns, but none of them could. Everyone was now in a state of confusion. What's going on? Our guns. James Moriarty was now executing his formation, "That's why I warned you earlier." Daughtry, in a hurry, asked, "Fire silence? Since when did he?" James Moriarty smirked. Then, an explosion occurred. A large wolf appeared at the door, its fangs and claws sharp as ever. It entered the room, and everyone inside trembled. "It's a werewolf." The werewolf walked in and stood right beside James Moriarty. Everyone in the room was stunned. "You keep a werewolf? So, those werewolves before were also his doing?" The werewolf's eyes were now sharper. A flashback scene played, and a voice echoed, "You've arrived? Seems like you want me to explain the situation in more detail, right?" "Exactly. Let's begin." Han said, "The dark alley we're lying in wait in seems to be divided into 4 criminal gangs. The largest of these is the group led by a woman named Crimson Society. Everything they do is filthy work. Basically, they control the entire alley." Ludger Cherish said, "If that's the case, then our target is the Crimson Society." Han said, "That's right. If we deal with them first, it will be easier later. However, their forces are vast, and it will be difficult for us to defeat them quickly. How about we start with the easiest one?" Ludger Cherish replied, "No, that would be a waste of time. Targeting the head directly will be much faster. If we cut off the head of the snake, the rest will surrender on their own. But now is not the right time. Recently, they have been tightly coordinating with each other. This only happened after that boss Bellbot died, right?" TSK. Exactly, hold on. It seems there's some connection between Bellbot and the Crimson Society. A lot of events and concerns revolve around Bellbot. Han said, "Maybe, but all the dirty work that the Crimson Society does is for him. Now that their key figure is dead, they must be really pissed off." Ludger Cherish replied, "If they've colluded together, then it'll be even more convenient, because we'll be able to wipe them out all at once." Han said, "No, wait, they're not just ordinary thugs. Their strength is comparable to that of mercenaries. No, scratch that, they're more like amateur knights." Ludger replied, "That doesn't mean they have real knights, though. It's nothing too impressive." Han responded, "Really? Well, if you say so, then I guess it must be true." Ludger Cherish thought to himself, "But they're not weak either." Still, no need to say it out loud. "Anyway, Han, I need your help with something." Han scratched his head and said, "Me?" The scene shifted back to the present, where the wolf was actually Han. Han was thinking to himself, "I can't make them scared on my own, so is that why I need a giant beast to frighten them? But for this mission, I'm the perfect one for the job." Han then whispered to Ludger Cherish, "Hey, I've told you before, if there's a real fight, I'm outta here." Ludger Cherish responded, "Alright, as long as you make them scared, that's all that matters." Daughtry thought for a moment. "This guy, I'm not sure if that's his real name or a disguise, but I can't afford to go easy on him. I know he has magic, but I didn't expect him to have a wolf by his side like that." Then he laughed weakly and said, "I see now, so you really are Moriarty. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier." Moriarty, seeing this, replied, "It seems like I've proven my identity." He then extended his hand. "Now, let's get to the reason I'm here today. I'm planning to start a new business in this city." Daughtry said, "Oh, a business? What kind of business?" "We'd be happy to help you." Moriarty responded, "Thank you. And I also have a few things I'd like to say to you. I don't like dirty tricks or deception. In other words, the Crimson Society will be erased forever." Daughtry felt as though the words had struck him like a hammer, and he immediately yelled out, launching an attack and drawing his knife, but James Moriarty struck him in the waist with his cane. Seeing this, someone else shouted, "That bastard Han told James Moriarty that these guys won't run away. What do you plan to do, then?" James Moriarty said, "It's time to separate." He then slammed his weapon onto the floor. Bam! All the lights in the tavern went out, and everything around them plunged into darkness. Chaos erupted among the crowd. "What's going on? I can't see anything. Someone turn on the lights." One person yelled. "What are you planning to do while we can't see anything?" "Damn it!" James Moriarty was slowly drawing his sword. His expression was more serious than ever before. He was dead serious. In the darkness, all that could be seen was the scene of blood everywhere, and the sounds of fighting echoed. The third-tier magic fool's dream filled the air. His sword was drenched in blood. Using the power of darkness and illusion to instill fear in his enemies, it was a spell, a complex piece of magic. Screams rang out everywhere, "Die! Help me! Damn it, stop!" Chaos surrounded them. In the darkness, people swung their swords randomly, hitting objects or even striking their own comrades. In the midst of the darkness, somehow, James Moriarty had killed everyone there. Now only Daughtry remained. James Moriarty simply smiled. The injured people at this moment tried to stand up and attack James Moriarty. But he just used his sword and gently parried. The collision of the swords caused a blinding flash of light. An aura was controlled to cut through his magic. They were definitely allied knights. "Well, I don't think I will lose to them anyway." James Moriarty calmly smiled. Then a purple vial fell to the ground, boom, exploding and spreading into the air, blending into it. One of them screamed. "It could be poison. Fall back." Another person nearby said, "Things like poison won't affect us if we protect our bodies with magic." As he was speaking, a weapon flew quickly toward him. His words were meaningless, but it seemed like something had struck his sword. Then he screamed in pain, as if some kind of poison had gotten on his hand. After that, the poison spread from his hand up to his arm. This caused him intense pain and fear. Even his clothes were quickly corroded and decayed. Seeing this, another person gritted his teeth and thought, "He's using the dagger as a trap to distract us, aiming to throw poison at him. He knows we can't avoid being poisoned through direct contact." The man who had been poisoned was now trembling and going mad. He yelled, "Damn it, where are you hiding? I'll kill you." Before he could finish his sentence, James Moriarty appeared in front of him, stabbing him from the chin up to the brain. The outcome was, needless to say, inevitable. The others, witnessing that cruel tactic, were thrown into panic. James Moriarty simply glanced at them with a deathly look before coldly drawing his sword. The purple-haired man said, "You bastard, are you really Professor Moriarty? I never heard that Professor Moriarty was ever good at fighting." James Moriarty replied, "Why should I teach you to enjoy it? Either way, you will die." The purple-haired man thought, he's making the opponent drop their guard, exposing their weakness. As long as I'm careful, I can win. First, I need to close the distance. Then the purple-haired man charged towards James Moriarty, intending to attack him. But James Moriarty threw out a vial of purple poison. The purple-haired man thought, "Do you really think the trick will work on me? I just need to redirect it." He swung his sword, intending to deflect it elsewhere. But a moment later, he realized that his sword had been coated with the poison and was slowly being corroded. He was now growing increasingly anxious. His own sword, don't even mention the vase. James Moriarty had already drawn his gun and aimed it at the man with purple hair. The man with purple hair was panicked. Damn it, I have to drop my sword to dodge. With his reflexes, he could have dodged in time, but it was already too late. A human's reflexes couldn't outpace a gunshot. In the end, he was shot through the stomach. Not by a bullet, but by some kind of dark shadow. The man with purple hair trembled. How could that have come from my shadow? Magic should be cast near the caster, right? He didn't expect this to be possible. James Moriarty aimed the gun and shot the man with purple hair. After that, James Moriarty walked over to where Daughtry was. Daughtry's face was now as pale as a sheet, without a trace of blood. James Moriarty said, "So, what now? Shall we continue our conversation?" Then came the scene of James Moriarty leisurely pouring wine into a glass. Han walked over and said, "How can you drink at a time like this?" James Moriarty replied, "Did you drop the disguise?" Han said, "Ever since my nose became more sensitive, I can't stand the smell of blood." It seems like he screamed quite terribly. "Is he dead?" James Moriarty said, "Not yet. Now I know all the information I need to know. I plan to hand him over to other organizations." Han said, "All right, I think he'll arrange everything properly. By the way, what are you drinking?" James Moriarty picked up his glass, preparing to take a sip, and said, "Gorgonoosan 38-year-old wine." Han became anxious. "What? Damn it. Drinking alone? Pour me some, will you?" James Moriarty said sharply, "I thought you were bothered by the smell of blood." Han continued, "Come on, I want to try it, even if it makes me vomit." "Never mind, what's next for the rest of the people in the Crimson Society?" James Moriarty said, "I plan to pick a few of them, find those who are useful to me. There are many confidential documents and records in the office on the second floor. They will be useful to you. I guess I have more work to do now. Don't you think there's too much for just the two of us to handle?" James Moriarty replied, "I anticipated that. You should write that I know many people who can help us." Han incredulously turned to say, "Really? I'm sure no one is suited for the job, but anyway, do you really think they'll respond to your invitation?" James Moriarty replied, "They said they'll come as soon as they finish their current work." "Do you hate them that much?" Han said, "Of course. None of them are normal, and yes, I know I have no right to say that. Even if I complain, we'll still carry out your plans. I remember the principal was suspicious of you. Is it really okay for you to keep hanging around like this?" James Moriarty put down his glass. "Don't worry, they won't tail us. Those mages will never take risks unless they're sure. Especially with the principal under scrutiny from the opposition, she won't do anything that could harm herself." Han nodded, "That makes sense. So what will you call the organization?" James Moriarty asked cautiously, "A name?" Han furrowed his brow. "You want to take control of Rederblike, right? Then at least you need a name. How many people do we have in total? Including the two of us, maybe about 10. James Moriarty thought for a moment and then said, "I have an idea, U.N. Owen." Han asked suspiciously, "U.N. Owen, Anonymous? Are you planning to name the group Anonymous?" James Moriarty replied, "Well, that's also an idea." Han poured himself a drink and said, "No, I get it. Unowan, shall we make this our final toast for today?" James Moriarty happily raised his glass with Han. "Sure, to the birth of the organization." Then, the sound of glasses clinking echoed throughout the bar. So Linnea asked, "Professor Ludgercherish, why don't you have an assistant?" Professor Ludgercherish, who had been bringing food to his mouth, had a displeased expression on his face. Professor Ludgercherish said, "At the moment, I don't really feel the need for one." So Linnea, upon hearing this, asked, "But you have 80 students. Don't you find it exhausting?" He responded casually, "Yes, but it's not that tiring." So Linnea exclaimed, "Oh, you are truly amazing.
He heard that and just quietly cut a piece of steak, but a thought flashed through his mind.
Does everyone have an assistant? Am I the only one who has to work like a dog? He stopped thinking, then asked Solanea, Professor Solanea, do you have an assistant?
She heard this and replied, yes, I do, but I don't need much help, so I only have 3 assistants for now.
He was taken aback, unable to believe it. He thought to himself, didn't she just say she doesn't need much help? So, do professors usually have 10 assistants or something?
He silently glanced over at Professor Benamor, thinking, it seems 3 assistants really is a small number for Professor Benamor. Brino also told him he should hire a few people.
Solanea and Merida said in turn, if you're doing it alone, it will be really tough.
I think you at least need about 5 assistants, Merida said.
If you need, I can make a list of some promising students for you.
Solanea heard this and cheerfully said, I'll help a little too.
He sighed and said helplessly, all right, thanks, everyone.
Sitting in the study, holding a book, he quietly thought about everyone's suggestions.
Assistants, huh?
Turning the pages of the book, he continued to think. The assistant would receive extra points and additional private classes, with no limit on the grades.
In fact, the new professor could have at least 6 assistants.
He leaned on his hand, looking into the distance rather than thinking about graduation.
A few people accepted to continue studying magic under the professor's guidance.
Essentially, this was a school in the 21st century. He closed the book and glanced at the neat stack of papers next to his desk.
A thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he thought, TSK, someone handling these small tasks wouldn't be bad. The question was, who should he choose? He rustled through the pages.
Then he suddenly remembered, saying, right, I already have the list.
Is there anything else?
He picked up the stack of papers and searched through the list. His thoughts wandered, TSK, it's not that urgent.
Suddenly, he froze, and exclaimed, huh?
The young man was walking down the hallway when he noticed someone in the corner by the wall. He stopped and said, if you have something to say, just come out and say it, Sedina. She hesitated, stammering, yes, and he thought, no, there's no way someone would secretly follow the professor like that.
Doesn't she have something to do? He suddenly realized, He turned around and said to Sedina, all right, by the way, I also have something I need to ask you. Sedina, hiding behind the wall, asked, huh? Me?
She quickly reacted, you have class on Tuesdays and Thursdays, from 10:00 a.m. to 12:00 p.m., right?
Isn't that the time the professor teaches?
He smiled when he heard that. She continued, I'm free during that time.
Does the professor need anything?
He quickly walked over to her, speaking as he moved, perfect. He stopped right in front of her and said, be my assistant.
Sedina responded, oh, okay. Then she suddenly realized, shouting, huh? What is the teaching assistant saying? How could someone like you?
He answered, if you become my assistant, you'll have more natural access to me.
She trembled and said, but I have nothing to do with the professor, do I? The professor will also be suspected.
He replied, don't worry, your name is on the list I received.
This makes sense. Sedina answered, I understand.
He suddenly said, TSK, if you don't want to, I won't force you.
Sedina jumped in surprise and stammered, of course I don't. He confirmed once again, so, you're agreeing, right?
She quickly nodded repeatedly. He continued, all right, bring the assistant registration form to me within 2 days.
Sedina replied, yes, sir.
He silently stroked his chin, thinking to himself, good, the first assistant isn't bad. If I keep her close, it will be easier to gather information about the Black Dawn Guild piece by piece. In the next 2 days, I'll have a loyal errand runner. An hour later, Sedina immediately brought the assistant registration form to him.
He opened the door, surprised and slightly helpless, and said, well done.
She quickly replied, thank you, Professor. He thought to himself, faster than I expected. In just 1 hour, the crowded lecture hall was filled with chatter and noise. Lin said, "Why is it so noisy today?" Irender replied, "It seems there's some strange rumor spreading around." She turned to Lin and said, "I heard Professor Ludgercherish is looking for an assistant." Lin responded, "Wow, sounds interesting." Irender continued, "What's even more interesting is that so far, he hasn't chosen any assistant. People are saying that he probably doesn't even know that professors have assistants." Lin, upon hearing this, replied, "No way. He's Professor Ludgercherish, after all." Irender went on, "And also, the hottest rumor right now is about that." Lin, surprised, asked, "That?" Irender answered, "The all-powerful wish-granting stone. People are saying it's being hidden somewhere in Siren." She then asked Irender, "Is that rumor true?" Irender replied, "There are still many mysteries yet to be uncovered. And this place is the magical center of Siren, so it might be a little exaggerated, but there really is such an artifact." She said, "I see." While the two were talking, Flora sat, propping her chin, looking at them with a contemptuous gaze. In her mind, she thought, all-powerful stone? Yeah, right. If something like that really existed, the higher-ups would have confirmed it by now. She rolled her eyes and thought, then suddenly realized, by the way, that person who looks like a superhero is looking for an assistant? She thought about Professor Ludgercherish. An assistant is someone officially recognized by the professor, so naturally, that person must have skills that match someone like herself. She waved her hand confidently, thinking, "Tisk, I'd definitely be considered if I personally applied." But after hearing the words, "The professor is coming soon, everyone be quiet," her train of thought was interrupted. Her face darkened. After Sedina stepped up to the podium, the crowd began to murmur, "Who is that? I've never seen that student before. Is he carrying study materials? What? He's Professor Ludgercherish's assistant?" Flora was surprised when she heard this. "What? Has he already hired an assistant?" He leaned against the doorframe and called out, "Well done, Sedina. You can go now." Sedina softly turned to leave. "Yes, sir." The entire auditorium watched him in surprise. He paused and thought, why are they acting like this? The sunlight gently streamed down onto the grassy field. The elementary school campus echoed from the classroom, "Focus, the lesson is starting." Time passed, and the class eventually came to an end. He concluded, "That's it for today. The material we covered will be tested, so be sure to review it." Suddenly, a female student stood up and said, "Professor Ludgercherish, I have a question." He asked in return, "What would you like to ask, Julia Plumhart?" She replied, "Oh my gosh, you remember my name?" He thought to himself, she's in the top position for entrance, and I heard the magic tower is supporting her as well. He asked further, "Go ahead and ask." "It's not that important." Her expression turned mocking as she spoke the next line, "How did you manage to choose an assistant like that?" Hearing this, his gaze turned cold. In his mind, he thought, I knew she'd ask that. But he answered calmly, "I personally selected her." She continued, "Were there any specific conditions? Like having the highest magic power? Or?" At this point, her gaze grew sly. She added, "Someone so famous that everyone remembers their name." He remained silent for a moment, thinking, this isn't just a simple question out of curiosity. Then, he replied, "When I choose an assistant, the only thing that matters to me is their character. If you have a good character, then I welcome you, and you'll be interviewed." Julia felt embarrassed upon hearing this. He coldly continued, "However, after asking that question, I don't think you need an interview anymore, because it seems like you're not the right person to be my assistant." She frowned after hearing it. "If there are no other questions, then we'll be going. The midterm exam is coming soon, so make sure to prepare well." Sedina stood outside, looking in with a worried expression. The meeting had just ended, and Ludger turned around and walked towards the office door, casually stepping out, holding a thick stack of documents in his hands. As if sensing someone standing beside him, Ludger immediately glanced to the side. In front of him was the small figure of Sedina Rothian, and she had noticed him right after. The two of them stared at each other for a long while. Finally, to break the awkward silence, Ludger spoke first. "Have you been waiting here this whole time?" In response to Ludger's question, Sedina seemed very flustered, hesitating as if she were a little kid just learning to speak. "Oh, well." Ludger noticed the embarrassment on her pretty face and continued to give instructions. "Next time, don't wait in front of the lecture hall like this. Wait for me in the assistant's office." Sedina immediately replied, "Yes, sir." However, just as Ludger was about to turn and leave, Sedina quickly called him back. Also, I. Perhaps at that moment, Sedina wanted to say something more. However, after meeting his cold, piercing gaze, she could only stammer like a chicken that had lost its grain. Time slowly passed. Ludger began to feel impatient and coldly asked, "What is it?" After several minutes of inner struggle, she decided to hide what she had wanted to say, quickly looking for a way to change the subject. "It's nothing, sir. I wish you a productive day at work." Upon hearing this, Ludger wasn't interested in being curious. He simply replied lightly, Same to you." Then, Ludger handed Sedina the stack of papers he had been holding onto since the beginning, adopting a serious demeanor and advising her. "Here are the assignments the students turned in today. Keep them safe until the end of the day." Sedina politely extended both hands to receive the stack of assignments, repeatedly saying, "Yes, sir," before quickly walking away. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking behind Ludger could be heard. Then, a calm voice spoke up, "Excuse me, Professor." Ludger instinctively turned his head. It turned out that the owner of the voice was Flora Lumos. Seeing this, he immediately asked her, "Is something wrong?" Flora Lumos. Ludger's cold, piercing gaze made Flora feel uncomfortable for a moment. She nervously, hesitantly replied, I heard that you just hired an assistant." Upon receiving Flora's vague answer, Ludger misunderstood that she was making an excuse to ask for a position as his assistant, and immediately said bluntly, "Is that so? Do you want to be my assistant?" Flora was startled and quickly denied, "Of course not. How could I possibly do that?" Realizing that Flora had another reason for seeking him out, Ludger became more cautious and asked, "Then what is it that you want to talk to me about?" Faced with Ludger's suspicion, Flora shyly turned her face away. After a moment of silence, she finally gathered the courage to reply, "I just wanted to thank you, sir." To avoid seeming weak in front of Ludger, Flora furrowed her brow, closed her eyes tightly, and placed her hands on her hips, trying to appear proud as she explained, "Last time, I was able to return safely thanks to your help, and I think your advice to me was absolutely right." As for Ludger, he maintained an expressionless face in response to Flora's gratitude. His cold, penetrating gaze fixed on the girl before him, and each word he spoke seemed like a matter of course. "I'm merely doing what a professor is supposed to do. As long as you seriously consider my advice, that's all that matters." Flora, upon hearing this, didn't think much of it. With a sense of worry, she opened up and asked Ludger, "Will you be heading back right after this, Professor? That day, you must have used up more mana than I did." Hearing this, Ludger immediately replied without hesitation, "I'm completely fine, but the pain inside me continues to scream in agony. Truth be told, I nearly passed out." After receiving Ludger's response, Flora felt reassured. She then shifted the topic, curious to ask him, "Professor, how many elements are you proficient in? I only saw you use 5 elements in class." Ludger, upon hearing this, responded slowly, "Those are all the elements I can use." It may seem like Ludger openly admitted to Flora, but in reality, he had already planned everything in advance. He secretly thought to himself, "Actually, I could use all 10 elements, but that wouldn't be ideal. Unlike a mage who specializes in a single element, the downside of using multiple elements is that none of them will be overwhelmingly strong." As Ludger thought about this, he agonized and collapsed onto the floor, thinking, but if this gets out, I'll be in a tough spot, so I'll just say 5. After hearing what Ludger said, Flora, naive as she was, immediately believed him. She stroked her chin and sighed, 5? That's a lot. Noticing that Flora had no more questions, Ludger said, if you don't have any more questions, then I'll be leaving. With that, he quickly turned and left. Just as Flora was about to reach out to stop him, Ludger coincidentally turned his head back, and with a sincere tone in his voice, he said, if you haven't changed your mind, you're always welcome to come and register as my assistant anytime. You could really become my assistant. After saying that, Ludger coldly left, leaving Flora stunned. She stood there, her head bowed low. How infuriating. Back to Ludger. At this moment, he was at the office, with a serious demeanor. He asked the person in front of him, you called me here, didn't you, Principal? On the other side, Principal Elisa Wolferdau smiled and replied, hello, Professor Ludger. Have you heard the recent rumor? That inside Siren, the all-powerful stone has disappeared. Ludger nodded slightly and slowly spoke, I've heard it as well. I think it's just a silly rumor circulating among the students. However, his words were immediately countered by Elisa. Under Ludger's doubtful gaze, Elisa slowly continued, the all-powerful stone can grant wishes. It really exists. With that, Elisa took the all-powerful stone from her body. It was a mystical object, with unique power that had existed for a very long time. Ludger stared in confusion at the glowing blue stone in Elisa's hand and asked, a relic? Elisa quickly confirmed, yes, that's right. An ancient relic of unknown origin, its power is estimated to be 100 times greater than that of a relic that a grand mage could create. At that moment, Ludger seemed to still have some doubts, is a sacred relic really in Siren? Elisa quickly confirmed upon hearing this, we've had it in our possession for quite some time now. She showed a thoughtful expression, but that's highly classified information. If there's a rumor, it means the information has already been leaked. Not only that, Elisa believed someone had disclosed the secret, but there could still be other possibilities. Since the all-powerful stone possessed immense power, the area where it was kept was under very strict security procedures. The information could have been exposed during the relaxation of the protection measures while the stone was being transported. With that, Elisa looked directly into Ludger's eyes, since this rumor is so unique, I'm considering entrusting you with the investigation. This assignment from Elisa quickly made Ludger cautious. On the surface, it seemed like the principal trusted him with the task, but she wasn't the type to trust him just because they were on the same side. It was more likely that she wanted to take the opportunity to investigate his background. While Ludger pondered silently, Elisa lightly tapped her fingers on the table, let me know if you have any questions. Also, please assist us during the transportation of the relic. Ludger immediately agreed after hearing that. Then, he asked, is there any other professor joining us? Elisa looked at him, her eyes filled with deep contemplation. She replied, yes, but all of you have been assigned to different areas, so you won't meet them. Upon hearing this, Ludger slightly closed his eyes. I understand. Before Ludger left, Elisa reminded him. There's still some time before the transportation of the stones begins, so you can just continue with your usual work for now. Time passed slowly, and the night began to fall, covering the entire city. At this moment, Ludger sat in his office, deep in thought. The information leaked from Siren, could it be Black Dawn? But then, there's no connection to Sedina? Ludger gently adjusted his glasses. I'm not sure if this is a different deal or if there's another purpose behind it, but an incident will happen soon. After thinking for a moment, Ludger quickly took out a small object from his pocket and examined it. The sacred artifact, it seems like I've found one here too. I've been changing identities while traveling across lands for quite a long time. Sometimes I'm a mercenary, other times a professional criminal, and occasionally a merchant. There's only one reason I've wandered the world with so many different identities, it's to find the remaining pieces of this sacred artifact. I came here because I heard the Empire has a sacred artifact, but I didn't think Siren would have one too.
Of course, it's a different type from the one I'm searching for, but what if I can use the all-powerful stone to pinpoint the location of the one I'm looking for? While Ludger was deep in thought, the sphere on the table suddenly began to glow. Han's voice came from the other side, reaching his ears. "Boss, I've cleaned up the scene. It might be because you've been keeping an eye on the Crimson Society, but the other three factions are staying unusually still. However, Piranhas, the one trying to take over the society, is starting to lose his mind." Han's face suddenly became serious. "Boss, I might need your help. Are you free?" Hearing this, Ludger replied, neither too quickly nor too slowly. "In about a week, I should be available." It seemed that Han quickly caught the problem in Ludger's response and immediately asked, "Is something going on over there?" Ludger did not hide anything and answered, "There is a sacred artifact in Siren." Upon hearing this, Han propped his chin up with his hand, looking thoughtful. "You're in more trouble than I am." Not only that, but Han also wondered, what kind of school has a sacred artifact? Surely the principal has some secret basement or something. The more Han kept discussing, the more Ludger felt impatient. "Han, stop rambling." Hearing that, Han immediately acted like he was about to faint, saying Ludger didn't know how to joke. "Well, anyway, I'm off to go on a date." Ludger could only wish his buddy well in his endeavors. Back to the matter at hand, Ludger became deep in thought. "I have to act as soon as I can, but for now, I have to stay put because of the principal's orders." He stared at the object, the all-powerful stone that could grant wishes. Could this be an opportunity? Sacred artifacts aren't easy to find. Even someone like me, who has traveled far and wide in search of them, has only found 3 pieces. Based on its shape and size, there should be about 4 pieces left. Once I find all 7 pieces, a complete sacred artifact will be mine. If I can pull that off, then. With that thought, Ludger tightened his grip on the fragment in his hand. His figure flickered under the moonlight that peeked through the window. The servant respectfully asked, "Does the princess need anything else?" Irender replied, "No, you may go inside." The servant respectfully followed her instructions. Irender wearily sat on the bed. She felt that the servants never left her alone for even an hour. Irender thought to herself, although with my position, there's no choice but to accept it. She just wants to live a normal life like any other student. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Irender. She asked the servant, "What's going on outside?" The servant respectfully responded, "Someone has sent a request." Irender wondered, what kind of request? It was Tarina who had sent the request. She was kneeling down to show her respect to Irender, also apologizing for arriving so late, explaining that it was due to an urgent matter. Irender said, "It's fine," but she also asked, "What's going on with you?" Tarina asked Irender directly, "Is it true that there are werewolves in Siren?" Irender honestly answered, "Yes, and one of the professors has already dealt with them." Tarina explained, "I'm asking about the werewolves because I'm investigating a case related to them." Immediately, Irender asked, "Which case exactly are you referring to?" Tarina refused to disclose, explaining that she was asked to keep it confidential and requested that Irender understand her position. Tarina continued, "I will meet with that professor in person." "Do you know who it is?" Irender openly replied, "Ludger Cherish, a new professor." She wished Tarina success in her investigation. Tarina thanked her and suddenly recalled something important. She respectfully called out, "Irender." Then she continued, "The Grand Princess is waiting for your contact. She wants me to convey that your recent lack of communication has made her very sad." Irender remained silent for a moment before answering, "I know." After receiving Irender's response, Tarina politely requested to end the conversation. As soon as the conversation ended, Irender let out a deep sigh. She silently considered asking Tarina about the Grand Princess but concluded that the Grand Princess's decision to have Tarina speak with her was probably her way of showing concern for Irender. Irender felt a deep discomfort in her heart.
On the side of Tarina, after finishing the conversation with Irender, her subordinate asked if something was wrong. She told them about a new professor who had dealt with the werewolf and that she needed to meet with that person as soon as possible. Irender asked his subordinate Enya about the progress of the investigation into the factory. Enya reported that they had analyzed several pieces of paper that were not burned. It seemed that someone had been researching or developing something, but the details were still unclear. Tarina felt that there were still some clues, but they couldn't continue further. She then asked Enya if there was anything else. Enya reported one more thing: the Crimson Society, a group that had recently vanished overnight in Rederblik. Tarina wondered, what does the Crimson Society have to do with this case? Enya suggested that they should still keep an eye on it. Tarina dismissed the idea, saying, "There's no need to worry about that right now." She told Enya to focus on their investigation and also to gather more information in Rederblik before they headed to Siren. Both Enya and another subordinate acknowledged the order. In the classroom, Ludger was writing on the board while thinking. Over the past few days, more and more rumors had spread. The students were behaving in their own ways because of the werewolf incident. It seemed that he too was about to be troubled soon. Ludger noticed that the group of students seemed sluggish and unfocused, so he closed the book and decided not to continue. He spoke up, "It seems like you're all bored, huh? In that case, I'll show you something interesting that tends to capture students' attention when they're feeling tired." A magical flame appeared at the tip of Ludger's finger. He began his captivating lecture. Sorcerers always use magic by centering themselves, as the magical power comes from the incantations. However, he paused for a moment when he noticed one student dozing off. Then, a flame appeared right in front of him, waking the student up in fear. Ludger continued his lecture, "If you touch it even just a little, you can do the same. I said that magic manifests outwardly through incantations at its core, but in reality, there's a small gap in between. Usually, this gap is about a meter at most. However, if you expend more magical power, you can stretch it further. And I call it magic that assigns coordinates." Flora was extremely surprised by the ghostly spell that assigned the coordinates of Ludger, as she had never heard of this before. She was eager to find out where exactly he had learned this magic. Ludger, however, remained calm as he continued to explain. "This might be interesting to you, but it's just a minor modification in the use of magic. It was created from the inspiration of a wizard. And I'm not showing this to you because I don't want to teach you." The entire class immediately buzzed with excitement because Ludger had refused to teach them how to use this magic. They all asked him why. Ludger replied, "I want you to realize something. All magic develops from a solid foundation, and a perfected artifact only comes afterward. To use truly perfect magic, you must learn step by step. So, if you feel bored or think I'm stating the obvious, focus on learning first for your future selves." Ludger concluded today's class and added, "If anyone wants to learn more about this magic, feel free to come to my office. I will appreciate it if you do." When he returned to his office, Ludger found that Sedina had been waiting for him there for quite a while. At the same time, Ken noticed someone was trying to contact him, so he told Sedina to wait outside for a moment before immediately setting up a barrier to separate them. Ludger silently thought to himself, it must be nearly time for him to be contacted. The conversation was immediately connected between him and the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister informed him of an urgent situation: the all-powerful stone has been stolen. This news left Ludger stunned and dazed. The Prime Minister had said that he had underestimated his enemy. Ludger asked, "What happened?" The Prime Minister recounted, "Your enemies knew about the stone's defensive base. They attacked before you could do anything." Alisa, on the other hand, was in a state of distress. No matter how much the rumors spread, she thought that with swift action, they could have stopped it, but ultimately, a major mistake had happened. Back to the Prime Minister discussing plans with Ludger, he said, "I am pursuing them, but if they use the stone, the situation will become even more serious." Ludger replied, "I know." He also asked, "How long do you think the golden window will last?"
the Prime Minister predicted, until midnight tonight.
Upon hearing this, Ludger acknowledged, understanding the gravity of the situation.
The Prime Minister added, "Do you have anything else you want to ask?" Ludger advised, "You should move, instead of sitting there and asking a few more questions."
The Prime Minister responded, "All right, I leave this task to you." At the end of the conversation, Ludger withdrew the barrier and thought to himself, "I knew this would happen, but who would have thought it would come so soon?" He was also frustrated, thinking about those people. What the hell are they thinking? He still hadn't erased the Prime Minister's doubts. He was going to be seen as one of them. Ludger felt something was off and wondered, with this situation, is it really first in line? Shortly after, he called Sanida back. She hesitantly opened the door, unwilling to step into Ludger's office. He asked, "It seems like a subordinate is acting on their own, doesn't it?" Sanida nervously nodded and replied, "Yes." Ludger sternly instructed, "Sanida, explain to me exactly what happened from the beginning." Sanida honestly reported, according to the investigation, the incident stemmed from a third-order individual who inquired about news. This person found information related to the all-powerful stone while researching Siren. The rumor about the stone spread among the students. Since he had read that information, he completely believed the rumor and then learned about the existence and location of the stone. That person quickly reported it to a second-order individual. However, the second-order person didn't report it but acted on their own. Ludger frowned and asked, "What's his name?" Sanida replied, "His name is Demirs. He has close ties with the government and frequently handles matters related to them." Ludger said that if it was such important information, then he really should have reported it as the first priority. "Does he really think you wouldn't know?" Ludger asked, "Why do you think he did that?" Sanida replied, "It's just my guess, but I think he wants to become a first priority." The order doesn't say that the 7 positions of the first priority can change at any time. Demir's talent isn't enough to satisfy his greed, so maybe this time he wants to take a big risk. Ludger showed that he understood and asked, "So, what's the situation now?" Sanida asked in return, "Do you intend to act on your own?" Ludger often responded affirmatively and reported, "We've already pursued him, but also warned that if we're not careful, our identities will be exposed." Sanida also shared, "Right now, they're running away after stealing the stone, along with several dozen accomplices. All I know is that they're heading towards the silent forest." Ludger stood up and told himself that it was time for him to leave. Sanida wondered what she should do. He said that she didn't need to do anything, which surprised Sanida. "Just knowing that information is already enough," Ludger said, complimenting Sanida for doing well. "I'll leave the rest for you to handle." With immense joy and tears welling up in her eyes, Sanida thanked Ludger while he coldly walked out. Standing outside the office, he wondered, "I only said a few words, why did Sanida make that face? Did she think it was some extreme loyalty or something?" But it seemed that wasn't the case. Ludger walked with pride, thinking that the most important thing now was, "Not yet finished, I'll recite the Aether Nocturnus spell." A dark path opened before him. As nightfall gradually descended on the academy campus, Ludger walked with confidence, empowered by the Aether Nocturnus spell. It was a summoning spell known as the Path of Magic, which consumed a great amount of magical power but could completely conceal the user's presence, making it impossible for anyone to track them down. Ludger passed by Flora and her friends. The magical aura around him caused her to stop and turn her head to look behind. Cheryl asked Flora, "What's wrong with you?" Flora was focused on thinking about the strange sensation, as if someone had just passed by, but when she turned around, there was no one there. However, she was sure she had smelled magic. Flora speculated, invisible magic? She needed to check, so she immediately ran after Ludger. Although Cheryl called out her name and asked, "Where are you going?" She called Flora's name in vain. The 2 professors were standing in front of the gates of the silent forest, talking. One of them said, "Damn it, they actually ran into the silent forest." The other replied, "Even though it's dangerous, shouldn't we call for more people? How is it that forests like this still exist?" It's been destroyed so many times already. Both of them were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice Ludger had approached them. He walked straight into the forest, leaving behind the professor's chatter about this place. However, no matter how hard they tried, the forest grew back extremely fast, driving anyone who entered it mad. One of the professors said, "Blocking the entrance is our best option." The forest echoed with painful, maddened screams. One man yelled at the person shouting, "Calm down. Do you want to go mad like that one?" Another person asked, "Demirs, what should we do? They're surrounded, and we can't stay here for long." Demirs shouted loudly at the one who asked, "Shut up." He told himself he had a plan for everything. Everyone was confused and fell silent. Demirs, anxious and frightened, muttered, "Damn it, it really is the all-powerful stone, but it's completely useless." He trembled as he held the stone in his hand, questioning. The power that comes from this stone is real, but why isn't there any reaction at all? Suddenly, Demirs screamed, "Who are you?" This startled all of his subordinates. Ludger's voice echoed. "Is that all? I heard there were at least 10 of you. Did the rest get caught or abandoned?" Demirs' men trembled uncontrollably as soon as they saw Ludger. Even he, Demirs, couldn't utter a word and could only hesitate while calling Ludger's name. Ludger spoke in a stern voice, his eyes cold and murderous, staring straight at him. "Second in command, Demirs, do you think I came here by myself for no reason?" The fear seeped into Demirs' skin, making him feel like he was about to collapse. He knows everything. Why am I so unlucky to encounter the cold-blooded John Doe? I'm going to die today. No matter how much his senses trembled, they couldn't stop him from calculating how to escape the danger. Skillfully, Demirs and his companions knelt down, reverently offering the stone to Ludger with both hands. "This is the all-powerful stone. I present it to you, my lord." Ludger gazed at the glowing green stone before extending his hand to take it. He didn't forget to praise Demirs for doing well, but he also added a farewell that stunned him. Sharp magical spikes pierced Demirs and the others, killing them instantly. Before he closed his eyes for the last time, Demirs mustered his remaining strength to ask Ludger. "First order." Why? There was no need for much more from Demirs. The last image he saw was Ludger coldly taking the stone, holding it in his hand, and watching him breathe his last. With contempt, Ludger spoke. "Why? Telling you would just be a waste of my time." Ludger studied the stone in his hand, contemplating, "This is the all-powerful stone," but suddenly, he realized something strange. Wait, this isn't the holy artifact. Ludger recalled that the all-powerful stone had a powerful source of magic within it, but that was all. However, the principal had once told him. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze, and a purple orb appeared from the sky, cutting through his thoughts. From the orb, a surge of magical light burst forth, striking the spot where Ludger stood, creating a massive explosion. As the explosion subsided, beautiful petals from the blast fluttered through the air. On the ground, where Ludger had just been, there was only the fake all-powerful stone remaining. Elisa bent down and picked up the stone. "I really shot it hard," she sighed. "It's unbelievable that not even a crack appeared." Under the moonlight, Elisa said, "It's all over now." Standing in the center of the spot where the explosion had occurred, the tremors caused by her own actions still lingering, Elisa considered the fake all-powerful stone. With just a little more spice added to this bait, the big rat she wanted would surely fall into the trap. Elisa smiled wickedly. "Professor Ludger Cherish, you will regret ever being here." Behind a tree, far from where Elisa stood, Ludger was sitting with his back against it. He felt something was off. Just a moment ago, when the beam of light had come straight at him, he had used a Terra Nocturnus to escape. At this moment, Ludger was sitting down, resting, and thinking that his incantations were equivalent to magic. Perhaps that was the reason he was able to survive. In this world, there is no such thing as instant teleportation, but with the coordinate binding magic and the uniqueness of this type of magic, he could do anything.
Ludger realized that the one who attacked him was a 6th-level professor, the strength of Elisa Wolferdau.
He wondered, why did Elisa ask me to do this, yet why did she come alone? Moreover, the all-powerful stone was also fake. Ludger suddenly thought, could it be that Elisa has discovered my identity and wants to lure me into a trap? A sharp headache suddenly struck, causing Ludger intense pain. He knew that the teleportation spell had drained his magic completely, so he immediately replenished his medicine. Once he felt stable again, Ludger continued to think, Elisa wouldn't have chosen such a complicated approach. So from the very beginning, she must have acted alone, not even revealing her plans to her allies to achieve the maximum effect.
Ludger praised Elisa as someone truly extraordinary.
Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching him and immediately raised his staff toward that person.
Flora was taken by surprise by Ludger's sudden defensive stance and shouted out loud. She called his name. Professor Ludger also recognized that the person approaching him was Flora Lumos. He asked her, "What are you doing here? Didn't you know this forest is off limits?"
Flora hesitated to respond. She felt uneasy and retorted loudly, "Then why are you here, Professor?"
"I'm the one who should be asking you that. And also, what's that incredibly powerful magic happening right now?" Faced with Flora's counter-question, Ludger broke into a sweat, unsure how to answer. He simply said, "It's none of your business. Go back, this forest is very dangerous for students." Flora replied, "I'm not that weak." Ludger breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed that Flora wasn't in any immediate danger. He then asked, "Did you find a way to bypass the gatekeepers and enter the forest?" Flora felt embarrassed and didn't dare tell Ludger that she came here because she smelled something incredibly fragrant. She also hadn't expected him to be here. Suddenly, a young girl's voice called Flora's name in panic, making her turn her head. It was Flora's close friend. Shoes was sitting on the ground, tears falling from her face out of fear. The girl trembled and said to Flora, "I'm so scared, where have you gone?" Ludger saw the situation and immediately told the two of them to follow him. He would lead them outside. Flora watched Ludger's back as he walked away and recalled the moment she saw him drinking something. She wondered what kind of medicine he had just taken and whether something was wrong with him. Elisa was waiting outside and had already seen Ludger. Professor Ludger cherished she also saw Flora and Cheryl. She asked him about the presence of the two students. "Who are these two students?" Ludger simply replied, "They got lost in the silent forest, so I'm taking them out." Elisa asked him in a stern voice, "Silent forest? Why are there students here?" Flora immediately spoke up to admit her mistake, prompting Elisa to call her name in a scolding tone. "Flora, did you go into the silent forest?" Flora explained that she had gone into the silent forest on her own, which caused Cheryl to follow after her. Ludger had found them. After that, Elisa showed that she understood. Ludger asked, "So, how should we handle Flora and Cheryl?" Elisa chuckled and replied, "Students have the right to make mistakes. Let it go." She also expressed that she didn't know what to do because the current situation was quite urgent, so she had to go handle it first. Ludger had just asked Elisa, "Was that magic earlier yours?" Elisa replied, "If it was, then everything must have been taken care of already." "It's fine." Ludger said, "I'll take responsibility for bringing Flora and Cher back." Elisa agreed and asked him to do so. Wolfert asked Elisa, "What kind of person is Ludger?" She answered, "After this incident, it's hard for me to doubt him, because his reactions were perfectly normal." Wolfert smiled and said, "That's a relief, because no one else is more suspicious than Ludger." At the same time, he asked Elisa, "Why did they have to spread rumors like that?" Elisa calmly replied, "They did it to lure the mice into the trap first." Wolfert indicated that he understood. Elisa walked to a room where the real all-powerful stone was hidden. Wolfert sighed, "The stone is really safe here now. It's a relief that nothing happened to it. This stone is so dangerous that it once completely destroyed an entire kingdom." Elisa said that she had confirmed the stone and wanted to leave. She no longer wanted to stay there.
Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke appeared in the room. The person emerging from the smoke was Ludger. He smiled smugly. At first, Ludger hadn't believed it, but upon seeing it, he felt like he'd struck a great deal. He was glad he had left a tracker on the fake stone. Indeed, Elisa had returned to check the real one. Ludger could clearly feel the magical energy of the real stone, far stronger and more intense than before, strong enough to pull him in. But no matter how powerful it was, it still couldn't satisfy Ludger's true desire. He approached the stone, because he knew its power had limits. Ludger's hand touched the stone. At least, he knew it could show him the locations of the remaining pieces of the sacred artifact. The power of the all-powerful stone radiated outward. Ludger felt the magical energy growing more and more intense. It was attempting to pierce deep into his body. Ludger reassured it, saying, "Calm down," while threatening, "If you go any deeper, even with my willpower to resist, you'll shatter into pieces." As if it understood his words, the stone calmed down. He praised it, "Well done." Now, Ludger wanted the stone to reveal the locations of the remaining pieces of the sacred artifact. After a while, the stone returned to its still state. Ludger also realized that it could not clearly indicate the location of each piece. However, he did notice that one piece was very close by. Ludger used the magical orb to communicate with Han. He was quite confused when he heard Han's sluggish tone, "What's going on?" He slumped over the table and replied, "The matter I mentioned before is done. Now, let's schedule for tomorrow evening." Han was still somewhat anxious. "That's good, the deadline is approaching, but why does your voice sound like that?" Ludger lowered his face and answered, "It's nothing. We found the location of the sacred artifact, although there's only one, but I may have overexerted myself." Upon hearing this, Han recalled the events that had occurred before. "A lot has happened lately, but if there's only one, it doesn't seem worth it." Ludger provided Han with some more details. "Actually, there are two, but one is already known, and the other is right here in Rederblik." Han was startled when he heard this. Ludger shared his hypothesis, "Based on the scenery I saw through the artifact, it might be at the auction house." He heard that and gave his opinion, "Kunst auction house, that's the only auction house in the area. I heard they're having a big event soon." Ludger had a headache and said to Han, "It might be an auction item. You can check the auction list, right?" He confidently replied, "Yeah, it's easy. See you tomorrow night." Ludger also said goodbye to Han, "All right, good job." The next morning, the sky was clear and sunny. Ludger spotted Flora standing by the door, so he asked, "What are you doing in front of my door?" His sudden appearance startled her, and she exclaimed, "Huh? You weren't inside?" Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point, "Do you need something?" Flora hesitated and thought to herself, "What should I say? Should I ask about the special magic he used last time? Or should I ask about the potion? But whenever I think about those things, it feels a bit awkward to start a conversation." The two of them stood in silence, looking at each other. Flora struggled to think. For some reason, she couldn't bring herself to ask. Ludger didn't want to waste time, so he walked past her. "If you don't have anything to say, I'll go in." Flora was startled by his action and quickly said, Wait." Ludger lost his composure and asked, "What's going on?" If it hadn't been necessary, when he turned around, a water bubble was already floating in front of him, with elements of ice and fire above it. Flora looked directly at him and confidently asked, "What do you think about the magical spell I used to assign coordinates?" He assessed it for a moment, then generously praised her. "Surprising, I didn't expect a student to be able to perform that kind of magic." Hearing this, she switched to a mode of self-admiration. "It's because I'm a genius, the only one capable of this. So, shouldn't I get some kind of reward?" Ludger, upon hearing this, responded, Okay, how about this? The highest score. What do you think?" Flora, upon hearing this, disagreed. "Just a score isn't quite enough to match my efforts.
I want something else equivalent to that highest score. Ludger was genuinely caught off guard by Flora's request. He looked at her for a moment, then opened the door to the room and said, "Come in." She nervously stepped inside. "This is my first time entering here," Ludger reminded her. "The laboratory is this way." She was startled by this. The laboratory? He led her into a large room, filled with jars of potions and formulas written on blackboards. Flora looked around the room and immediately wondered, what is he researching? "I've never seen these symbols before, but they don't look like random scribbles." Ludger spoke up first. "Honestly, I didn't expect you to be able to do it, so I was unsure what to do. As you know, assigning coordinates is a mathematical formula. You have to control mana and represent a formula at the same time." Flora, listening to his explanation, whispered with interest, "It was hard, but I was just mimicking what I saw." He decided to reward her. "Since you understood and managed to do it, I'll show you this." He raised his wand and performed a new spell, causing Flora to shiver as she watched from the side. "What's this?" A shape appeared in mid-air, conjured by the magic. Flora felt something was wrong, as if her head was about to split in two. What was this sensation? After a while, when she regained consciousness, Ludger was reading some documents and inquired, "You're awake?" She asked, "Yes, how long has it been?" He answered, "Less than half an hour." Frightened, she asked, "What spell did you cast earlier?" He replied, "It's called Klein Bottle, that's what I call it. I've seen it before, so I figured out how to create it myself. It was just an experiment." Flora was astonished. "You created it just for an experiment?" Ludger was concerned about her condition. "Is your eyes and nose okay?" Flora pretended not to understand. "Huh? Why do you ask that, Professor?" He glanced at her and then voiced his guess. "You have the ability to sense any magical fluctuation, don't you?" She was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Ludger explained. "When you saw my formula, your pupils dilated, and your fingers trembled. You must have sensed it in a way that ordinary people can't. You were probably shocked because you've never seen this kind of magic before." Flora clenched her hands nervously and asked, "Aren't you curious, Professor, about my ability?" He looked down at the paper in his hand and said, "No, I'm not interested in any special abilities, but I'm not sure about other wizards. You'd better be careful not to get caught." Flora felt slightly reassured after hearing that. Seeing that she had calmed down, Ludger said, "It's late. You should go home." Standing outside, Flora felt uneasy, wondering how he could be so calm after discovering her ability. Had he encountered someone with this power before? She paused in silence for a moment and then suddenly realized she hadn't been properly rewarded yet. That evening, Ludger went to the place where he and Han had arranged to meet earlier. Upon seeing Han's appearance, he couldn't help but tease, "Honestly, no matter how many times we meet, I still can't get used to your style." Hearing his voice, Han greeted him, "You're here? Are you just going to stand there?" Ludger replied, "Yeah, just like usual." He looked at the luxurious black car next to Han and asked, "Where did you get this car from?" Han happily slapped the car and said, "The fanciest car around here." Ludger shrugged and responded, "Well, if you need it, you have to take it, right?" He looked at Han's arrogant demeanor and reluctantly agreed, "Fair enough." Han grinned, "Then let's go inside." Now, they were standing in front of a building, bustling with people attending the party. Ludger looked at the scene inside and felt uncomfortable, loud and unnecessarily flashy. Han, knowing his friend's nature, wasn't too bothered. "This place is famous, isn't it better than being dirty and deserted?" Ludger asked him, "What floor is the meeting on?" Han replied, "The 4th floor." As they were about to head upstairs, a security guard stopped them. "Wait, you can only go up to the 4th floor with permission." Han, upon hearing that, immediately turned around to look at him and, holding out a ticket, said, "We can get in." When the security guard saw the ticket, he stepped aside to let them pass. Please, go ahead. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Ludger assessed the place. The atmosphere on the fourth floor is really different. Han explained. I've heard that many underground organizations hold their meetings here. That's why this unwritten rule exists. He seemed interested. Unwritten rule? Han replied. Fighting is prohibited on the fourth floor, which is why there's no security here. Ludger, hearing that, speculated. There must be a reason why we were invited here. Perhaps they want to see if we follow that rule. The two of them arrived in front of a door. Here we are. Let's go in. When Violetta saw the main figure of the meeting had arrived, she spoke up. James Moriarty, I'm sure you won't lie in a place like this. I know you disappeared after the failed uprising in the Delica Kingdom. What wind brought you here? Do you intend to try again with what you failed at? The one speaking was the Black Rose, Violetta. Ludger, upon hearing this, calmly took a sip of wine and responded. Of course not. Don't say baseless things, I've never had that thought. Violetta condemned. I believe you, but how could someone without ill intentions destroy the Crimson Society as soon as they arrived here? He remained calm and said, I only deal with what's dirty right in front of me. At that moment, a short man with an annoyed expression spoke up. Enough with the private stories. What do you want? You must have your own intentions when accepting our invitation. That's Fin Neon from the Karukas Guild. Ludger didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Straight to the point, huh? I'm looking to lay a foundation here. Fin Neon sighed. Is the foundation you're trying to build a second Crimson Society or something? All this time, Dean from the Old Kids Guild had been observing the conversation. Ludger sighed and said, Of course not. I understand the tension now, so first, let me clear up the misunderstanding. Dean, who had been silent up until then, spoke up. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Ludger looked puzzled and said, Earlier, I wanted to have a private talk. Dean was surprised. Huh? What are you saying? The small girl beside him spoke up. It's fine. Mr. Dean, you figured it out. Moriarty, I'm often underestimated because I'm a child. That's Mistella from the Old Kids Guild. Ludger, upon hearing this, politely extended his hand. My life has not yet reached the point where I would belittle a child. And don't worry, I have no intention of creating a second Crimson Society. Of course, I do intend to start a new business venture. Ludger braced his hands and said seriously, I have a proposition. If you come work under my command, I will help you make a lot of money. Han, standing in the corner, was frightened by his words. What is he saying? Violetta sneered, What's the difference between this and the Crimson Society? You'll just suppress us and make us follow your every command. Isn't that so? He looked at her. This is just a proposal. If I wanted to do that, I would have already done it. Besides, even if you refuse, I will still transfer a part of the Crimson Society to you. The four of them were stunned, staring at him. Mistella, not understanding his intentions, asked, Even if we refuse? I don't get it. What exactly do you want? He explained his intentions. As you all know, my current position isn't exactly suited for causing chaos. Fighting would be futile. What I need is solid power. You don't have to believe me, and if you refuse, you won't lose anything. But I would really like to hear your answer. Everyone in the room fell silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, Fin Neon spoke up. Hey, at least tell us what kind of business this is. Violetta, hearing this, became angry. Fin Neon, why did you make the decision on your own? Fin Neon, unfazed by her scolding, continued. If it's dangerous, then I'm not comfortable with it. Ludger gestured for Han to hand him a piece of paper, assuring them. I promise you won't face any danger. Do you know what nobles like to do for fun? Finneon shared his opinion. Ah, like opera and music, right? Don't tell me we're supposed to do something like that. Ludger responded. No, I want you to do something more elegant. Tell a story through drama, music, and dance. Finneon took the planning papers and said, I don't fully understand just by looking at this, but you have vision. Let's do it. Ludger happily agreed. Then I look forward to working with you, President Finneon. Violetta, hearing about the plan, also asked. Interesting, Moriarty, what exactly do you want? He replied straightforwardly. I want change. Before the factory and forge appeared here, this was a wasteland, with nothing but a gray sky and a bleak future. But if people want to live, they have to look at the sky, right? I want to transform this desolate place into something truly vibrant. Ludger knew this was the moment to release the delicious scent. We will also provide a suitable business model for other organizations. You should give it a read. When the meeting ended successfully, he and Han returned down the dark road. Han admired him and said, Your idea earlier was truly brilliant. I can't believe all three organizations agreed to it. He humbly replied, I just drew inspiration from someone else's idea. Anyway, suddenly he turned around and asked, What do you want? He looked at Violetta, standing at the street corner, confused. You don't have an escort, she said. I want to have a private conversation with you. Upon hearing this, he agreed. You go ahead, Han. Han replied, All right. When Violetta saw Han leave, she asked, Do you really think what you proposed will work? He asked in return, Don't you think so? She said, The clothing market is currently controlled by the nobles and wealthy merchants. I wonder if I still have a chance. He then closed his eyes and said, My potential customers aren't them. The ready-made clothes are light, convenient, and can be worn daily. If people focus on these types of clothes, those nobles won't be the majority anymore. Violetta was still worried, but we can't avoid their destruction. He coldly replied. Then we must defeat them. We can't hide forever. You don't need to worry about the children anymore. If you accept my offer, I will protect them. And when the business begins, you'll be able to use your magic on the clothes. Violetta was astonished upon hearing this. How do you know? He confidently said. A mage can recognize another mage, even if they're nothing special. She then reached up to touch the veil covering her face. But since she had already agreed to cooperate, she could no longer hide it. She removed the veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, though, unfortunately, it was marred by a burn mark under her eye. Ludger noticed the burn, caused by magic. She quietly confirmed his guess. Yes, a mage with extreme possessiveness. You taught me magic, you caused it. Since it was too late, even Hell Luminese's followers had to give up. I've shown you my ugly face, so now I'll leave. Before she could finish her sentence, Ludger grabbed her hand. Wait. He approached, placing his hand on the burn mark, much to her astonishment, because you trusted me and showed me your face, I must show you something in return. While Violetta was still puzzled, she asked, What are you talking about? He did not answer immediately, instead using magic on the burn. In just a moment, the burn on her face disappeared. He reminded her, Take a look at your face. Violetta took out a small mirror and looked at her reflection. She could hardly believe it, staring in disbelief. How? Ludger waved his hand casually, Real magic. It's truly a shame you had to cover your face because of that scar. Hearing this, she froze for a moment, then shook her head. I still feel more comfortable hiding my face. You don't have to force me to respond. If that's the case, then fine. Violetta changed the subject, I will follow your orders first. Today's meeting was quite effective, wasn't it? Suddenly, he called out her name loudly, Violetta. she questioned. Yes? Ludger was as fast as lightning, wrapping his arms around her waist just in time to help her avoid the arrow flying towards them. When she opened her eyes, she was stunned to realize she had been targeted for assassination. He asked, "Are you all right?" She hesitated. "Yes, thank you." "An ambush? Who's behind this?" Ludger calmly took the staff out of his cloak. "I do have some suspects, but I don't think it's just one or two people." At that moment, someone spoke up. "James Moriarty, someone as important as you, and yet you're without an escort? What a perfect opportunity for me." He looked at the crowd circling around him and guessed. "Crimson Society remnants, huh? Don't you all wonder why your organization collapsed?" The leader laughed mockingly, arrogantly replying, "I know exactly why, which is why I've prepared thoroughly." Ludger was taken aback. "This smell is," he said, then reminded her, "Poison, Violet, don't use magic to control it too tightly." She responded, "You really know too much." When the leader heard her voice, he grinned with satisfaction. "Wait a minute. That voice. It's really worth the wait. To think I managed to take down two important people at once." Violetta, irritated, grabbed her umbrella. "How troublesome. Violence is not my style." He looked at her and asked, "Are you planning to fight them?" She sighed, "We can't run anymore." Hearing this, he smiled and asked, "Then, does the lady know how to dance?" She confidently replied, "I'm good enough not to need to admire anyone else." Together, they said in unison, "Then, leave the back to you." Suddenly, Ludger picked Violetta up and ran. "Do you know who they are?" Violetta replied, "I've heard of a group of assassins from the south of the desert, specializing in killing people for money." He nodded, thinking to himself, if they're from the south of the desert, just as he thought, they're Kalsapa assassins. Ludger reminded her, "Be careful not to bite your tongue." Before Violetta could react, a chain shot out from his sleeve, propelling them both onto the roof. Behind them, two assassins were closely following. As soon as they reached the top, one of them threw a blade toward Violetta. Instinctively, she raised her umbrella to block it, but what stunned her was that the umbrella melted in an unbelievable way. It must be known that this umbrella was made from a special material, extremely hard to damage. He said in a deep voice beside her, "That's a kind of poison applied to weapons that Kalsapa assassins often use. Basically, nothing can block it." Violetta anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" He just replied thoughtfully, "One is to wait for them to finish their transaction and then flee, the other is for us to run now." Violetta leaned against his back, smiling as she said, "The second option sounds better." "Then hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked her up and quickly ran off, jumping down from the rooftop. The two assassins watched them leave, exchanging glances for a few seconds before their eyes split, and they chased after them. But they hadn't gone far when one of the assassins heard a voice saying, "Wait." He turned back to see Violetta standing alone, staring into the dark alley, and speaking, "You really left me behind? I guess I was wrong about you. You're just a coward." The assassin slowly approached her. In his hands, two sharp throwing knives were ready to be launched. However, he still couldn't believe that the man had actually abandoned this woman and fled. It had to be a trap, she was just bait. But where was the man? He tried to sense his presence, convinced that the man was hiding nearby. There! His instincts screamed a warning. He turned his head and threw the knives. But to his surprise, they hit the wall, and there was no one behind it. Before the assassin could understand what was happening, there was a soft thud sound. A sharp pain surged beneath his chest, followed by a cold sensation that pierced through to his bones. He looked down, a sharp sword had pierced through his chest, the blood soaked through, staining his clothes red. Blood also trickled from the corner of his mouth, his entire body trembling. His bloodshot eyes filled with disbelief as he said, "How? How is this possible?" Ludger's lips curled into a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with a strange green light as he spoke.
It's just a little magic, though I did use a bit of scent diffusing ingredients. Splat! The sword was pulled out, marking the moment the assassin met his end. He twisted the hidden blade in his staff, thinking to himself, a bit dull, but there's still some scent diffusing residue here, it doesn't affect the mana. I've transmitted a bit of sound through it. At that moment, Violetta also walked over, suddenly looking up, startled, and screamed. Wait, someone's above, be careful. He turned his head. The remaining assassin lunged, shooting out chains, the sound of the sword clashing loudly. The assassin himself advanced, a dagger gleaming coldly in his hand, shouting, "This is the end!" and charged forward. But Ludger calmly reached behind him. A flash of light appeared, causing the assassin to freeze in shock. It was another weapon. Whoosh! A sharp sword cut through the assassin cleanly, and he managed to utter 2 words. Damned! Before collapsing and dying. You made a good guess, but were careless at the last moment, Ludger said in a low voice, evaluating the situation. Kalsapa the assassin truly lives up to his reputation as a dangerous hunter. At this moment, the distant sound of the crowd reached their ears. I hear something over there, quickly catch them. We'll die if we let them escape. It seemed that the dispersal of the scent had already weakened considerably. Ludger asked, Can I leave this to you? Violetta folded her umbrella, smiled slightly, and said, Of course, this is easy. At that moment, a group of villagers also came running. As the leader of the group shouted, There they are, they're over there. But unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a green energy ball shot towards them. A loud explosion echoed through the sky, followed by a scream that reverberated across the night. Violetta picked up her face mask and said, Perhaps this is the end. I didn't expect them to regroup and attack us after their forces were scattered. He turned away, speaking in a low voice, Perhaps someone has given them orders. This statement surprised Violetta, and she asked, Who exactly gave them the orders? As for this question, he can only guess, replying, Perhaps the one who gave them orders is also the one who paid the assassins. After all, I killed Belbot Rixon, so it can't be him. Hearing that only made Violetta more surprised, she exclaimed, Did you kill Belbot Rixon? He replied briefly, Yes. It seemed that the man had done something shady while providing funds for Daughtry, even committing acts that violated human dignity. I don't want to stand with someone like that. By the way, speaking of Daughtry, I will give you some of his new recruits. You've endured enough, do whatever you want with them. Violetta seemed to have guessed his intention, and she said, In return, you want us to investigate who was behind this, right? He didn't expect her to guess it, so he laughed and said, I was planning to ask for it in a different form of request. Violetta sighed and replied, I'm afraid we'll be busy soon. Here, we also need to manage the business you suggested. Ludger asked, You can't handle it? Violetta turned her face away and answered, You're hurting my pride. Just wait, I'll handle both tasks perfectly. I'll work harder than you expect. Violetta turned to leave, and he smiled, saying, That's a very good answer. Take care. Both of them turned and walked away, disappearing into the alley, leaving the night with its peaceful silence. A loud voice echoed from the doorway of a house, Hey, assistant, come over here. The angry voice asked, Who told you I'm your assistant? Ludger opened the door and stepped inside, only to find a chaotic scene. This guy just comes when called, huh? Alright, I got it. Now, move out of the way. Ludger spoke up, Why's it so noisy? Oh, it's you, Seridan. A girl was pinning Han down and punching him. To introduce briefly, this girl's name is Seridan, an ally of Ludger. She belongs to the dwarf race, and her job is an inventor. Seridan turned around when she heard the complaint. Upon recognizing Ludger, she said, Oh, it's you, sir. Seeing Ludger, Han immediately pleaded, Brother, please stop her. Ludger, however, saw his brother enjoying himself and said, Looks fun. Ludger told Seridan to stop bullying Han and said, Look at this.
Seridan quickly ran over and said, "Okay, let me see." As soon as she touched it, she screamed, "Ah! Sir, did you pull the cord while dragging someone along? I told you, it's only for one person. The clip's clasp is completely loose." Ludger heard her and nonchalantly replied, "I have my own reasons." After saying that, she immediately smiled and said, "It will take about 10 minutes. Please wait a moment, sir." Han struggled to get up and complained, "Ugh, why is this little troublemaker so mean to me?" Ludger thought to himself, "It's because you're weak." But outwardly, he said, "She's older than you. Be patient." Han said, "At first, I thought she was just a child. Now that I think about it, the first time I met Seridan, wasn't it when you first encountered her in the Dalika Kingdom's mines?" Han reminisced, "That's right, she was captured and enslaved there. Seridan was sitting next to a pile of explosives. Just thinking about it makes me shiver. Does that count as being captured? With all that explosives, one wrong move and 3 people would be dead. And it wasn't just 3 people, either. If that thing went off within a 1-kilometer radius underground, even the captain of the night squad would be finished." Han suddenly recalled, "Earlier, I saw some strangers looking for her. I took care of them. They're from the Crimson Society. There must be someone behind them. Can you investigate?" Han scratched his head and sighed, "I'm so busy, checking everything for the auction has worn me out." At that moment, Seridan called out loudly, "Hey, assistant, hurry up and get over here." Ludger called Han, "First, go to Seridan, don't let her get her hands on that gunpowder." Ludger went up to the second-floor room to rest and think. In 10 minutes, they'll probably take 30 minutes. During that time, I'll rest for a bit. At this point, Ludger glanced out the window and suddenly noticed something. A group of people in black cloaks was moving very quickly and lightly. I can't even hear their footsteps. A group moving so in sync at this hour. Could it be? One person suddenly glanced back, revealing silver hair. Someone behind asked, "What's going on?" The silver-haired leader replied, "No, nothing." Ludger sensed he was being watched and quickly stepped to the side of the window, thinking, "She doesn't seem to have noticed me." He had thought they might be knights, but the silver hair could only belong to the captain of the night patrol, Tarina Lionhowl. But why was she in Rederblik? He had heard she was responsible for the murder of Bellboss Rickon. Could she think this case had something to do with earlier? Luckily, I erased all the evidence back then. I don't want to get involved with that strange person again. Lost in thought, Seridan eagerly ran up and said, "Hey, sir, I'm done." It took a little time because I wanted to make sure every part is in perfect condition. Ludger tried it on and felt that it was smaller and thinner than before. Seridan told him to give it a try. Ludger did, and noticed it was much stronger than it had been. Seridan smiled and said, "I've made it twice as strong. Now you can use it for 2 people. I also added a new function. Try making a fist and moving your wrist." Ludger skeptically asked about the new function but gave it a shot. He felt a small blade embedded inside. Seridan excitedly continued, "I added that because I remembered what you told me before. If you relax, it'll retract. And since you mentioned it earlier, I thought I'd add a little extra. Do you see the small hole on the left? You can shoot paralytic needles through it." Ludger thanked Seridan and said, "I really like it." Seridan sighed, "You really do have a good eye. That coward keeps saying it's dangerous and all that. This is exactly what I expected from a professor at Seerin Academy. At least these things should be available in the first place." Ludger seemed to think something was off, but responded, "Well, whatever." Seridan praised him again, "That fancy outfit looks pretty good. Just by looking at it, I can tell you're a gentleman, not like some noble." Ludger thanked him for the compliment. Ludger got ready to leave and said, "Anyway, I'll make good use of it." Seridan was surprised that he was leaving so soon.
Ludger explained that he was just going for a walk. Before he left, Saridan said, "Before you go, there's something I'd like to ask of you." Back to the group that had tried to kill Ludger earlier, Tarina and her two teammates were drawn in by the noise and moved closer. Upon observing the wounds, she realized they were caused by magic.
Is there some faction conflict going on here?
Looking at the faces, Tarina felt they were familiar, likely members of the Crimson Society. As she looked deeper into the alley, she saw two more bodies. Tarina stepped closer and retrieved the daggers from the bodies of the dead. The sour smell on the blades told her it was a poison used by the Kalsapa assassins.
Loy was surprised. Do you mean the assassin organization from the Fatima dynasty to the south? Enya asked, is there ever a contradiction between the Crimson Society and Kalsapa? Tarina replied, no.
They didn't die from poison, so they might be on the same side. Anyway, he was killed by a single move. Loy, if you check this Kalsapa name again, it seems like he was stabbed through the heart from behind. Tarina felt that the two assassins had engaged in close combat. They must have thought the opponent was a mage who couldn't use a knife. Their misjudgment led to their death. The killer who took out those assassins was a skilled mage, wielding a sword, and the one who wiped out the Crimson Society.
The other two were surprised by this reasoning and asked, Crimson Society? Why do you think that? Tarina said, an organization that has already fallen would still hire Kalsapa. It must be a deep grudge. Tarina suddenly recalled, Belabot's funds were once transferred to the Crimson Society. Someone killed Belbot and a member of the Crimson Society. A factory was burned down, and a seer and professor burned a werewolf to death. These events definitely have some connection. Tarina stood up and said, we're done here. Let's go. Loy asked, done already? Tarina answered, yes, I've got the key points. Enya replied, but we still haven't reached a conclusion. Tarina said, just keep going like this. Before Tarina could finish, Enya interjected, it's not over yet, there's still one more place with clues. Should we check it out? After reaching a consensus, Tarina immediately said, alright, let's go with that decision. The scene shifts to Siren, where Selena warmly greeted, hello, Professor Ludger. I heard you weren't working today. Ludger replied, that's right, I don't have any classes today. What brings you here? Selena shyly said, someone is looking for you, and since I was passing by, I decided to stop by. Ludger curiously asked, who is it? Selena answered, it's a knight from the National Security Bureau. Upon hearing this, Ludger responded, I'll head over there. Ludger quickly arrived at his study. As soon as Loy saw him, he greeted, are you Ludger Cherish? Loy swiftly ran his finger along the bookshelf. Ludger responded, yes, that's me. Please, have a seat. Once seated, Loy introduced himself as a member of the National Security Bureau. Ludger asked, would you like some tea, Loy? Loy replied, that's fine, I don't eat or drink during working hours. Ludger responded, understood. So, what brings you here? Loy said, you've already handled the incident with the werewolf on the campus last time, right? Ludger confirmed and then asked again, is there a problem? Loy smiled and replied, no, I just want to know the details of the situation. You can just tell me freely, like we're talking as friends. Ludger agreed and thought to himself, isn't Tarina Lionhowl supposed to be coming? I thought I'd be meeting her. As long as it's not her, it won't be difficult. Ludger said, I'll begin now. After finishing the details about the wolf murder, Loy said, thank you for taking the time to talk to me. Ludger replied, you're the one working for the country, it's an honor for me. Before leaving, Loy turned back and said, it was a pleasure meeting you. Ludger also responded, likewise. As Loy left, Ludger stared at his hands, lost in thought. Loy went to meet Tarina and Enya in the Siren courtyard. He asked Tarina, you've arrived, did you find any clues? Tarina said, no, I couldn't find anything. We even brought a search warrant, but there was nothing useful. What about you? Did you follow my orders? Loy replied. I did exactly as you instructed.
Tarina, with a worried expression, asked.
Then, does that mean the person is someone who's been thoroughly trained? Loy answered.
Even though he was wearing gloves, when I shook his hand, I could tell his hand felt like a regular mage's. He had never touched violence before.
Enya, really? Are you sure you're not mistaken?
Loy replied confidently, of course not.
Tarina also responded, does the hand look like that of an ordinary mage?
Tarina pondered for a moment. This truly exceeded my expectations. I thought I'd only find another clue after a long time, but this case has hit a deadlock.
Tarina turned to leave. If there are no leads, we have to halt the investigation.
Enya, stay here and report to me if you notice anything suspicious.
Enya was surprised. Huh? Me?
No way, before doing that, we should meet them first.
Tarina said, we can't meet them. That's the condition. Enya skeptically asked, condition? At that moment, Elisa called out to Tarina, how long has it been? Seeing that it was the principal of Siren, both Enya and Loy were shocked. Huh? Principal Elisa Willow, do they know each other? Tarina turned and asked, what brings you here?
Elisa smiled, at least greet your friend before anything else.
Tarina sighed in frustration, why bother? After preventing my meeting with Professor Ludger, you're acting overly considerate without any real purpose.
Elisa, smiling faintly, said, don't harass our talented new professor, I've grown quite fond of him.
Who knows what you'll do to him? I guess you see me as someone who would chase someone off, was I wrong?
Tarina immediately closed her eyes, turned away, and said, I'm leaving now, no need to see me off, Elisa, I don't need you to see me off.
Elisa grabbed her arm, saying, come on, at least stay and have a cup of tea, Tarina. Through the window on the upper floor, Ludger saw the principal and a guardian officer chatting.
He stood there, wondering, I'm not sure if they have anything to do with each other, but thanks to her, I was able to avoid being interrogated.
I can't let my guard down in front of Loy. But every little movement of his gives me so many good clues.
First, he checks for dust and always appears neat and clean. I think he's afraid of dirt. When someone like him offers to shake hands without wearing gloves, it means he wants to verify something through that action. So, I added some Ceridan's synthetic skin to be sure. Luckily, it wasn't in vain. It was a good effort, but I'm still one step ahead.
Now, should I rest for a while and prepare for the test?
A week later, recently, others seem to be acting very cautiously.
It seems the reason is that the Guardian has been visiting Siren quite often lately. Cautiously, what do you mean by that? Can you clarify? Everyone is avoiding contact with that person. The private gathering spot has also been moved outside of Siren. I understand now. Is there anything else unusual?
Oh, speaking of which, 3 people from the senior class were arrested 2 days ago. Although I don't think it's very important, I still thought I should report it to you.
Ludger asked suspiciously, senior class, you say?
Yes, it's not very important, so I didn't report it to you earlier, came the reply. Ludger thought to himself. Even those from the senior class aren't foolish enough to get caught by the guards.
Ceridan then added. It's related to some students from Siren. 2 male students and 1 female student from your class. When Ludger heard this, he immediately thought of Aiden, Leo, and Tessie. Ceridan confirmed, yes, those 3. Ludger was puzzled. Did they catch them on the outskirts of the city? Ceridan explained.
It seems they were on a mission.
Ludger asked in return, the task? Ceridan replied, the students from lower classes have a task board to earn money to pay for their tuition. None of those 3 students belong to any wealthy family.
Ludger felt, even so, I didn't expect them to catch a group of 3rd-tier students. I had my eye on them, but this is beyond what I anticipated.
Ceridan spoke up, how should I handle those students? Ludger answered, handle them? let it be. We don't need losers who've been defeated by regular students. Yes, you are right, Professor. Aside from that, is there anything else? No, nothing except for agreeing that we should lay low for a while, right? Then that's settled. Let's go. Yes, sir. In a classroom. Today marks the beginning of the testing period. I'm sure you've all studied hard. As we've mentioned before, I will teach the primordial magic technique to the 5 most diligent students. Of course, I won't teach all at once. I'll divide it into 4 stages, and each testing period will cover 1. If I find any cheating or anyone taking advantage unfairly, I promise there will be appropriate punishment. Now, if you've seen the time. The test begins right now. The clock in the classroom shows exactly 1 p.m. The exam time is over, you all did very well. I knew it would be tough the moment the professor said we could refer to our materials. It was so difficult that even looking at the books didn't help. At this moment, Irender noticed Lin was in a hurry. Lin rushed to call Professor Ludger. Ludger turned around and said, "Lin, do you have a question about the exam?" Lin handed him a book and replied, "Oh, no, I finished reading the book you gave me last time. I just wanted to return it." Ludger said, "There's no need to, you'll need it later. And this copy suits you perfectly. I think keeping it would show respect to its original owner, so don't return it, just keep it. I believe you'll take good care of it." A voice called out, "Lin, hey, what's up? You're moving too fast." Lin answered, "It's nothing, really. It's fine. How did you do on the test?" "It wasn't as hard as I thought." Irender, with a gloomy expression, forced a smile. "Is that so?" From the look on his face, Lin immediately guessed that he wasn't in a good mood during the exam. "That happens sometimes." Irender immediately explained, Yeah, I had to think about so many things, so I couldn't focus on my studies properly." Ludger's test is under review. No matter how many times I looked at it, I still find it surprising that Professor Ludger wrote the questions this way. It requires a solid foundation and a grasp of the basic principles, combined with a predefined level of difficulty, and it's a trick question. Since he's such a rigid person, I wasn't expecting much. But I'm still quite surprised. Wolford, standing beside me, spoke up. "How does he compare to Professor Chris Benamor, headmaster?" Since both of them teach expression theory, I'm sure the 2 tests are quite similar. Elisa waved her hand dismissively, saying, Hey, that comparison is rude. He's just throwing in some technical jargon into the test to show off. Professor Chris has probably seen it by now, and I'm really curious to see his expression when he does." More than Elisa expected, Chris read Ludger's test, and his hands began to shake uncontrollably. The test was crumpled up and thrown away with Chris cursing, "Damn it, I've been wondering why the headmaster suddenly came here. Was it just to write down Ludger's questions?" Remembering when Elisa arrived, she was incredibly friendly with the stack of documents. "Professor Chris, you teach the subject too, don't you? I brought this because it might be helpful for your upcoming test preparation." "Just thinking about being compared to some lowly nobleman. Just wait, Ludger Cherish, I'll make sure to get back at you for this humiliation." At noon, Lin walked and thought to herself, "Since I've already prepared for the other tests, a little break shouldn't hurt, right?" She thought about Senior Irender, who had been so shaken after the test that she left straight away. Hopefully, she'll feel better soon. At that moment, Lin noticed a group of students chatting not far away. Then, a blonde guy approached, mocking her with a grin. "Ha! Wow, who's this? Isn't it the noble and proud commoner?" He stepped in front of Lin, blocking her way. Seeing this, she said, "Please step aside." But he replied, "What did you say? I can't hear you." Lin then repeated her words, this time louder, "Is this because I rejected you last time? You're being too petty. Aren't you ashamed to act like this, even though you're a noble?" The blonde guy, hearing this, scowled angrily and said, "You're just a commoner who doesn't know her place." He grabbed Lin's hand and pulled her away, saying, "Follow me." Lin was dragged along and shouted, "What are you doing?" He threw Lin harshly to the ground, and the lunchbox she was carrying spilled out. Lin hit the ground, feeling pain, and said, "Let me go." Then, she turned around and looked at the man. A mocking voice rang out again, "Do you still dare to lift your head? This is why we need to educate the common folk." Suddenly, a student stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing?" The group turned to look and recognized him as Fruden Wahlberg. Lin stared at this student, also startled. Fruden Wahlberg, the one rumored to be extremely ruthless and treat commoners like trash? And at this moment too? The blond man ran over, bowing, and said, "I'm just educating a rude commoner here, in my capacity as a noble." Fruden shouted loudly, "Educating? So you're saying you're grouping up and bullying a commoner?" The blond man quickly explained, "That's not true, sir. This damn commoner dared to disrespect a noble." Fruden shouted again, using his authority to knock the blond man to the ground. With a cold, sharp gaze, Fruden said, "You're the trash that's tarnishing the title of nobility. Why don't you crawl back into the trash can where you belong? How much longer must I tolerate scum like you walking around, causing destruction? What about you all? Do you feel angry at being educated out of the blue?" The group, terrified, said, "No, of course not." Fruden said, "Leave, I won't say it again." The others nodded and quickly disappeared. Lin spoke up, "Thank you for helping me." Fruden looked at Lin and instinctively said, "You're Lin." Lin responded, "Why?" From the ground, Fruden said, "Ah, right, wasn't that your lunch? But now it's no longer edible." Lin replied, "Oh, it's fine. I just need to brush off some dirt." Fruden said, "Eating food that's fallen on the ground? If you don't mind, you can eat with me." This remark greatly surprised Lin. Fruden led Lin to a large tree, surrounded by blooming flowers. Lin asked, "Where is this place?" "This is the first time I've seen it during my time in Siren." Fruden replied, "This is my private spot. Even my bodyguards don't know about it. You can come back another time, as long as you keep it a secret from the other students." Lin nodded and said, "Of course, I won't tell anyone." "But is that really your lunch, senior?" Fruden answered, "Yeah, I got a bit carried away while cooking, so I ended up making too much." Lin was astonished. "Did you cook all of this yourself, senior?" Fruden said to Lin, "Do you want to give it a try?" Lin tried a bit and then said, "Thank you, oh my, it's so delicious." Fruden replied, "I'm glad it suits your taste, but take it slow." Lin looked at Fruden and thought to herself, "They say he's a very ruthless person who hates common folk, but he's not like that at all. I guess this is why I shouldn't just believe rumors." The two sat under the tree, one eating, the other watching, looking very affectionate. In the afternoon, on the academy grounds, Selena unexpectedly saw Professor Ludger. "Have you finished grading the tests, sir?" Ludger replied, I'm on my way to grade them now." "This time, you have a practical exam, right?" "Yes, for spiritology, a practical exam would be more useful." "Would you like me to come and watch?" Seeing Selena's eager expression, Ludger thought she might be worried since this was her first time handling the exam. Ludger said, "In that case, I'll come to watch." Selena, delighted, responded, "Wow, please come with me." Ludger stood to the side, observing Selena's practical class. "As she had mentioned earlier," she said, "today, you'll make pacts with the spirits in this exam. You will use your magical power to communicate and befriend the spirits. I will demonstrate first." The streams of colorful light flew towards Selena, surrounding her. She pointed at a glowing light and said, "Say hello to it." The students seemed quite intrigued. Is this the power of a professor of spiritology? Selena cheerfully replied, "Can everyone see clearly? It's not too difficult. Just do exactly what I did earlier. Now, let's begin." The students started practicing. Ludger, standing on the side, was then called by Selina. Professor Ludger, would you like to give it a try? It's not that hard. Ludger responded, no, thank you. I'm not the type that spirits prefer. Selina, still enthusiastic, said, that's not true. Spirits are very kind. She attempted to call a spirit over for Ludger, look here. However, she soon realized that the spirits were trembling in fear, and they didn't even dare approach Professor Ludger. Ludger said to her, didn't I tell you? Spirits don't like me. My dear, you have the qualities needed to be a shaman, and the holy spirits are protecting you, Selina said. She was curious, what's going on here? There are cases where they show no interest, but this. Are they really so frightened? Ludger replied, my case is a bit special, but still, only lower-level spirits are scared of me. Selina said, that's right, the mid-level spirits are still remaining very calm, even like this. However, it's really unfortunate, and it would be much better if you could get closer to those spirits, Professor Ludger. Professor Ludger reassured her, well, there are many kinds of people in this world. By the way, you should remember that you're in charge of overseeing this test. Is it really okay to just leave it all to the assistants? It was only when Ludger spoke that Selina remembered, oh my, I forgot. I'll get back to work right now. Selina left. Ludger sighed in relief, thankful that he still had enough magical power. If the mid-level spirits had started reacting, Selina would certainly have begun to suspect something. In reality, the spirits were not afraid of him, but of the thing behind him. Because they were the weakest spirits, they were able to sense that strange power. Ironically. Suddenly, Ludger sensed someone, or rather, something, hiding among the trees. This energy. It was quite a high-level fire spirit. Couldn't the others feel it? Even Professor Selina, who was very sensitive to spirits, didn't react at all. The presence was so subtle that even a spirit studies professor, someone who controlled mid-level spirits, couldn't sense it. So this being wasn't a natural spirit. It was an artificial spirit, being controlled by someone. And if they dared to blatantly follow him like this, then the answer was clear. There was another spy hiding here. Ludger was lost in thought. Why are they only watching me now and not doing anything? Has my identity been exposed? No, if that were the case, they wouldn't just be standing there. Do they want to send me some kind of signal? Suddenly, he felt a bit of heat. The temperature around him had risen, and they were reacting to his words. So, what if I move to a more isolated spot? What will you do now? Even if they don't do anything, at least I'll know what I'm facing. I don't want to miss this opportunity. Just as expected, a flash of flame appeared in front of Ludger on the ground, forming letters. It was an appointment for tonight. After class, Ludger arrived at the meeting spot in the forest. A ghostly laugh echoed, oh, you came early? A bonfire appeared before Ludger. As he had predicted, the main body was not here. I had a feeling this would happen, but Ludger spoke up, getting straight to the point. What do you want? You, getting straight to the matter, huh? Are you always this cold? Anyway, I called you here because I need your help. Ludger skeptically asked for clarification, mine? The other person did not answer Ludger's question but continued speaking. I am planning to cause some chaos in Siren. You know, I am the one who specializes in destruction. However, those damn wizards keep putting out the fires I start. Ludger sighed, implying, you want me to help you play with fire? Ludger felt like they were plotting a terrorist attack. The other person laughed and replied, play with fire? Why would I want to do that? However, not only my subordinates but also those in the second tier have disappeared. Unlike the first tier people, you don't work with anyone. With your skills, you can easily conceal your identity and assist me. Of course, I'm not asking you to do this for free. If you agree to help, I will certainly repay you fully, just like a promise and a pact. Ludger asked. Who are the parties involved in this contract? The other person smiled and answered. Of course, it's between John Doe and Esmeralda.
From the look in their eyes and the curve of their lips, Ludger realized it was definitely a woman.
Ludger wondered about the name Esmeralda.
It wasn't her real name, surely, just a pseudonym like his own.
The girl then asked, "So, do you accept this proposal?" Ludger was silent for a moment before responding. "I decline. Given the current situation, there's nothing I can do." The other person was quite surprised. "What? Wait, I've told you everything, and you're seriously going along with this? Don't tell me you're using laziness as an excuse." Ludger replied, "Normally, that would be true, but not now.
The principal still has doubts about me, so I can't make any rash decisions. If that's all you wanted to say, then our conversation here is over."
Ludger felt like he had gathered enough information. "Let's go."
The other person quickly raised their voice to stop him.
"Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, I've heard some interesting things recently. I heard you have an assistant, right? Not just anyone, but the great and almighty John Doe has an assistant. And what's more, it's a second-tier subordinate. Don't you see something wrong here? Don't tell me you're planning something behind their backs."
Ludger spoke up, "You talk like you know me so well, but you're the one who came to me asking for help.
You're not only jumping to conclusions but even doubting me."
Ludger's voice grew dangerous, filled with killing intent.
"Just because I infiltrated Siren but haven't done much yet, you think you can look down on me now?"
The other person started trembling.
"What the hell? You're the weird action type."
Ludger said, "We can't be the only one without an assistant, while every other professor has one.
I think it's best to pick someone from the organization, isn't it better? Anyway, I don't really need to explain it to you.
By the way, I don't see any sincerity from you in asking for help."
The other person didn't know what to say in response. The flames gradually receded. "I'm just joking." "It's a joke. Don't you think you're being too serious?"
Ludger's voice deepened as he slowly turned around. "I don't care if you doubt me or not, I'll let it slide this time. But never doubt my loyalty to my superiors.
If that happens, one of us will have to pay the price."
The look in his eyes and the tone of his voice made the other person tremble in fear. All right, I'm sorry, there's nothing else to say, so I'll leave now." A while later, Ludger returned, drenched in sweat, nearly a disaster. Fortunately, he had studied the personality of this John Doe character beforehand, otherwise, he would have been done for. Thinking back, the voice behind the flames was that of a young woman.
If it was a young woman and someone with high elemental control over fire spirits, then the most suspicious individuals would be the elemental professors.
Narrowing down the suspects, it would include even students who could control fire spirits. Ludger's gaze began to narrow as he thought, "Now that I think about it, Rederblik is hosting a welcome event for the new mage, since all the sponsors of Siren will be attending. Every professor is required to be there.
If you're a professor, you'll be at that welcoming event. This is my chance." Ludger returned without noticing the room still lit up.
The woman, who had just looked out the window, silently thought, "He's so passionate about his work that I thought something was wrong. It seems I was worrying for nothing. He didn't flinch at my fire.
Maybe he's stronger than I thought."
Truly, it was a useless effort. Pausing to reflect, she then remembered that there was still that event.
Damn it, of course.
The main character won't be me, but someone else.
That afternoon, Lin wandered absent-mindedly to the base of the tree. The day before, I never imagined I'd be eating with the senior again. He doesn't seem to have any ill intentions.
Since I was little, I've always been able to sense if someone has malice or bad intentions towards me. The only people I haven't felt any malice from are Senior Arender, Senior Fruden, and Professor Ludger. No, Professor Ludger doesn't have any goodwill towards me, instead, there's sorrow and a sense of guilt.
But why?
Suddenly, someone called out, causing Lin to jump.
You're Lin, right? A freshman. I'm a friend of Fruden's. Henry Presto. Nice to meet you. Were you just with Fruden? Lynn, surprised, asked, how do you know about that? Henry smiled. I have my ways.
He continued, I was also wondering what Fruden has been up to lately. Lynn sensed it, he doesn't mean any harm towards me, but she could feel that he was inherently a dangerous person. Noticing that Lynn was staring at him, Henry flashed a bright smile.
Did I do something wrong? No need to be so cautious.
Oh, I'll give you a few good things as a way to break the ice.
Actually, I have a part-time job that pays pretty well and is safe.
I'm sure you know that most students at CRN are common folk with no money.
Lynn asked, why are you telling me this? We've just met.
Henry thought for a moment, then replied, to be honest.
Maybe it's out of curiosity?
I was shocked when I saw Fruden spending time with a commoner like you.
Lynn asked, was that really surprising?
I just thought he was a good person.
Upon hearing this, Henry burst out laughing. Haha, a good person? Fruden? Why are you laughing?
Yeah, exactly.
Fruden is a good person?
That's what I thought after spending some time as his friend. Anyway, he was curious to see the two of them together. You can decide whether to accept it after hearing the details.
So, what do you think?
In the evening, a building was filled with the sounds of music and the sparkling lights. A party was in full swing, and it seemed like all the key figures of the event had arrived. I heard all the new professors are exceptional, a man suddenly exclaimed.
Oh wow, he must be the man in the rumors, Ludger cherish.
Soon, everyone was busy mingling with others at the party. Oh, Count Chris Benamor, the rumors were indeed true.
You're really quite handsome, Harpaha. Thank you, miss. Professor Merida, right? I'm Congressman Charles.
Ludger stood quietly to one side, observing the situation. Everyone was busy engaging with the benefactors, so he figured he should stay for a while to assess things before going to find Esmeralda. Suddenly, a middle-aged man came up to strike up a conversation.
Hello, Professor Ludger, I'm Count Deckers.
Ludger narrowed his eyes.
Apologies, but I'm not in the mood to talk right now.
Oh, I understand, sorry to have bothered you.
Ludger took a glass of wine and thought to himself, Chris Benamor. Refusing that count to his face will keep the annoying flies buzzing around my ears at bay, and I can quickly find Esmeralda. Suddenly, Ludger heard a voice calling out, Excuse me, we don't know each other, do we?
That voice.
Why do you keep refusing, huh? No way.
Professor Selena seemed like she was trying to avoid someone who was about to strike up a conversation.
Ludger stepped forward to intervene, stop right there. Professor Selena has an appointment with me. The man was about to say who are you?
When another voice interrupted him softly.
After hearing it, he spoke authoritatively, the professor just moved here, so what? Doesn't he know who I am? Ludger thought to himself, is he talking about me? Hey, you over there, I'm the CEO of Luke Corporation, Ivan Luke. You can't be dumb enough not to have heard of Luke Corporation, right? Now that you get it, move along. At that moment, Ludger felt a trembling hand clutching his shirt. Ludger directly walked up to the man and said, Didn't I already tell you we have an appointment? Ivan scowled, pointed at Ludger's chest, and said, Hey, are you kidding me? You think I'll leave just because of some professor like you? Who do you think I am?
Seeing that this man wasn't listening, Ludger tightened his grip on Ivan's hand.
Let me make it clear to you. Do you really think I'll leave just because some unknown CEO is standing here babbling nonsense? Ivan felt a sharp pain and wondered, what kind of strength is this? He grimaced and shouted, Let me go. Do you want to get fired? Upon hearing this threat, Ludger tightened his grip even more. Go ahead, try it, he said. Another person quickly ran over to intervene. Stop, don't cause trouble at the party.
Ivan clutched his trembling arm and yelled, "You washed up, noble." The other person hurriedly tried to calm him down. "Young master, please, calm down. Don't draw attention." Ivan slapped the person and shouted, "I told you to call me director." The person could only cover their face, replying, "I'm sorry, director." Ivan ignored the apology and continued, "You want me to calm down? After being humiliated like that by that dog, Ludger or whatever his name is, I'll definitely have you fired." Ludger felt like things were getting out of hand. He just wanted to use the situation with Professor Selena to leave this place. Ivan kept on shouting, "I don't even know what bragging is." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Oh, what's going on here?" Elisa smiled and walked over. Ivan, seeing someone approach, immediately turned around and shouted loudly, "Principal, just in time. Is this how Siren trains professors? That washed-up noble dares to use violence against me. If you still want sponsorship from the Luke Company, you'd better fire him right now." Elisa replied with a smile. "I was wondering who you were. So, you're the son of President Luke, aren't you?" He was taken aback and asked, "What?" Elisa's eyes narrowed dangerously as she looked at him. Isn't Luke Company owned by President Theodore? How could a director speak so recklessly in public like this? Have you discussed this with your father? Ivan's tone softened. My father always supports me. After all, I'm his son. Elisa raised an eyebrow and replied. Oh, really? President, do you think so too? In an instant, Theodore appeared from somewhere, causing Ivan to cry out in fear, Dad. Theodore looked at Elisa, then turned to his son and said, I'm sorry, Principal Elisa. Please forgive my useless son. Elisa smiled. No, it's actually a bit refreshing. Theodore continued. Thank you for letting it slide. But ending things like this feels a bit forced, doesn't it? How about this instead? Theodore heard Elisa's words, and his expression suddenly changed. Principal Elisa, are you suggesting that, in front of everyone, the two of us should have a duel? Ludger, upon hearing this, angrily thought, what? She clearly settled this earlier, so why is it still going on? This might not necessarily be a bad thing. If everything ended like this, that guy would definitely not accept it. Even Chairman Theodore would be in a difficult position. Ludger spoke up, that's right, a duel will settle everything. I accept. Elisa turned to Ivan and asked, Mr. Ivan, since you cannot use magic, do you have the right to send someone else to fight in your place? Ivan smiled, glanced at his bodyguard, and said, I heard that. That's exactly what I want. Assistant, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Ivan thought to himself, the opportunity has come. My assistant is a talented mage. Just as he was getting full of himself, his smile suddenly faded. Impossible. The winner is Ludger Cherish. Seeing his assistant lying on the floor, the entire party went into an uproar. The bodyguard from Luke's company must be no ordinary person. So the rumors about him using special magic were true after all. Ivan was filled with doubt, while Chairman Theodore was in shock. Is it possible that all the professors from Siren are this monstrous in strength? Elisa smiled happily, of course not, it's just that Professor Ludger is a bit special. Anyway, President, you don't have any complaints about the result anymore, right? So I've revealed it, huh? I really am getting old. This is a fair match, I guess I'll have to accept it. Don't worry about my foolish son, I'll make sure to teach him properly. Elisa responded cheerfully, as expected of President Theodore, it's great that we share the same opinion. The president stepped closer and said, by the way, there are a few things I'd like to ask of you. Before he could say anything further, Elisa immediately replied, no. The president, helpless, said, I haven't even said anything yet. Elisa continued, you were going to ask me to introduce Professor Ludger to you, right? I'm sorry, but please refrain from contacting our professor.
Hearing this, the president responded, "If you say so, then all right." A moment later, Ludger sighed and walked out. "Finally, it's over. Let's focus on the main goal." Selina called out, "Professor Ludger." Ludger stopped and asked, Professor Selina, are you all right?" Selina smiled and said, "Yes, I've received an apology from Chairman Luke. Thank you for helping me. Where are you planning to go now?" Ludger replied, "I'm not sure, I don't have any specific plans." Selina suggested, "I'm about to meet the professors of the elves, would you like to come with me?" The mention of the elven professors took Ludger by surprise. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Selina led Ludger to a banquet table where 4 other professors were seated. One of the professors curiously asked, this is?" A professor with green hair and long ears added, "This is Professor Ludger. I've heard that although he's a new professor, he's already been assigned to the 2nd year." No one showed any unusual expression. Ludger greeted them and started conversing. "Indeed, the 2nd year is a bit too much for me." Professor Selina responded, "Don't be so modest." After observing, Ludger thought, "Damn, I haven't gathered anything at all." He had closely observed the 3 professors, but none of them showed any unusual behavior. Based on the previous conversation, Esmeralda seemed to be a strict and aggressive person. She was not the type who could remain calm in such a situation. So, does that mean she's not a professor? No, I don't have enough information yet. I need to consider all possibilities. Ludger felt a bit thirsty, so he went over to get a glass of water from the waiter. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling, "Professor Ludger," which startled him. Looking past the waiter, he saw that it was Lin. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Lin replied, "A senior recommended this place to me for a part-time job. If you look closely, you might even spot a few of my classmates here." After listening to Lin's explanation, Ludger responded, "All right, don't overwork yourself, remember to head home before it gets too late." "Yes, thank you, Professor. I'm off now," Lin said. Selina approached Ludger and said, "Professor Ludger, it's you." "Oh, isn't that Lin?" "Professor Selina, do you know Lin as well?" "Yes, I've met her before." "What a coincidence. My assistant is also working here." Curious about the assistant, Ludger asked, "Do you mean your teaching assistant?" Selina pointed to the girl and said, "Although she's just a first-year student, she has a real talent for elemental magic. Joanna Levite." Ludger looked at the girl and thought to himself. Upon further reflection, he realized he had completely overlooked the students. Because she was a high-ranking elf, he had mistakenly assumed she was a professor. But where was she going? He followed Joanna and thought, where is she heading? Is she just returning the tray to its place? Ludger felt that perhaps he had become overly sensitive, afraid of missing out on noticing things that were, in fact, quite normal. A few discussions happening nearby caught Ludger's attention. About that, weren't those guys trying to start some business or something? They brought a huge amount of fabric. They must want to get into the garment industry or something. Ha! What are those lowlifes thinking? From the conversation, Ludger guessed that the person being talked about was Violetta. She's moving faster than I thought. Although she tried to hide it, she's probably feeling pretty discouraged right now. But there's still hope for her. The group continued their conversation, which was honestly quite laughable. How dare they, not even knowing their place, go into the royal family to make such a petty deal? What's the point of getting angry? Isn't it obvious they won't achieve their goal? Just drink and watch the drama unfold. Ludger, after hearing this, could only sigh, fools. Their actions will cause a big wave. That will change the future. They will soon realize, they and all the others. Suddenly, Ludger felt dizzy, and the cup in his hand fell and shattered. Elisa anxiously asked, "Professor Ludger, are you all right?" Ludger held his head, feeling lightheaded. "I'm fine.
The floor is just a little slippery. I'll go out and get some fresh air to clear my head.
Chris suddenly noticed Ludger's actions. Ludger stepped into the hallway, feeling his mind spinning, with voices incessantly echoing. Choose us. Our power. You are the chosen one.
Ludger shouted loudly.
Shut up.
After that, Ludger took out 3 pills to stabilize himself.
After a while, Ludger's condition improved.
He had used too much power, focusing on ending the battle quickly.
I'm really careless. It's only now that I realize this. Unfortunately, Chris had seen Ludger's actions just now.
Surely, there would be some plot to harm him later.
He suspiciously said, "Pills?"
Ludger returned inside, and suddenly heard a cry for help.
Upon hearing it, Ludger asked suspiciously, "What's that?" Inside, the flames were blazing fiercely, and people were screaming, "There's a monster! Run, quickly!" Ludger, witnessing this scene, wondered to himself, "What's going on?" A monster was howling and setting fire to everything around it. This monster was Esmeralda.
It growled and exhaled a long breath of fire. Several guards rushed over to block the flames and protect the people.
One person asked, "Where did that monster come from?"
Everyone, quickly put out the fire and evacuate the guests.
A few professors stepped forward, guiding people to safety. Everyone, this way.
A wolf spirit appeared, helping to prevent falling debris from hitting the guests.
People soon realized, is that a spirit? That's Angela Anderson's spirit, the 5th-year professor of spirit theory.
And there's also the water spirit of Professor Viorano Dentes, the 4th-year professor of spirit theory at the academy. The spirits, working together with the guards, launched a full assault on the monster.
Damn it, it's not working. Watch out, something's falling from the ceiling.
Something molten was falling from the ceiling. One of the guards swung his sword at it, but the flames spread along the sword's blade. His body, protected by the shield, was soon engulfed by the flames. The others noticed and immediately warned each other, "Don't let the flames touch you. If the fire touches anything, just let it go.
This isn't ordinary fire, it's more like lava." Ludger, sensing the situation, realized that this was no longer just a high-level elemental spirit.
It was the highest level spirit, at level 6, almost reaching level 7.
But wait, why does this spirit have a human form? Normally, they take on natural forms like animals or plants, right? Something's not right here. Now I have to keep an eye on that damn thing. It doesn't have a midsection, it's transforming through some intermediary object, isn't it?
The benefit of using an intermediary object is that it can hide the identity of the caster. Based on the location where the spirit appeared, the intermediary object was probably the silver tray that was placed in the middle of the table earlier.
Just as I suspected, Joanna Levite is Esmeralda.
I can't chase after her now, but I'll figure something out later.
For now, I need to handle this. Ludger's gaze suddenly fell upon someone trapped beneath a pile of debris. The figure was Lynn, and as she opened her eyes, she wondered, "What is that? I need to get out of here quickly."
But her legs, facing the flames spewing from the monster, seemed incapable of moving. She felt as though no miracle would come to save her.
Lynn closed her eyes in fear, but then she heard her name, Lynn. Using his ultimate magic, Ludger transported her, avoiding the flames. He then asked, "Are you all right?"
Lynn was deeply moved upon realizing she was still alive, and that it was Professor Ludger who had saved her. She glanced at the spot where she had been trapped and wondered, "When did we?" Ludger called out to her, "Watch your leg, it's injured."
"It's not serious, I'll tend to it right away." Lynn looked around at the current scene and thought, "Why does this scene feel so familiar? Professor, what's going on? We've met somewhere before, haven't we?"
Her question made Ludger pause.
"What are you talking about? You must be mistaken."
Lynn hesitated. "Oh, no, it's just that I have this feeling that..." Before Lynn could finish, Ludger interjected, "Your wound's been treated."
"It's too dangerous here. we need to leave quickly. Lin asked, "What about you, Professor?" Ludger replied, "I still have things to do." "You go ahead." Lin stood up, walked away, and said, "Yes, thank you for saving me, Professor." Seeing that Lin had left safely, Ludger turned back to the beast. He used a terre nocturnus. In the blink of an eye, Ludger appeared beside the monster. With eyes full of tender affection, he prepared to kill it. Ludger whispered into its ear, "The celebration ends here." The spirit of wind rushed in, followed by the spirit of water, biting into it. Ventus won. The attack from the two spirits was blocked by the monster's massive arm. But then, the other arm withered and broke off. Everyone cheered in triumph. "One of its arms is broken. At this rate, we'll win." But another voice rang out, "No, that last attack didn't do as much damage as I thought. And it was only one strike, yet Anilin's form has already begun to fall apart. The unexpected always comes last." The arm that had just been destroyed was now restored. Realizing the situation had turned dire as they saw its arm regenerate, Professor Angela recalled Ventus won quickly. The two spirits were withdrawn. Professor Viorano realized that she couldn't bring that thing down. Just then, the principal stepped outside. "No, are they targeting that?" Suddenly, she saw a shadow appear next to the fire monster. It didn't take long for her to recognize that it was Ludger Cherish. Ludger used ice magic to attack the monster. It blocked the attack with its arm. What did Viorano notice? The elves were moving strangely, almost as if they were trying to protect something. An object gradually emerged from behind the lava flow, shaped like a disc. Viorano said, "I see, that was summoned through a medium." Angela asked in confusion, "A medium?" Ludger looked at the monster, thinking to himself that he didn't have enough power. After being drained earlier, he could no longer use any high-level magic. Well, but this should be the end of it. The ice magic was summoned with a magic consciousness assigned to a coordinate, and it appeared right next to the disc. Then, a destructive blow was dealt to the disc. The location of the disc was also the core of the monster. Sharp ice shards shot out in all directions. A massive explosion occurred. Viorano exclaimed, "He did it." But a terrifying voice suddenly rang out, "Humanity, you despicable bastards, surely one day all of you will be burned to ashes." It turned out it was just making a last-ditch effort. Ludger challenged it, "Go ahead, try it if you can." The monster was slowly fading, but it still tried to scream, "You'll surely feel the burn." Ludger officially marked the monster as his enemy. He stood amidst the fire, his body looking incredibly cool. Then, Ludger had a private conversation with Viorano. Both of them knew that the lower part of the monster hadn't formed yet. Ludger said, "That's right. And after closely inspecting the obscured area, I found that it was connected to an intermediary object." Viorano asked, "Did you discover this too?" Ludger denied it, saying, "Anyone in my position would definitely have noticed this." Viorano responded, "I didn't pay attention to that. To be honest, my expertise is in spirit studies, so I didn't think that far." In spirit studies, pacts are created to ensure fairness for both sides. That's why summoning and coercion, which spirits hate the most, are things that are almost never used. And up until now, I've never heard of a spirit hating humans. Ludger asked, "A spirit is usually not like that, is it?" Viorano shook his head, "Because spirits represent nature, they don't have consciousness like humans." Thinking about the existence of such a spirit, along with the incomplete response earlier, Viorano found it strange. However, thanks to the professor, at least we have avoided the damage caused. Especially with the magic you used at the end of the battle, that must have been spatial jumping, right? You don't need to be sensitive about that, because I've lived long enough to have seen it, so I can recognize many things. Ludger replied, "Yes, this magic is created by placing magical energy at a detailed coordinate. Then, it materializes. At first, it's a bit difficult, but once you become proficient, anyone can use it." Viorano was surprised, "Oh, placing a coordinate? Is that even possible?
Viorano thought to himself, no matter how familiar an ordinary person might be with this spell, they still wouldn't be able to use it easily. Unless they had spatial awareness talent, Oregon.
Viorano spoke up, "Are you okay?" Ludger asked in return, "What do you mean?" Viorano replied, "What I mean is, when you use magic while not feeling well, have you experienced any unusual symptoms? Like hearing strange sounds, for example?"
Ludger thought for a moment before answering, "This is just my worry, but sometimes, there are people who have a higher level of awareness than others. The world sees them as geniuses, but the truth is a bit different. If geniuses are those who break through a certain barrier to showcase their talents, then these people have no barrier at all."
Ludger curiously asked, "Isn't that a good thing?" Viorano answered, "It might sound like a blessing, but it's actually not. People don't realize that the very barrier that holds them back is also a solid wall protecting them from things outside." Viorano continued, "That's why I asked you, Professor Ludger, have you ever heard any strange sounds in any special situations?"
Ludger replied, "The idea you're talking about is indeed quite fascinating, but unfortunately, it doesn't apply to me at all."
Viorano asked, "Is that so?" Ludger responded, "Yes, that's right. But it's still quite interesting. Do you have any more thoughts on it?" Viorano shook his head, "Unfortunately, that's all I heard when I was young."
Ludger felt that the stories of youth from an elf were almost like legends, especially for a human, who, unlike an elf, doesn't have a lifespan stretching over centuries.
Viorano chuckled and replied, "That might actually be true."
Viorano thought to himself, "He seems extraordinary, so I assumed that.
But I guess that's not the case. A normal human wouldn't be able to handle such a thing with a clear mind."
Suddenly, Ludger spoke up.
"Is there anything else apart from that?" Viorano turned around and asked, "Huh?"
Ludger said, "Well, you mentioned they could hear voices from the world outside.
Is there anything else?" "As far as I know, it's just the voices. After all, normal people wouldn't be able to perceive them. And if they could hear them? Then there might be a next stage. For instance, the symptoms could get worse. I think they might start seeing things, but that's just a possibility. If something happens after that, this is what they'll encounter. They'll have the chance to directly interact with those beings. With the gods."
A few days later, information about the terrorist who had attacked the banquet hall came to light.
Who is this person really?
The damage is truly substantial. And most of the victims are from the upper class as well.
If this is Esmeranda's target, then she's already succeeded halfway.
But this is also good for us,
because we've now figured out Esmeranda's true identity. Should we reveal her identity to Siren? Better not. This is the first time Esmeranda has taken action.
If her identity is exposed immediately, Black Dawn will suspect me, since I'm the one who took down that elf.
It's not the right time yet. Let's observe a little more and wait for an opportunity."
Ludger scrolled through a piece of noteworthy information.
"This person's name is Ivan Luke. He's the one who runs your auction house, right? Are they increasing security for the auction because of yesterday's incident? This is starting to get a bit more troublesome."
A voice called out, pulling Ludger from his train of thought.
"Do you have permission to summon others this early in the morning?" Ludger calmly responded. "Oh, you're here? Let's go then. You said you were curious about the changes in the slums, right?"
A little while later, the two of them arrived at a rather bustling neighborhood.
Violetta said to Ludger, "All right, take a look, this is the area that was just renovated."
Ludger saw it and exclaimed, "Oh, it looks much cleaner and more organized than before."
Violetta replied,
"We've used about 80% of the budget to widen the walkways, just like you suggested. This area will soon be filled with craftsmen.
Other groups are also starting to collaborate on your proposal. We're even in the process of making a musical performance to replace the circus show. Dian and Mistella are preparing the magazine you mentioned.
They're getting ready to compile short stories from anonymous authors. Although we've asked the kids to spread the word, I'm not sure how effective it will be. Ludger said. If they fail, that's fine. Just remind them to do a good job with the advertising. In any business, having initial capital is always a necessity. Violetta sighed and said. Yes, but so far not many people are willing to invest in us. The two of them continued walking. Violetta introduced. And this is the newly opened tailor shop. They plan to start with simple, accessible clothing designs, and gradually bring in more luxurious and well-known styles. Ludger said, You seem confident, don't you? Violetta replied, Of course, I've always dreamed of this moment. Ludger complimented, All right, it seems like we've seen all the changes. Now, let's go meet everyone. Violetta, confused, asked again, Meet who? What do you mean? Ludger explained, The people we'll be working with. Ludger and Violetta walked towards a guy who was flirting with a young woman. He was saying sweet words to get closer and take her home. Oh, my muse. I wish you could give me the chance to be with you tonight. The girl seemed like she was about to agree. Oh, really? No. Ludger, not wanting to watch anymore, spoke up. Here he is. But then, a hand grabbed the guy's arm. Excuse me. Miss, I have to go with him now because we have a prior engagement. The girl happily responded. Of course. She left with the same dazed look from before. The guy asked. Isn't it still too early for the appointment? Ludger sighed. I think you'd be late if I left you on your own. A blond guy, a member of Owen, Alex said, Come on, leader, who do you think I am? Oh, and may I know the name of the beautiful lady standing next to you? Violetta looked at him with a look of disgust, then said. Is he really working with us? Ludger confirmed. Yes, he is. He may act like a fool, but he has the skills for the job. Violetta replied. Maybe he has more to offer than what we see? Alex spoke up, brushing it aside. What kind of treasure in women are you looking for, leader? His question, along with his gaze, officially lost all the remaining goodwill Violetta had for him. Violetta whispered. Are you sure we can trust him? Alex stepped closer, speaking in a boastful, almost mocking tone. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Alex, a noble from the southern part of the Fatima kingdom. I hope both of us have good fortune. Violetta was surprised by his noble status. But Ludger had warned her to be cautious, as he was a professional scammer. Violetta looked at Alex with even more disdain. Are you pretending to be someone else in front of me? Alex asked in confusion. Then why did you call me here? Ludger said, I will explain in more detail once we return to the hideout. Alex, curious, raised a hand to his chin and said, Your hideout? Do you mean the place of those people? I wonder. What if I feel disappointed by its ordinariness? Upon hearing this, Ludger was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Alex. You don't need to worry about that, he said. When they arrived at the base, Han rushed out to open the door, but he looked as if his spirit had been completely drained. You're back already? Ludger asked. How did the investigation go? You look exhausted. Han replied, I'm fine, but it's just. I can't stand this anymore. At that moment, someone called from inside, Han, where are you? Oh, you're here. Oh, boss, it's been a while since I last saw you. The girl, Bella Luna Paetana, also a member of Owen, greeted them briefly. Then, Bella Luna pulled Han inside, saying, Now, Han, where did I leave off? Violetta asked, Who is she? As you can see, that's Bella Luna. She's an elf. She's in charge of producing medicine and gunpowder, came the response. Bella Luna was pulling Han out to test something in his mouth, while saying, It'll just sting a little. Han could only feel helpless in the face of her strength. Alex asked, "Wait, aren't elves supposed to hate artificial creations?" Ludger glanced at Alex and replied, "That's just a stereotype people have assigned to the elf race. Saying that is no different from looking at you and calling you a fraud." Alex, feeling a bit down, said, "Leader, I wonder what you really think of me." Just then, a voice rang out, "Has everyone arrived?" Ludger responded, "Oh, looks like both of you are right on time." The two men, one tall with white hair named Pantos, a member of UN, Owen, and the smaller one, Arpa, also a member of UN, Owen, stepped in. Ludger looked around and said, "Now that we're all gathered, let's go inside and discuss things." Everyone went back inside. Ludger took the seat in the center and said, "All right, now that Alex is done with his introduction, it's your turn, Pantos." Alex, feeling exasperated by Pantos' lack of enthusiasm, said, "What the hell? Is that all you're going to say?" Arpa laughed and said, "Pantos doesn't talk much. I hope everyone understands him." Turning to the group, Arpa continued, "My name is Arpa. I don't have a family name." Han looked at him with no particular interest. "How did you end up getting to know the leader?" Arpa shyly replied, "Are you talking about Sir Ludger?" "Well, if I had to put it simply, I'd say father." Violetta panicked and quickly turned to Ludger, asking, "What did you say?" Ludger explained, "To put it briefly, he's not my biological son. It's a bit difficult to explain." Arpa added, "When I was born, I didn't know much about this world." Han, intrigued, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Arpa continued, "The reason I consider your leader as my father is because he taught me a lot of things." I could introduce Pantos again, but before that, could you take your hat off? Pantos removed his hat, revealing 2 animal ears. Everyone was surprised. "He's a beast man?" Arpa nodded. "Yes. Among the beastmen, he is the one with the most developed physique. He's quite diligent in tasks that require his strength, like hunting whales." Han, still confused, asked, "Hunting whales? Aren't beastmen usually afraid of water?" Ludger immediately spoke up, "That is not true, the strength and skills of Fantas have already been enough to lead his people." Han, hearing his brother speak, seemed to trust him now. "Even so, I still lost to him. That's why I decided to work under his command." Ludger continued, "Anyway, Pantos will work for us as a covert operative. Within the group, he will be the second strongest." Everyone reacted with a murmur of surprise. And finally, Violetta. Violetta was somewhat taken aback. "Really? Me?" Ludger looked at her and said, "Yes, I was hoping you would continue working with us." Violetta replied, "Wait a minute. I'm just here to give you directions. I'm already busy with my business, isn't everything ready yet?" Violetta hesitated, "Well, it's not that I have no intention of joining. But even so, I'm still not sure whether I should or not. Everyone here has their own strengths, and me, I." Ludger cut her off, "Violetta, if I thought you didn't have the skills necessary to join us, I wouldn't have brought you here in the first place. There's only one reason I brought you here and introduced you to everyone. That is because I believe you have more than enough skills to be a part of us. I want a clear answer from you. Will you work with us?" Violetta replied, "All right, good luck to both of us." Ludger exclaimed, "Thank you, and with that, we have enough members we need. I've chosen the most elite individuals I know. The people here are even better than I had hoped for. Now, before we begin the meeting, let me introduce our first objective. In the coming days, we will be raiding the location where the Kunst auction is about to take place." Violetta gasped, "What? The Kunst auction?" Ludger answered, "Yes, they have something I want. While we're at it, I think we might as well grab a little more, as a bonus on the way out." Alex spoke up, "Leader, wait a moment, let me clarify this first. As far as I know, no one has ever robbed the Kunst auction house before. There have been hundreds of attempts in the past 20 years, and not to mention, I'm sure they've beefed up security after the terrorist attack not too long ago. There are even rumors that Luke, the auction host, has an artifact that allows him to keep a watchful eye on the archives at all times. But to see you speak with such utter confidence means you must have some kind of strategy, right?
Of course, Han said, bring it in. Everyone, please pay attention, this is the blueprint of the building I managed to acquire. Our target is here.
The next day, Ludger was walking when he saw three people talking.
He immediately recognized two of them, Professor Selena and Joanna Levite. He couldn't help but wonder, who are they talking to? Selena seemed to recognize him too and greeted him.
Hello, Professor Ludger.
He responded warmly. It's been a while, Professor Selena.
Selena replied cheerfully.
It has indeed. It's been some time since the incident at the party, hasn't it? The man who had been talking to Selena and Joanna was someone with blonde hair and a gaunt face.
When he saw Ludger approaching, he excused himself.
He said to them, "Excuse me."
Ludger watched the man leave and then asked,
"Is there something important you two were discussing?" Selena answered, "He's just a little worried about what happened at the party." Hearing that, Ludger didn't ask any more questions. He shifted the conversation and asked Selena, "Sorry for not asking sooner, but how have you been lately?" Selena responded honestly, "I'm fine. After all, if there's anything that doesn't reach your ears, Professor Ludger, is there?"
Then, she turned to Joanna and gently reminded, "Thanks to you, all the students are safe."
"Has my assistant expressed her gratitude to you yet?" Joanna, who had been silent until now, lowered her head as if to thank him.
Ludger looked at her, unable to help but think, "Esmeralda, it seems you're trying to act as though you don't know what the right choice is."
Selena continued, "Forgive me, Professor, if there was any way I could have been of help to you back then." Ludger immediately interrupted, "You evacuated everyone and did your best." But it seems Selena still felt she hadn't done enough. She clasped her hands together, blaming herself. "No, that was all I could do. I lacked the necessary skills, so." Ludger couldn't help but wonder, is she really worrying about things like this?
He immediately tried to comfort her, "Professor Selena, unlike you, I don't know how to smile brightly and warmly at others like you do."
Selena was taken aback upon hearing this, and she let out a sound of surprise. Ludger continued, "Your attitude was what helped everyone stay calm while they were being evacuated. You did an excellent job in the role you were given." Selena murmured to herself, smiling brightly and friendly.
Then, she lowered her head, her expression filled with deep sorrow.
She responded, "I don't know either. Do I really deserve to hear those words?" Ludger, still confused by Selena's words, was suddenly startled when she hurriedly asked, "Have the classes started yet?" "I'm sorry for wasting your time." Selena waved goodbye to him and also to Joanna before leaving.
She didn't forget to thank him, saying, "Thank you for listening to my troubles.
Next time, I'll treat you to a meal." Ludger silently watched the two of them leave. Suddenly, Sedina appeared from behind him.
She stared at Selena and spoke in a tone full of hostility, "I feel a little uncomfortable.
How dare she share her troubles and make you listen to them?"
Ludger turned around and told her, "You should learn how to handle situations like this more naturally."
Sedina, taken aback by the reminder, stammered, "Ah, I understand."
Professor Ludger then casually asked Sedina for a favor, saying, "Forget about that for now.
Can you investigate this person for me?"
Sedina, upon hearing this, was immediately fired up and shouted out,
"Of course, leave that to me. I will even track down the distant ancestors of that person if you need me to." Ludger replied that there was no need to go that far. Then he continued, "I need you to investigate Joanna Levite." Sedina immediately accepted the task. "Yes, I'll get started on it right away."
Meanwhile, at the auction venue, Ivan, glancing at his watch, muttered,
"I heard they're on their way. When will they actually arrive?"
The bodyguard accompanying him also began to sweat nervously.
He suggested, "Sir, why don't you wait inside the house? Ivan turned around and snapped at him. Fine, let them arrive during that time and embarrass us. He gritted his teeth and added, this is a golden opportunity for the Luke Group. We could secure a deal and boost our business. On top of that, this may be the only chance I have to regain my father's trust. Just then, the car carrying the person they were waiting for arrived. Ivan exclaimed, they're here. As the person stepped out of the car, Ivan immediately greeted them. Welcome. I am the manager of this auction house. My name is Ivan Luke. The person who arrived responded cheerfully. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, I am. Before he could finish introducing himself, Ivan quickly spoke up. I've heard of you already, Lord Alguar Musla. The Lord smiled warmly and thanked him. Ha, it's an honor to hear that someone like me, abandoned by my family, is still welcomed. Ivan happily led the way. Now, please, follow me inside. We will certainly provide you with the best services. Musla replied. No need for such formalities. He patted Ivan's shoulder, speaking as if they were old friends. It seems we're about the same age. How about we become friends? Ivan, feeling a little apprehensive, answered. Are you sure about that? Musla smiled. Now, let's go inside first. Once inside, Musla spoke up. Oh, while it's still on my mind, may I ask you a favor? Ivan repeated. A favor? The bodyguard accompanying Musla brought forward a suitcase. Musla explained. I was given a precious item on my way here, but I haven't yet found a suitable place to keep it. Ivan, quite curious, asked, what is that, sir? Musla replied, we are still utilizing magical water to craft high-quality magic stones. Upon hearing this, Ivan couldn't help but feel alarmed as thoughts about the magic stone trade flooded his mind. Musla continued speaking non-stop, this is the prototype design for the business. I can't just keep it hanging around my side, can I? Ivan smiled slightly, saying, Harpa, you are absolutely right. Musla then hinted, in that case, do you happen to know a suitable place to store it? Ivan, feeling excited, replied, of course, sir. There's a perfect spot to keep it down in the basement. He then turned around to lead the way. Here, let me show you. Musla couldn't help but express his gratitude. Really? I appreciate it. At that moment, a golden gem appeared in Musla's ear, which seemed to be a headset. Going back about an hour, on the carriage Musla was traveling in, the chatter inside was lively. I never thought you could make an outfit just like those worn by the southern nobles so well. I'm quite impressed. Violetta, right? A voice responded, that would be great. I hope you remember who you're supposed to be playing. It turned out that Alex, Ludger's teammate, had disguised himself as Lord Musla. After finishing his disguise, he answered the question about his assumed identity, of course, although I don't have much power, remember that my father's business is in the magical stone trade. I'm a handsome, young noble with influence, pretty accurate, right? Ludger coldly replied, I'll pretend I didn't hear the last part. He then turned to Pantos and asked, Pantos, can you play your part properly? All you need to do is stay silent and pretend to be his bodyguard. Pantos responded, if that's the order. Ludger rested his chin on his hand and said, recently, the Luke Corporation has been trying to expand into the magical tools and artifacts market. This has led them to search for magical water sources, as they play an important role in the creation of magical tools. Alex, sitting beside him, chuckled and then asked, so, is that the reason you chose this identity for me to impersonate? Ludger didn't deny it, that's right, I'll seize this opportunity to build a connection with Ivan. Then, Ludger handed Alex an earpiece and told him, we're almost there. Put this in your ear before I head out. Alex, curious, asked, what's this? Ludger explained, a mobile communication device made by Seridan. Back to the present, as Alex entered the auction house, he whispered into the earpiece, this is Vigo, currently heading to the target's location with Melville. Ludger responded, understood.
It seemed Ivan overheard something, as Alex, now posing as Lord Musla, muttered under his breath.
Ivan turned and asked, "Did you say something?" Alex calmly replied, "Oh, nothing. I was just admiring your interior decor."
Flattered, Ivan grinned, "Harpa, I knew you'd like these things. Now, we just need to bring this down."
Ivan pulled out a key. Alex eyed the key, thinking, the elevator entrance is opened by a single key. And as Hans said, it's guarded by 2 fully armed knights. Alex recalled during the strategy meeting, they had discussed that our target location, the basement of Facility C, wouldn't be easy. All the items were stored 30 meters underground. Moreover, there was a relic that allowed them to track every movement. However, that didn't mean it was impossible.
"Alex, Pantos, I need you to take a look inside the storage area," he had said. A while later, in the auction house lobby, Alex reported, "The investigation was successful, leader.
Given the current situation, I can confidently say that we will succeed." Ludger replied, "Is that so?"
"Well, that's good."
Alex continued, "Should we stick to the plan?"
Ludger answered, "Keep going, but only if you remember what we discussed."
Upon hearing this, Alex chuckled, "Why do you always have to tease me?" "Don't worry about that."
Ludger said, "All right, I trust you.
Finish up quickly and come back." Alex immediately complied, "Understood, I'll say my goodbyes and leave right away." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Really, why does the leader want me to stay here?" When Alex heard the voice, he couldn't help but think, this voice sounds familiar.
Upon seeing the owner of the voice, he was startled.
He immediately reported,
"Leader, there's a problem."
Ludger asked, "What's going on?"
Alex hesitated and replied,
She's here." Not understanding who Alex was referring to, Ludger asked, "Who are you talking about?
"Explain yourself."
Only then did Alex respond, "Enya Joiners, my ex-girlfriend." Ludger was surprised and thought, "Enya Joiners? Why is someone from the government here?"
Ludger immediately gave an order. "Vigo, get out of there as soon as you get the chance. There's nothing good about being discovered by her, especially when it's you." On Alex's side, while observing, he replied, "I know, I'll leave as soon as I get the chance." He gazed at Enya's back and thought, she's still the same as always.
"Enya." Alex said goodbye to Ivan as he was about to leave. "My friend? I have to go now."
When Ivan saw his esteemed guest leaving, he asked, "Are you leaving already, sir?" He then tried to steer the conversation back to business. "Oh, and about the business matter we were still discussing."
Alex tried to respond defensively. "I'd prefer to discuss this another time, in a more private setting."
It was getting dark, and Alex had returned.
He asked, "Hey, Bella Luna still hasn't come back yet?" Ludger replied, "It's fine. She's analyzing something I gave her."
Then he turned to Alex and said, "All right, explain the details to me, Alex."
Alex began explaining. "The relative layout of the auction house is quite similar to the map you showed us.
However, what's more important is that the items being auctioned are divided into 3 rooms, depending on their level of importance. The more valuable items are placed in the rooms with the highest numbers.
The auction lasts for 3 days.
Each day, items from each room are auctioned off, starting with those in the first room." After hearing this, Han commented, "After the investigation, it seems the items we're looking for are in the 3rd room." Seridan, excited, exclaimed,
"Then we should target the 3rd day of the auction, right?" But Ludger thought differently. He said,
"No, our plan will take place on the 2nd day."
Seridan, quite curious, asked,
"Huh? Why is that?" Alex immediately explained. "On the 3rd day, security will be tightened. On the first day, the auction will also attract a lot of attention, so the suitable time is the second day.
He then turned to ask Seridan. Seridan, how is the thing I requested? Seridan replied.
It's almost done, she will finish in the next 3 days.
Alex then turned to Violetta. Violetta, can you find an expert in construction or interior structure? Violetta said. I will try asking. Violetta continued. More importantly, I've heard a knight from the intelligence agency has joined the intelligence agency's night squad, quite alert and sharp. Do you think it will be fine? Alex said.
He's just a low-ranking knight, nothing to worry about.
Violetta asked back. How do you know there's only one? When our plan goes into action, there might be more.
Alex replied.
Now that I think of it, I think I've met that knight before. Violetta also raised a concern. What if you run into him during the operation?
Alex scratched his head and sighed. We met once a long time ago, don't worry, I'll carry out my assigned role perfectly.
Ludger also reassured Violetta. There's nothing to worry about. The information we've gathered today is enough.
Violetta, seeing Ludger speak, didn't ask any more questions. All right, if you say so.
Ludger rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's just a hypothesis.
For now, the plan remains unchanged. Meanwhile, at the train station, a girl with green hair stepped off the train, her voice full of excitement.
I'm here.
Read-like. She then turned around to remind the person behind her. Look, assistant, it's going to rain soon, stop dawdling and come over here.
The detective's assistant, Betty, hearing this, angrily shouted. Hey, don't just go ahead on your own. I've got a lot of luggage.
She complained while carrying the heavy load of bags.
Why do you bring so many useless things?
The green-haired girl responded.
Useless? Are you saying the things that bring me endless inspiration are useless?
Suddenly, the pile of papers in her luggage flew everywhere.
Betty screamed in frustration. Arg! What the hell? Who brings a stack of case files from last year with them? The girl with green hair smiled and said, Everything is important, Betty, besides, shouldn't you be walking faster? Betty, who was reorganizing the pile of documents, was puzzled by this and asked, Why? The girl with green hair casually replied, Why? I already told you it's going to rain soon, right? Only then did Betty remember, and she asked, That's a big deal, when is it going to rain?
The girl with green hair started calculating, considering the humidity, the amount of rainfall, and numerous other factors. Then, she raised her hand in front of Betty and said, 5.
Betty, seeing this, said, 5 minutes? If we hurry, we should be fine. But the number kept dropping, 4, then 3, 2, and finally 1. It wasn't 5 minutes, it was actually 5 seconds.
And after 5 seconds, the rain began to fall, causing Betty to scream loudly.
Casey, it's raining.
So it turned out the girl with green hair was named Casey.
Casey calmly opened her umbrella and replied, I knew it. Unlike Casey, Betty was in a complete panic. We need to find shelter right now. All the papers will get soaked. Betty hurriedly gathered the documents. Wait a minute, these can't get wet.
You know how particular I am.
While speaking, Betty reached for a document, causing her to exclaim, Huh?
At that moment, Casey also created a shield around the two of them to block the rain.
Casey cheerfully asked, Are you surprised?
Betty could only sigh, You're really Casey, if Sister NH had done that, why didn't she just do it from the start? Casey, holder of the title color of Rare Jade, was a private detective.
Her full name was Casey Slay. As Betty followed Casey, she asked, But Casey, why do we have to go to Rederblike?
Casey replied, I heard strange things have been happening in this city lately.
Suspicious organizations are on the move, and there's been a wolf attack. Upon hearing that, Betty looked around cautiously. The appearance of sorcerers isn't exactly strange, is it? Casey smiled wickedly. They are not ordinary sorcerers.
Betty was quite surprised.
What? Not ordinary? Casey continued. Moreover, the last trace of him leads in this direction.
Betty, confused and tangled in thought, said, "You're skipping over important details again."
Whose last trace? Casey mentioned a name, James Moriarty. Betty said, "Wasn't James Moriarty supposed to be dead after fighting with you?" Casey shook her head and replied, "Betty, do you still believe in that nonsense rumor?"
Betty inquired, "Is it true that the rumor about the two of you fighting by the water near the cliff and both falling down in the final episode is?"
Before she could finish, Casey interrupted, "That part is true." Betty, feeling helpless, said, "Are you joking with me, Casey?" But Casey pointed out the difference. The difference between the rumors is that he didn't die. My intuition tells me so. Betty sighed. Intuition again? What about your superior reasoning skills?
Casey cut her off. It's not just intuition, I also have evidence.
Betty asked skeptically, "Really?" Casey was very sure, "Yes, really. My evidence is the articles and data you're carrying."
Casey continued, 5 years ago, in the kingdom of Derman, a large amount of abnormal occult phenomena attacked the people. That night was called the Night of Blood Purge, and it was also that night that a huge monster appeared in fury.
The Beast of Gavaudin showed up. The man who hunted that monster was none other than Abr Arpam van Helsing. However, he gave up his fame and was never seen again. Betty still didn't quite understand what Casey meant. "What are you trying to say?" Casey wasn't shy about explaining.
4 years ago, in the kingdom of Padali, which borders the empire, there was a land ravaged by the nobles' exploitation. An enigmatic thief with a shadowy figure appeared, Arsène Lupin. He operated for about a year, stealing many jewels before vanishing.
He was never seen again.
3 years ago, in the kingdom of Delica, a wicked man tried to start a war, James Moriarty. He also suddenly disappeared, and no one ever saw him again. And when the civil war broke out in the nearby kingdom of Utah recently, the victor was Machiavelli.
He vanished at the end of the war. Betty slowly began to grasp Casey's point. "Casey, no way, are you trying to say that all of those people are the same person?" Casey nodded. "From my reasoning, it seems like it."
Then, she looked around the city and flashed a provocative smile, saying, "The last place that person is predicted to be heading towards is this city, Rederblake."
Betty didn't quite understand and asked, "Why would someone with such abilities hide their identity and wander around the world?" Casey shrugged and replied, "Of course, I don't know."
She gazed into the distance and said, "Anyway, that person is the one who once plunged the empire into chaos.
If they're still alive, we can't just leave things as they are."
Then, she turned and called out to Betty, "Let's go, I've found a good place to rest."
Betty asked, "Where is it?"
Casey named the place. "It's the Kunst Auction House." Right now, at the Kunst Auction House, Ivan is also welcoming distinguished guests.
He bowed and greeted, "Thank you for coming, Princess Irender von Exilian. I am Ivan Luke, the one in charge of the auction." The princess replied coldly, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a bit tired now, could you take me to my room?" Ivan, thrilled by her request, responded eagerly, "Yes, I'll escort you to the royal suite."
The princess thanked him softly.
She looked around and couldn't help but think, how much do all these things cost?
I wonder how many ordinary families I could help if I sold one of these. Meanwhile, far away, Ludger was using a radio device to communicate, unknown.
Today, he was dressed in a very elegant outfit, fitting the temperament of an auction house.
He spoke into his earpiece, giving orders, "The plan of UN starts now."
Alex adjusted his jacket, excited. "Awesome, it's finally starting. I thought I was going to die of boredom waiting since yesterday." He quickly blended into the crowd and began thinking about the plan. "First, I'll meet Violetta downstairs." But as he was lost in thought, he spotted a familiar figure. He immediately ducked out of sight. Alex panicked, "Of all the places, why are you here, Enya?" He quickly contacted Violetta and said, I'll take a moment to tie my shoes and head down. Violetta, upon hearing this, realized that things were already going off course. She took a glass of wine and walked into the crowd, thinking, if things are going this way, I'll have to take care of it myself. A few hours ago, both Alex and Violetta received orders. The first goal of the plan was to find the key to the elevator door. Alex, Violetta, I will assign this task to both of you. A man at the party suddenly overheard the conversation. That beautiful woman over there, is she a staff member? It turned out that Violetta had pretended to be drunk, acting weak, and asking for help. I think I've had a little too much to drink. Could you help me to my room? Violetta was escorted to the room by the man and thanked him. Thank you for your help. The man still tried to appear charming. Of course, I can't just ignore a guest visiting the auction floor. You're drunk and forgot your room number, so you can stay in my room for a while. At this point, Violetta continued to pretend, sitting on the bed and expressing her gratitude. Oh my, you're so kind. Then the man began to make his move. He locked the door and spoke in a soft voice. You need to sober up before you can find your room. Yes, I'll help you sober up. At that moment, the man took off his shirt, his face filled with a sleazy expression, and said, how about we have a little fun? Violetta replied, oh, I really enjoy fun activities. Just before his hand touched her, Violetta grabbed him and threw him to the ground with a painful thud. She calmly asked, is this game fun? Violetta felt her strength increasing. She couldn't help but think. I don't think one move will be enough to take him down. Luckily, she had learned how to enhance her body with magic from the captain. She unlocked the key and began her search. Now, all that was left was to find the key. Meanwhile, everyone was participating in the auction. The announcer spoke loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for visiting our auction floor once again. Without keeping you waiting any longer, let's take a look at the first item of the second day's auction. This piece of jewelry is said to be the tears of a mermaid. An employee brought out a stunningly beautiful, sparkling blue gem. The announcer shouted the name of the item. Mermaid tear. The audience below couldn't help but marvel in admiration. How beautiful! At the auction, the starting bid was set at 1 million dinars. The calls for bids began to ring out. 50 million, 200 million. In another corner, Princess Irender stared at the gem and thought, is that really the tear of a mermaid? It's so extravagant. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and although it sounded beautiful, it was fake. Irender turned in surprise to the person sitting next to her, the one who had just spoken those words. It turned out that person was Casey. Casey also knew that Irender was looking at her. She said, it seems like you're not very interested in the auction, Princess Irender? Irender skeptically asked, have we met before? But Casey answered innocently, no, this is the first time. This response made Irender even more suspicious. She asked further, then how do you know? Casey showcased her reasoning skills. As I said earlier, you seem bored. In places like this, not many people would reveal such a bored expression. Did you know that the hair at the back of your head looks a bit flattened? Upon hearing this, Irender immediately checked her hair. Casey continued, you just rested in a room, didn't you? Although the scent of room deodorizer still lingers on you, you haven't used any perfume. A noble, someone who needs to pay attention to how others of their class perceive them, wouldn't act like that, especially in a place like this. You must be from the royal family, and there are rumors that you've come to this auction, Your Highness. Irender could not help but exclaim, you must not be an ordinary person if you're sitting in a VIP seat, right? Casey smiled and replied, I forgot to introduce myself. She handed a business card to Princess Irender and said, my name is Casey Selmore, a detective. Upon hearing the name, Irender immediately recognized it. Could it be that you are the famous private detective? The one who is also a water magic user and holds the title color of rare jade. Casey humbly responded, "Oh my, to be recognized by the princess is truly an honor." Irender asked, "What are you doing in Kunst?" Casey answered honestly, "Well, when I arrived in Rederblik, I was invited here. Moreover, things like this always happen at major events." As Irender looked confused, Casey simply said, "Just consider it my detective's intuition." Meanwhile, Ludger walked along, deep in thought. It seemed that everything had gone off course from the beginning, but Violetta was doing her best to complete the mission. Now, he thought, it was time to gather with the others. However, someone recognized Ludger. A voice rang out, "Oh, who is this?" It turned out the person was Ivan. He made an arrogant face and spoke with a tone of disdain, "We meet again, what a coincidence. It's been quite a while since we last met at that party, hasn't it, Ludger Cherish?" Ludger glared at him, but it seemed Ivan didn't notice, continuing, "I don't know what you're doing here, but meeting you again is truly fortunate." Ivan approached and asked Ludger, "Are you enjoying the auction?" Although Ludger disliked him, he replied politely, "Yes, I find it quite pleasant to be here." Upon hearing this, Ivan grew even more smug. Just as they say, the mind influences one's perspective. Ludger paid him no mind and merely responded indifferently, "Yes, indeed." "Well then, if you'll excuse me." But Ivan wouldn't let it go. He commanded his bodyguards, "It seems you have no one with you. Let me escort you, would you allow me?" "Bodyguards, this is an important guest of mine, treat him kindly." The bodyguards received the order. Seeing this, Ludger couldn't help but think, is he intentionally following me? It seems his true purpose is to show off his power. If things continue like this, I won't be able to act freely. So he informed everyone, "Report, I currently cannot take action, waiting for reinforcements." Han was in complete panic. Cannot take action? Damn it, reinforcements mean me. The teammate beside him told him, "Han, I think you need to go." Han knew that too, so he said, "I know. First, this device needs to work before I can leave. And for now, don't call me Kafka." Upon hearing that, Arpa smiled brightly, "Kafka, can I call you Dumas instead?" Han could only helplessly sigh and say, "Even if you don't say it, I'll still call you that." He looked at the device and pondered. "We'll be delayed much longer than expected, so if that's the case, I have no choice but to act, right? Why is the red light blinking and we're receiving a signal, but it still won't connect?" The two of them started discussing excitedly, "Oh, Kafka, it's a red light. Good, at least we won't have to go in too deep." Suddenly, someone walked over and shouted, "Hey, you, what are you doing over there? Come here right now." Han was terrified. Damn it, caught red-handed. I didn't even think they would be patrolling this alley. Arpa turned around and said, "Han, come on, do something." The patrolman arrived, shined his light on Arpa, and said, "What's this? Just a kid? What are you doing here?" But unexpectedly, Arpa punched the patrolman and knocked him out. Han couldn't help but be surprised. "You took down a guy that big with just one punch? Who are you?" Thinking about it, Han asked, "Are you a knight?" Arpa looked confused and said, "A knight? You mean those superheroes who graduate from the military academy and become official knights? The ones who are much stronger than regular people?" Han realized he was just rambling, so he interrupted, "Forget it, good job." Then he told him to tie the guy up and hide him in some pile of trash. Arpa agreed, "All right, sounds good." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Decker, where are you?" Han couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, there's another one? Suddenly, Arpa shouted out, "Wait, I'm here." Han was even more surprised when he heard his voice. "Ha? Is that the voice of the knight from earlier?" The other knight asked. "What are you doing in the alley?" Arpa calmly replied, "Hey, don't come over here yet. Let me finish dealing with my frustration. I'll be right out, just wait a moment. I've checked it out, and it seems like there's nothing weird here.
The other knight stuck out his tongue in disgust. Ugh, that's gross, hurry up and come over here.
Arpa looked at Han with sparkling eyes, as if seeking praise. How about that? Doesn't it sound exactly the same? Han, on the other hand, was sweating. Who the hell are you? But he quickly pushed the thought aside and said, Anyway, based on the signal, just turn on the device and go inside. Arpa happily responded. All right.
Meanwhile, Alex was exhausted.
Phew. Finally done.
I really didn't expect Enya to be here, it was tough to get down. He thought to himself as he walked.
I have to hurry, I need to meet Violetta and get the key.
At that moment, Violetta ran towards him and collided with him. They immediately performed a little play.
Alex asked, Oh my god, are you alright?
Violetta replied, Yes, I slipped.
Thank you for catching me. Outsiders might have thought they were strangers, but in reality, Violetta was handing Alex the key. Upon receiving the key, Alex immediately reported, I've got the key, and I'm heading to the elevator now.
Pantos, hearing this, gave his order, Report, I'll be waiting for you at the elevator.
Pantos, still invisible, appeared when Alex passed by and said, I'm here.
Alex jumped in surprise.
What the hell?
You startled me.
Is that how beastmen hide their presence, by using such tricks? But Pantos didn't care about Alex's question, he just said, the key. Alex replied, You're so rigid. I've got it already. Let's move quickly.
Alex observed the guards. As expected, due to the auction, the number of guards had increased.
He immediately contacted, This is Hugo and Melvin, we've reached the gate.
On the other side, Seridan was ready to respond, Well's here, I'm starting the operation now.
Seridan walked into the crowd, using a device on her feet to release smoke. People panicked, What's this? Steam? Cough, cough, what's happening? Is this a terrorist attack? Seridan stood in the corner, smiling.
This was much better than expected.
The distinct scent of Bella Luna's special vapor. Someone tried to calm the crowd down. Everyone, please stay calm and head to the shelters.
Also, please ask the guards for assistance.
We don't have enough people here yet. A person called out to the soldiers, You need to see this.
The soldier recognized the problem.
Chemical terrorism? Well, damn it. We'll stay here and guard the elevator. The rest of you, go ahead. Alex, standing nearby, also noticed. He said, Is it starting? You've got those two, right? Let's go, big guy. Pantos replied, All right.
The two of them reached the elevator door.
When the two soldiers saw the strangers, they shouted, State your names. This is a restricted area. Alex looked confused. He raised both hands and said,
Hold on, we got lost earlier because it was so chaotic outside while we were looking for a shelter.
Now that I think about it, you guys probably don't know who I am, huh?
I was here last time with my friend, Ivan Luke.
The two soldiers, upon hearing the name, began to relax their guard.
Alex continued. That's right, now that I take a closer look, I do recognize you.
You were here last time, weren't you? Do you know where Ivan is?
One of the soldiers hesitated and replied. Well, first of all, don't come any closer and stay in position. However, Pantos immediately rushed forward, punching both of them into the wall. Alex, horrified, exclaimed.
What the hell is this? You haven't killed him, have you? Pantos coldly replied. I've avoided hitting his pressure points.
Alex looked at the two unconscious soldiers and thought. One punch and their armor's already dented.
I can't even begin to understand this guy. Where did he come from? Afterward, Alex reported.
We've taken care of the guards at the entrance.
Han updated. Kafka and Dumas are on their way.
Han pressed the red button on the device, and along with ARPA, disguised as servants, they entered.
Good, now let's go inside. ARPA responded, got it.
At this moment, the auction floor was still very lively.
The presenter introduced the next item, and the starting bid for the upcoming item would be 500,000 dinars. The crowd below shouted.
The price is 5 million, then 10 million. Ludger, who was participating in the auction, glanced at the bodyguard still keeping an eye on him.
He wondered to himself, is he still tailing me? It's going to be hard to move freely now.
According to the radio communication, everything seemed to be going smoothly.
But suddenly, Ludger noticed someone. Wait a minute, it's Casey Selmore.
The scene now flashed back to a few years ago, by the waterfall, when Ludger had been disguised as James Moriarty. He and Casey had had a confrontation.
He shouted. Are you out of your mind? Casey Selmore, if you keep this up, you'll end up dead.
Casey held on tightly as she and he fell down the waterfall, saying, I don't care, even if I can't defeat you now, I'm still willing to sacrifice my life just to destroy you.
James Moriarty replied, fine. She challenged, fine, come at me then.
James Moriarty sensed that Casey was paying attention to him.
He cursed silently to himself, is she looking at me? Damn it, what the hell is that woman doing here? I've disguised myself, so it's unlikely she recognizes me.
But that bitch is so talented, she even earned the title color of Rare Jade. If our operation gets in her way, all the effort we've put in for the past few weeks will go to waste.
He tried to reassure himself, there's no way she could have known about the plan in advance, right?
No, if she really knew, she wouldn't be this calm.
Ludger was increasingly sure that she had no idea what was going on. All I can do now is hope that the lackeys will handle this quickly and quietly. Over by the building's surveillance, one of the guards yawned and complained, this is so boring, there's no way some bastard would have the guts to try and steal anything, right?
The person next to him reminded, hey, focus.
The guard replied, why bother worrying? Just look at the amazing artifacts we have. We even have live footage from each artifact room.
The other guard chimed in, true, but it's kind of a shame that such a fascinating artifact is only being used for security. Suddenly, the screen began to flicker.
One of them noticed and asked, what's going on? The other guard questioned, what do you mean?
The first guard answered, just now, the feed from the second room got all static. Why?
But the person next to him said, I think it's still fine.
Upon hearing that, the other person also said, maybe it's just my eyes, since I've been staring at that thing for so long. However, the gray-haired man also realized the problem.
He shouted, wait, what's that?
The person beside him, startled, said, you scared me.
What's wrong? The gray-haired man said, the intruder, did he get in by drilling a hole in the wall? But this place is deep underground.
Ivan, who received the news, was also alarmed and shouted,
Say that again.
The guard repeated, there's a report of an intruder coming from the second security room.
Ivan raised his voice, what about the gate guards? The guard replied, the intruder entered by digging.
But before he could finish speaking, Ivan was already gone.
In his panic, he ordered, nonsense, call the gate guards right now.
After a while, the group of guards gathered downstairs. The commander said, good, it seems everyone is here.
According to the report, an intruder dug his way in.
Some of you go check the sewers around here, the rest will split into two teams, the movement team and the ambush team.
Follow me into the storage room. The bodyguards received the order, understood, sir. The supervisor also reported to Ivan that the guards were descending by elevator. Ivan was extremely tense at this point.
He kept biting his fingers and cursed silently in his mind, damn it, do you have any idea how much that artifact is worth?
Do you think I'll just sit still and let you take it from me? Immediately, he spoke up, you all know the procedure, right?
The top priority here is to move the items from Storage Vault 3 to a safer location. The ambush team will head to Storage Vault 2 and capture the thieves. Receiving the order, the bodyguards immediately took action. Yes, sir. The transfer team is quickly moving the items to Vault 3. The ambush team, follow me to Vault 2 to apprehend the thieves. They then contacted the command center. Ambush team to command, we are opening the door to Storage Vault 2. The command center responded, command to ambush team, the enemy is still in the vault. Ivan urgently urged, go in, hurry up. The squad of soldiers burst into the door, shouting loudly, stay still. But they did not expect that there was no one inside. Ivan received the news and shouted, no one? What do you mean by that? The soldiers replied, there are no signs of any intrusion, and all the items are intact. Ivan could not believe it. He looked at the screen, still seeing 4 intruders taking gold, and asked, then what the hell am I looking at? You must have entered the wrong room. Suddenly, the screen changed. Everyone in the observation room, including Ivan, was taken aback. The screen changed? Is it a fake screen? One of the soldiers asked. What should we do? Should we return the items from Storage Room 3 to their original place? Ivan could only reply, no, just leave them there for safety. On the other side, the order was received, understood, sir, we will take them along with the teleportation team currently in the elevator. Ivan gritted his teeth in anger, damn it, a fake screen? Does that mean someone projected a fake video halfway through? The bodyguard standing next to him pondered. Could someone have swapped the artifact's video with their own? But for what purpose? What did they gain from just switching the video? As if realizing the truth, he shouted, sir, it's a trap, the storage of 2 is just a ruse. Hearing this, Ivan asked, what? The guard replied, they'd been targeting the storage of 3 from the beginning. They planned to intercept the goods were moving according to the procedure. At this moment, the ambush team also contacted, Commander, do you copy? This is the ambush team. The command center responded, loud and clear, what's the situation? The ambush team hesitated before saying, the elevator to the surface is broken. Upon receiving this news, Ivan panicked and shouted, what? The ambush team continued, we have no way to get out of here without the elevator. We need your help. The gray-haired commander then suggested, we don't have any internal troops who can assist them. Should we ask the police for help? Ivan immediately rejected, no, if this matter gets out, the auction will be completely ruined. The gray-haired man then asked, what should we do? But Ivan didn't know what to do, he helplessly shouted, I don't know. After that, he could only bite his nails in frustration. The guard beside him tried to salvage the situation, saying, we'll try to stop them. Gather all the security team members. Everyone received the order. Yes, sir. However, when the bodyguard opened the door, it was locked. He was confused. What? Why won't the door open? Damn it, what's going on? It turned out that Seridan had locked the door from the outside. She quietly smiled to herself. They were all gathered in one place, as if they were inviting themselves into a trap. She praised Ludger in her mind as she walked. How brilliant the leader's plan is. At first, when she heard about the artifact storage, she didn't know what to do. Recalling the moment when Ludger had asked her, Seridan, can you do something? I'm planning to swap the projected image of the storage with an artifact. I need a device to infiltrate the transmission. Now, Seridan had done it. She contacted the others again. Sir, Wells here. The mission is a success. All 4 members of the team have completed the task and obtained the items. 30 minutes ago, Han and Arpa had defeated 2 soldiers and taken their clothes. Arpa asked, how does it feel? Han put on his armor and replied, well, it's okay, but why is the stomach area so tight? It's really uncomfortable. Alex immediately explained, Pantos destroyed the armor. We patched it up, but couldn't fix it completely. Han instinctively looked towards Panto's clenched fist and hesitantly said, I think it's fine as long as it fits. Then he told Alex and Pantos, we'll wait here, see you two later. Alex cheerfully responded, alright, see you downstairs. Once Alex and Pantos reached the basement, Alex couldn't help but sigh in relief, phew, lucky we didn't run into any guards. Before they continued, Pantos stopped Alex, wait, let me check the guard positions. Pantos then used a spirit to scout. Alex, standing beside him, thought, I see, so you can use a spirit for things like this? After a moment, Pantos immediately said, there are a total of 8 guards, scattered around. Fortunately for us, 2 of them have separated nearby. And so, the 2 guards were knocked out. Alex excitedly said, I didn't expect they'd be wandering around the storage area like that. Anyway, it's a good thing, or else we wouldn't have been able to catch them so easily. Alex and Pantos took the gear from 2 soldiers to wear, but because Pantos was too tall, the outfit didn't fit, making him quite uncomfortable. Alex said, try to bear with it, there aren't many people around here as big as you. Then, Alex reminded them about the upcoming act, telling them to get ready as it would take place soon. After a while, all 4 of them were blending in with the soldiers. The captain of the soldiers was giving orders, transport team, bring the supplies to storage room number 3. Attack team, follow me to storage room number 2 to eliminate the intruders. The soldiers grumbled, look at the captain, he's taking his subordinates along to steal the spotlight again. He's doing that because he doesn't have many opportunities to stand out at Kunst. Just focus on the task. Right, if we don't do our job carefully, we'll draw attention. The 4 of them followed the transport team downstairs. The transport team reported, we've successfully brought the supplies to the elevator. The attack team also replied, keep acting as usual, move the supplies to a safe location. At that moment, the 4 of them realized, let's get started. And so, the soldiers in the elevator were all knocked unconscious. Alex spoke up, now, it's the final step. An arrow shot into the elevator cable. Han immediately asked, what did you just do? Alex cheerfully replied, I tampered with the elevator a little so that those who went down can't come back up. In the meantime, let's hurry and get out. Inside the elevator, after the cable was cut, it immediately began to fall. At the assembly point, the team was discussing. Alright, we've got all the items. Everyone, head to the back, we're going up. Han then said, I'll head back on my own. The plan has changed, so I need the leader to check a few things. Seridan quickly understood what he meant, the things Nari is looking for, right? Han nodded and answered honestly, yes. I found out that the real items are still in the auction room, but I can't distinguish them from the fake ones. If this one is a fake, we'll have to search again. Seridan replied, is that so? Han responded, well, with Nari with you, you'll be fine. After that, everyone continued working. Seridan asked, Alex, have you gotten all the items? It seemed that Violetta had returned. She exclaimed, Violetta is back. Hurry up, let's go. Han looked at his teammates and thought to himself, now that I think about it, all of these people are fighting quite well. It's not that they lack any abilities. And yet, all I can do is gather information. The more he thought, the more frightened he became. Oh no, will I lose my place here? Han immediately slapped himself, regaining his composure. What are you thinking, Han? If that were the case, the leader would have kicked you out a long time ago. Just focus on safely handing over the relic fragment. He then contacted Ludger, leader, maybe you're in a position where it's not ideal to talk, so just listen to me. The others have escaped safely. I'll go get what you mentioned and bring it to you. Damn it, seems like I don't have enough energy to continue the communication. I'll wait for you at the main hall. Upon receiving the news, Ludger observed and considered the situation. Alright, everyone has escaped. He then looked towards the group of Ivan's guards. Once he saw them leave, he felt relieved. Looks like those guys finally understand the situation. I should leave and meet Han outside. At this moment, Han was cautiously looking around, then carrying the bag of items towards Ludger. Seeing that there were few people around, Han thought, seems like there's no one around here. Is it because of the tear gas powder the kid sprayed? Suddenly, he noticed a few people standing at a distance. Huh, what are those guys just standing there for? Han had a strange feeling that something was wrong. Just as he thought, one of them fired a magic bullet toward him, catching him off guard. As for Ludger, there was also a large explosion in the auction room at that moment. Ludger was surprised. An explosion, huh? A squad of soldiers dressed in black entered, shouting loudly. Everyone stay still, I will kill anyone who moves. The auction participants panicked. Who are you? Don't you know where this is? But the black-clad men paid no attention. The leader said, I told you to stay still. He immediately shot a spell at the man who had questioned him. Everyone screamed in fear. Run, where are the guards? Get out of the way, the safety of the nobles is the top priority. The black-clad men took turns using wands to cast spells. The leader said, just kill them all, and then we'll strip their bodies of their possessions. Ludger did not expect this. He thought, a robbery? How did they get into the auction room? Damn it, it's because of us. Suddenly, a man dressed in brown ran toward him, cursing as he approached, greedy nobles. The man opened his coat, revealing a bomb strapped tightly to his body. He shouted, die. Ludger recognized it as a suicide bombing tactic used by the Liberation Army. He was sure he wasn't mistaken, because it was the same method they had used before. They weren't just thieves, the Liberation Army had set their sights on this place as well. Ludger used his staff to unleash a burst of magic, piercing through the man's body. The bomb exploded, affecting him slightly. He silently thought, I almost died. Meanwhile, the whole building was likely being impacted by the blast. Ludger was puzzled and wondered, how did the bomb go off? Was it homemade explosives? I destroyed all that kind of stuff when I was operating under the alias Moriarty. So why? As he was thinking, a scream rang out. A man was lying on the floor, his mouth frothing with foam. People were panicking and whispering, it's a curse. It's forbidden magic. Ludger, upon hearing this, could not help but lose his composure. Thieves, the Liberation Army, and now it's forbidden magic? Damn it, is Han safe? Elsewhere, Princess Irender was also running due to the incident. She thought that she wouldn't be able to escape. Thieves in Kunst, what's going on? Is Casey all right? Immediately, a loud shout echoed. Found the princess. It turned out that the Liberation Army had just located her. They called out to their comrades. Comrades, capture her. We will show the nobles the power of the Liberation Army. At this moment, Irender felt immense regret. I knew I shouldn't have come here, I should have stayed and rested in Siren. The Liberation Army rushed toward her, cursing her to die. However, a voice rang out. You're making too much noise. Then, numerous bubbles flew toward them. They asked, what's that? And then they were trapped inside the bubbles, only able to shout. Bubbles? I can't break them, these bombs don't work. One of them said. These bombs don't work. Another one, surprised, responded. Impossible, these are special explosives that can neutralize magic. It turns out that the one who came to rescue Irender was Casey. She said, the liberation forces are quiet, no matter how special they are, they're just explosives, right? All I need to do is wet them, and that's it. Betty had also knocked out two of them. Casey, it's cleared on this side. Casey complimented her assistant, well done, Betty. I'm done on my side too. At this moment, someone arrived. Princess, are you all right?
The newcomer was none other than Enya.
Irender immediately recognized Enya.
Ah, you were with Tarina back then. Enya said, I'm honored that you remember me. I am Enya, from the Night Patrol Cavalry.
Casey clapped her hands and said, all right, it seems we're done here.
Let's cooperate and get out of this place. Enya couldn't help but wonder, where did these people come from?
How did they get past your guards?
Casey replied, now that you mention it,
I haven't seen any guards around here for some reason. The guards went downstairs, and on top of that, all sorts of people have jumped in here to cause trouble.
It's dangerous here. Let's head outside and talk.
Suddenly, a piece of debris fell from the ceiling, startling everyone.
Oh no, the building is collapsing. Han asked Ludger. Why did you accept a coward like me? Ludger unexpectedly replied with a question. Why would you ask that, Han?
Han believed Ludger already knew he was someone who feared death and clung to life, always running away and leaving him to fight alone, even though Han possessed an ability others didn't.
Ludger said, I accept the coward in you.
Han thought he had misheard.
Ludger continued.
I know your power well, how dangerous it is, and the responsibility that comes with it. I think you're just afraid that your power might hurt others. Han felt like Ludger had struck a nerve. He began to talk about his past.
Han grew up without parents. He lived in an orphanage but never got along with the other kids. However, he was close to one girl. She was like an older sister to him. She was smart and kind.
That made Han feel like he was nothing when standing next to her. Then one day, the girl brought home a small black puppy.
The dog was very cute.
At that moment, Han petted it, but it lightly bit him.
Before Han could finish his sentence, Ludger interrupted, signaling that he didn't need to continue. Han clenched his fists.
It was the first time he had transformed, and the first time in his life that he had killed someone. His mind raced, and he couldn't stop tormenting himself. If that dog hadn't bitten your hand, if you had known your condition back then. No, Han shouldn't have accepted that woman's kindness in the first place. Ludger tried to comfort him. There will come a time when you have to face the reality you've been avoiding.
Ludger handed him something. It sent a chill down Han's spine, and he gasped, I wonder what the hell this thing is made of. Ludger reminded Han of the moment when it would be time. Han would have no choice but to leave everything behind and flee. Even so, Ludger wouldn't blame him.
What Ludger had handed him was a knife, in case he changed his mind.
Fight instead of running away, use this knife as a last resort. Ludger will respect whatever decision Han makes.
It turned out that everything that had just happened was a flashback from Han's past. His eyes slowly opened, still blurry. In front of him stood two suspicious-looking men dressed in black. He was lying on the ground, blood soaking through the left side of his white, dignified vest. Han woke up, still not understanding what had just happened.
A man's voice spoke. Today must be their lucky day.
No matter who they were, those people had caught the guards at the Kunst auction off guard, leading to this situation. There were two of them in total, the one who spoke had blue hair, and the other had light brown hair. The man with the light brown hair reminded the other.
Hurry up and take that thing.
Earlier, the building had shaken, and he thought the others must have learned at least a bit about what was going on by now.
The other man seemed unfazed and calmly replied. Take your time, there's no need to rush.
He had just taken a bag containing the mana from the relic and cursed. How could they keep something so precious in such a cheap, worn-out bag?
As he turned to leave, Han grabbed the man's leg and commanded. Give me that bag back. I need to deliver it to Guildmaster Ludger.
The man with blue hair raised the bag and was surprised to see that Han was still alive. While casting a curse that was supposed to work according to plan, he kicked Han hard, causing him to cry out in pain. He looked at you with contempt. You can't even move, yet you dare ask me to give you that bag. Suddenly, Han's body trembled violently, his veins bulging. The man with blue hair sneered, you've been trying to hold on with your will all this time, but in the end, you won't live much longer. He let Han die slowly, taunting him to fight for survival. Han's mind and body were heavy. He couldn't move. He raised his hand to try and take the bag back, but he couldn't. Han tortured himself with the thought that if anyone else had been here, not him in this moment, perhaps the relic wouldn't have been taken so easily. Han struggled to stand up, thinking he might be cast aside. Because from the very beginning, he was just a coward, unable to help the president. Deep down, Han thought, because everything is due to your weakness. And until the moment you die, you'll remain a burden to the president. Once he stood up, Han saw something fall from his body. It was the Ludger knife the president had given him. Han picked it up, wanting to pull the knife out. His face was covered in blood, with a wish in his heart, if this is the last time, then I'll burn everything I have. With that, he plunged the knife into his hand, a sickening sound echoing as blood poured from his wound. Immediately, Han transformed his form from his hand to his shoulder, all shifting into a beast-like shape, letting out a powerful roar. The two men heard the sound and turned their heads to see what Han intended to do. When they saw his current appearance, they were overwhelmed by the terrifying sight of him. At the same time, as if by telepathy, Ludger seemed to recognize Han's transformation as well. Elsewhere, on the wooden cart moving along, Alex and Pantos were sitting next to each other. Alex felt puzzled when he noticed Pantos staring intently at a particular spot. It was the Kunst auction house. What was it about that place that caused Pantos to gaze at it for so long? Pantos could distinctly sense the presence of a prey, but it was both dangerous and extraordinary. He spoke, gritting his teeth, I've only encountered beasts like this a few times, but this one is different. It's even stronger than the ones I've faced before. Alex was startled, a sense of doubt rising within him. If it's from the auction house, then I think I might know who that beast is. Alex suddenly recalled the moment he had spoken with Ludger. He had asked Ludger that last time. Ludger mentioned Pantos was the second most skilled fighter among them. So, the person at the top must surely be Ludger. Ludger denied it, stating that when he made his assessment, he had excluded himself first. Alex teased, saying it seemed like he himself must be in first place then. Ludger calmly responded, telling him that he was only ranked third. Despite his high score at the Night Academy, he had not yet reached that level. Alex pressed on, so, who is ranked first? Ludger, with a serious expression, replied, Han is ranked first. Meanwhile, at the Kunst auction house, the air was thick with smoke and dust, indicating it was under attack. The owner of the auction house was in shock at what was happening. He clutched his head and collapsed to the ground. For him, everything was over. The man standing next to him wondered. Clearly, he was unharmed, and the evacuation of the customers had been carried out simultaneously. Why is he losing his mind like this? Before he could finish his sentence, the auction house owner urgently asked, Has the princess made it out safely? He ordered his people to quickly find the princess. If anything happens to her, we're all as good as dead. Suddenly, from the arena, out of nowhere, thousands of red-eyed wolves appeared, howling frantically. A massive, beastly hand, larger than any of the wolves, slammed down onto the arena, causing it to crumble into pieces. The onlookers stood frozen, staring at each other in panic, unsure of what kind of creature they were facing. It's a deformed wolf with two large horns. Its face is devoid of flesh, just a hollow skeleton, sharp fangs, a long, twisted tongue, and its eyes glowing bright red. It turned out that the thousands of red-eyed wolves, howling furiously, were actually residing on the fur of that frenzied beast, creating a terrifying scene that made everyone shudder with fear. What was happening to this arena? Why had the monster appeared so suddenly? What actions would Ludger take in the face of these unpredictable events? All of these questions remained a mystery yet to be unraveled. A beast appeared in the dead of night, striking fear into the hearts of the townspeople. This was the very creature. It had truly returned. The very monster that had thrown Derman into chaos 5 years ago. The Gavadan beast. The creature let out a deafening roar and began moving toward the people.
The monster began attacking the people. Help, help me.
The leader of the Clockwork Guild spoke up. The Clockwork Guild will hold the line here.
Everyone evacuate immediately. We must protect the people. I heard the auction house was attacked, but by this monster? Listen up, everyone. No matter what happens, the safety of the people comes first. Let's focus on taking down this monster. The monster attacked the Clockwork Guild. Get out of the way.
The captain of the Clockwork team fired a spark from his sword and exclaimed.
He was caught off guard and managed to dodge the monster's attack.
The Gavadan monster attacked Tien Hoing with its tails, making the situation even more difficult.
Don't rush, we must wait for the right moment. What kind of insane speed is this? It's huge and fast?
The captain of the Clockwork team said in the midst of the struggle.
This is too dangerous. Where the hell did this thing come from? The monster destroyed all the buildings in the area. If this continues, everyone will die.
Casey pointed to a path and shouted.
Everyone, this way. Trust me.
Everyone followed the path Casey pointed to and jumped down, landing on a water bubble ball.
Casey asked, "Is everyone all right?" Enya replied, "Yes, thanks to you."
The group was in a state of panic when they realized they were standing next to Gavadan.
Casey asked, Is that the Gavadan beast?" Enya continued, still surprised, "You mean the creature that caused Derman to stand still for 5 years before this?" Enya then asked Casey, "I thought it was dead."
Casey replied, "It definitely is. I saw its corpse displayed in the museum in Derman myself, although it doesn't look exactly like this.
Its structure wasn't like human bones. Could it be a different species?" Casey responded, "It's certainly possible, we can't rule that out." The Gavadan beast was destroyed by Abraham Van Helsing, and now it's appearing in Rederblik. The last trace of James Moriarty was also found in Rederblik. There's no way this is just a coincidence, right? This only strengthens the theory that these two are one and the same. My theory is becoming more solid, and he's definitely here too. Moriarty, what are you doing here?"
Casey exclaimed, "Stop overthinking it, the priority right now is to bring down this monster." Furious, Casey conjured columns of water from the ground to shoot up. She summoned those columns of water to bind the monster.
Who tied the monster up? Was it our ally?
The Clockwork group wondered.
It doesn't matter. This is our chance. Charge! The monster, bound by the water tendrils, began to thrash about, struggling to break free.
Its strength was overwhelming, making it difficult for Casey to maintain her grip.
What kind of power is this? Suddenly, the monster's eyes glowed with a red light. It roared, breaking free from Casey's water restraints. She was caught off guard. The magic. Was it dispelled? I couldn't maintain the spell. Could it have been its roar?
She pondered the reason her magic had been broken. Raising her umbrella high into the air, she summoned Water Swordsman.
A night squad made of water? Amazing! We have a chance to turn this around. Full assault!
The Water Warriors attacked the monster. One figure, emerging from a destroyed ruin, approached. A strange mana is radiating. Is this dark magic?
And signs of a monster's bite. Han, did you really use that?
You must have been in so much pain. There is a person looking down from above at the battle taking place below.
A Terra Nocturnus, I can't stop you like this. We will return, just hold on a little longer, Han. On the other side, great. Our attack is working, don't stop. The monster's eyes glowed with a red light.
Casey saw the glowing eyes of the monster and thought, the eyes in that skull just flashed, just like last time. It will break my magic. I need to brace myself. The monster's attacks grew fiercer.
Huh, still intact? Is that an earthquake? What the hell is going on?
Irender shouted, look, there, something's climbing up.
Is that a swarm of rats? Casey panicked and said. Casey Selmore's voice echoed from all directions. A swarm of rats? No way. It can control other animals. But why rats? I'm terrified of rats. She then used her umbrella to create a water wall. The rats nearby were thrown far away. But the rats that weren't hit by the blast started climbing up the wall. The mouse was about to crawl towards her when Betty arrived to lend a hand and said, "We will help you too." Casey Selmore then said, "Thank you, everyone." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, as if something was approaching. "Don't split up." Then, a wolf fell unconscious, and the nearby mice rushed to swarm over it. One of the cavalrymen said, "Everyone, be careful. That monster can control other beasts." Where did these things come from? The person next to him had two mice climb onto his shoulder and bite down. The man turned his hat to look, and then saw a large, muscular figure. Trembling, he muttered, "What the hell is this?" The severed head of the monster and the mice have merged together. It can clone itself. Could this be why the mythical creatures suddenly appeared on the night of blood? Is it because of him? Now, a giant monster with sharp claws stood tall before them. He then shouted, "Everyone, focus. We need to escape before more of them show up. No matter the cost, we must stop them. If we can't stop them, the nightmare of Gavaden will repeat itself again." Now, the monster attacking with ranged attacks, Casey was still trying to push it back. "They regenerate too quickly, I can't focus on the main monster right now." Since when did they? Countless rats kept coming toward her, leaving her unsure of what to do. Betty, standing beside her, said, "There are too many monsters, Casey, we need to get out of here quickly. Use your hands to attack the rats." Casey Selmore responded, "Wait, Betty, there are still too many civilians who haven't been evacuated." Both of them continued to try and eliminate each rat, while still dealing with the main monster. But the rats kept coming, swarming at her feet. Despite her fear, she resolutely said, "The safety of the civilians must come first. By all means, I have to buy time until everyone is evacuated." Enya Joyner said, "This is too much, we're going to lose. You need to escape first." Casey Selmore thought, "No matter what happens to me, it doesn't matter." Suddenly, someone said, "It stopped moving, the others are doing the same." What are they looking at? The monsters were now standing still, gazing towards a nearby building where a strange stream of black gas emanated. A person stepped down, and the monsters opened their mouths, staring at the spot. Casey Selmore froze as she turned around and realized it was James Moriarty. Betty looked and said, "Are you sure, Casey?" Casey Selmore replied, "That man is the most terrifying thing here. Do you think that monster can realize that? I had hoped you could recognize me, but I think I was hoping in vain." James Moriarty said, "I understand. After all, it's hard to endure the madness of these monsters. However, I can still feel Han is alive within that body. Saving a subordinate in danger is the responsibility of a captain." He then drew his sword, stepped on a metal bar, leaped high, and landed on the monster's head. He thrust his sword into the monster, causing blood to spurt out. Casey Selmore gasped. He vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye. Did he teleport? He jumped down from that huge monster and swiftly ran around, killing the smaller monsters one by one. Casey Selmore said, "There's no way he's just going to keep killing them like this. The severed heads will continue to regenerate into new mystical creatures." Then a monster came charging at her, but fortunately, she managed to block it. "Oh, right, this is no time to be standing around watching a play." She turned around and asked, "Is everyone okay?" The people behind her replied in unison, "Yes, Lady Casey, this time we can only trust him. It seems his goal is to eliminate that monster as well. It's a bit painful, but we have to admit, he really does have the ability." At that moment, James Moriarty quickly ran over and threw some kind of glass vials at the large monster. This seemed to cause it pain. The smaller monsters also cried out in agony. Betty, running while coughing, asked, "What's that? Is it a bit spicy? Does it work on the monsters?" Is the monster weakening a bit now?
James Moriarty, seeing this, replied, "So, you've given up on the injured heads because of the spiciness in exchange for new ones.
You're even smarter than the original.
However, I'm sure you've noticed that you've grown weaker after replacing them.
You shouldn't let yourself get distracted."
He then placed his hand on the ground, and golden light radiated from around him. The monster was pierced through the palm of its hand by 2 sharp blades.
"So, you've finally been replicated." James Moriarty pulled out 2 guns and declared, "Come on.